Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of competition for the PUBG Mobile Super League for the European region. My name is Dude Sandstorm. This is John Allen, and we continue our journey that begun with 24 teams. Now, some of those teams will end their first stage of the competition today with their last 6 games, and another group will be joining us for the very first time, and it is going to be their first time on Rondo as well. So it's going to be, once again, an interesting and spicy day here, John.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting start to the day, like you said. With the addition of the recall beacons, we covered it a lot yesterday. It increases those elimination points that people are able to earn in that first match, which means that teams at the lower end of the tables have a big opportunity here to maybe get some risk-free, well, I say risk-free, some relatively risk-free points, a big return on investment for your efforts. We'll have to see if they're going to try and make that step or if they're just going to try and play it by the book, which, you know, for my money, I'm not so sure about. So I'm hoping we can see some firecrackers.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to be performing today, because we've seen yesterday Fenerbahçe securing themselves a I would say a double chicken dinner out of the 6 games that we've had on our first day. BOARS as well, ending it with a chicken dinner, securing 16 eliminations. So we've had a couple of the teams that we expect to perform show up on the day. A couple of the teams have struggled. Specifically, I'm thinking about Regnum Carya here, but we'll get to that once we get to the teams participating. But for now, we want to break down the tournament format over the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, here we go with the league stage. We are into day 2 of the league stage. As you can see, we've split our groups into our teams into 3 groups of 8 teams each. Every day, one of those groups will sit out and they'll be playing 6 matches a day for a total of 12 matches for each of our teams, but 18 matches for us to watch. After that, the top 20 scoring teams will be moving forwards. That means the bottom 4 are eliminated to the next stage, at which point we'll be doing the same process, splitting into groups, some teams sitting out time and time again until we get to our top 16 teams. So 4 to go in this stage, 4 to go in the next stage until they get to the grand finals.
And that's where things change, of course, with the Smash rule being in play. Once we wrap up the second day of the Grand Finals, we'll take that number 1 spot in the overall leaderboard, add 10 points to it, and then that will be our Smash rule threshold. The second a team passes that threshold, they need to win any one of their next games, and they will be crowned the champions of PMSL EU. We've seen it happen once in our previous season with Falcons getting it in the 17th game out of the 18 in the Grand Finals. Is it possible for us to see it get wrapped up a little bit earlier than that? Well, that's quite a ways away before we get to the finals. For now, we're still in our group stage. We're still trying to figure out which teams from these groups will be making it into the survival stage. And here, I'll give you a little bit of a breakdown. I'd love to see that, showing you exactly who won which games on our first day, and we show you exactly our schedule for the second day. And of course, it is going to be a Rondo for the start, triple Erangels, and of course, double Miramar to wrap up the day.
Absolutely. It's going to be tried and tested after the Rondo for the rest of the day. So it will be, of course, ever interesting to see what is going on with that first map. And a lot of attention is being given to this and how things will develop over the course of tournaments and internationally, how that meta will develop with the recall system. I think if you take the recall system out of Rondo, it's fairly similar play to a lot of other maps, right? It's sort of, it would be very interesting to explore it that way. But what we're being given right now adds an extra maybe like 4 or 5 dimensions to the gameplay that we're seeing, which means that not only is it a new map at this level, it's a completely new gameplay mechanic that teams are having to wrap their heads around for an esports setting.
Yeah, and we've seen that in our first game yesterday where I think me and you were doing the math and you focused on it specifically. I think you found out maybe 14, 15 eliminations by the, I want to say like 6th or 7th minute in the game, but we still had actually 62, 63 players maybe if I'm not mistaken as well. So we lost a decent amount, a couple of eliminations were secured, but still we say, I want to say like we had a large amount of players left in the game. And I want to say like the story might be the same coming into this one, and it should be. And that's what we're going to be getting used to, having Rondo in the rotation. And I love the flavor that it does add. I love the early aggression that we get to see because of that sort of safety net that you have with the recall mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got all sorts of like new building structures that teams won't be super familiar with. Like you kind of get used to the specifics of the buildings, the geometry, the spaces that you can and can't hide and hold on the maps that we've played for so long now. It's interesting to see how teams are adapting. Here are our teams. In fact, you can see how they've qualified here. They're all listed out in all their glory in front of you. Unfortunately, after tomorrow, we're going to be saying goodbye to 4 of these teams. And actually, it could be after today, depending on how our teams sitting in for their last day today are able to perform. I'm looking at Farvoice here as potentially having a really tough time of it.
Yeah, Farvoice, Shockwave, and Regnum Carya. Today's going to be their second and their last day. They have to perform today. And we were talking about the threshold yesterday in regards to how many points each of these teams need to get to be over that 20th spot, or at least on that threshold to qualify. You threw out 70. I was looking more at 45. I think we'll definitely obviously get a clear idea of it today.
I was completely wrong. I'll throw my hands up on that one. You were much closer to the money on this one. In general, yeah, it is in the 40s that we're going to be looking for the bubble. I can't remember. I was trying to remember what I'd calculated last season, and that went completely wrong for me. So yeah, good for you keeping me on track there. But yeah, so I think 45 is a much more reasonable estimate. We've seen it go up to 50. We've seen it a little bit lower than that as well. So it's definitely, you want to be in those 50s to be nice and safe.
Mm-hmm. That is going to be the goal. So when we're looking at some of those teams you're talking about, 27 points for Farvoice, which sounds like an easy target, but they've only managed to secure 13 in a total of 6 games, averaging 2.1 points per game. Not really the result that you want to be looking for. And you definitely have to kind of step it up today. Other teams will have the opportunity to study the rotations of the new group that's going to be joining us today. So I feel like those teams will have a little bit of an advantage because they'll get to play on the final day and they'll know what threshold they need to cross. The teams playing today don't know that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it will be interesting, right? And it's a lot more uncertainty, and sure, that can weigh on you. But I mean, that's where mentality is going to really help for these teams. Hopefully, they can just sit down and try and play their best PUBG Mobile. I think if we're going to see that tournament state affect teams, it will be on Rondo specifically. And then even if it does that on Rondo, I'm not expecting to see that repeated on Erangel and Miramar later in the day, purely because of this recall mechanic, adding some huge flexibility in the early game. And one of the teams that capitalized beautifully on many of our matches, in fact, was Fenerbahçe. And they have managed to find some consistency here where other teams have fallen a little bit short of the mark. They have some new contenders to fight against today, but they have so far set themselves up nice and healthy on 63 points at the top of the table. They've basically already qualified for the next stage.
100%, averaging 10 points per game, which is exactly the kind of consistency that you're looking for. Incredible way for them to start their journey here in PMSL EU. The thing is, can they keep up this kind of consistency in the second day of competition, and then moving forward, can they provide the same level of performance in the next stage of the tournament, make it to the finals, and then hopefully from there fight for those top 3 spots where you get to qualify for the global championship. And of course, there are 2 different ways of qualifying to the global championship, whether it's through PMSLs for every single region, or of course the amount of points that each region has. So when it comes to Europe, we're going to have like 1 team from Europe, 1 team from Turkey as well, qualifying directly into the group stage. Whoever qualifies from the PMSLs will be going into the gauntlet.
Oh, I don't know. I think we might have lost Sandstorm, unfortunately. But he is correct. They will be qualifying directly into the gauntlet for PMGC. Hopefully we can get him back and restored as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll be on my own, and you'll be stuck with me. Nobody wants that. Either way, will be sorted out. So yeah, it's going to be what these teams are chasing. There are 3 spots with Turkey, West Europe, and East Europe, all looking for those qualification spots on the points. Let's take a look at some of the points distributions. Not that, well, these will be some of the points that they can earn towards their potential PMGC qualifications. Placement points, 10 points at the top. It's the normal standard array that you'll be familiar with if you've been watching PUBG Mobile Esports for a while. Now we have been using this point system. It's nice and simple. Below 8th place, you don't get any. And then beyond that, you start to build up those points as you go on. 1 elimination for 1 point as well earned. And obviously, we were talking about Rondo having a lot more elimination points available in general. We're seeing about 20 points more than what we see in Erangel, in Miramar, and what we used to see on Sandhawk because of this recall system, which means that 20 more points are getting added to the lobby for every Rondo situation. As we head over to our prize pool, you can see our total prize pool here of $200,000 and $250 for each chicken dinner. That will be divvied out mostly in the finals, but there is a little morsel along the way for these league stages. $4,000 at the top there, you can see, for first place in the league stages, and $250 down towards those lower end positions. Going to be looking to try and claim that one there, and finding a little bit higher of a result will be a great time. We talked about it a lot. We saw it yesterday. This is some of the interesting additions that Rondo brings. Obviously, we've got 2 flight routes can come on through. Generally, I mean, it might have a little bit of an impact in the mid game, might cause a little bit more confusion in terms of hot drops. We'll have to wait and see. The biggest one here is no doubt the recall system that has and will continue to have the biggest impact on how the game unfolds. We saw some interesting uses of the bunker drops coming on through yesterday as well. That deployable cover potentially changing a couple of those later and mid to late game fights, which is very interesting to be able to change the lay of the land. That JS9 gun as well, the SMG being added with this with this set. Some people have been using it. I saw it in the elimination feed previously. I accidentally called it a DBS because it has a similar silhouette, but I'm going to be on the ball today and making sure that I'm clocking the JS9 with the sound, with the icons. As we take a look at our groups now, we've got Group A, Group B, and Group C. I think we may have a returned Sandstorm, if I'm not mistaken.
I hope so. I have
Okay,
returned. Apologies
Return
for
from your Thanos snap.
Yes, that I have. You know what? I'd prefer that I have the technical difficulty than the players having the technical difficulty. So if it's on my end, I'll take it.
Absolutely. You know, we can go ahead without you, right? As much as I don't want to. It's something that we feasibly and logistically could do, whereas not having all the players in. We did see those groups. We didn't touch too much of them because you re-emerged in the middle of it all. But here are our matches today.
Yeah, our matches for the day, of course. Rondo, I am excited. Just a couple of minutes away from our first match for an EU group of competitors. So instantly, I am looking at if our new group has had a look at the VOD from yesterday's stream, had a look at some of the drops, some of the rotations from our squads, maybe gotten an idea as to what the teams found to work on Rondo, what hasn't worked, and let's see what is... go. And of course, the usual triple Erangel and double Miramar. But yes, it is going to be Group C that does join us today alongside Group B is going to stay. Group A is the one that's going to be taking a break. So BOARS, Noisy XSLAY, Ozarox, Papara SuperMassive, 4FS, Beşiktaş, and Asgard will not be playing for today, but they will have an opportunity to watch, learn, and think about what they're going to do in the third day. But for now, our focus, Group B, Group C, and honestly, I want to see what the likes of S2G are going to do, what KAOS Black Esports are going to do as well. Those two teams are the ones I'm going to be watching out for, alongside BRA Esports, of course.
Yeah, it's the addition, obviously, of, as you say, one of the biggest names. I mean, across not even just PUBG Mobile, across esports, right? S2G coming into the fray with their roster, Kelsey, Hamzy, Icy, Solke. These guys, they have oodles and oodles of experience, right? But hopefully they can resurge here. We'll see if they can find their way. I'll be interested to see how that unpacks. I think I'm also looking at the removal of Zedwolf from IWNRX, right? Obviously moving over to Regnum Carya, who arguably haven't had great results with him yet. He has left a little spot there, and Swain has come on loan from S2G to play for IWNRX. So we'll see how that is all navigated there. I think that would be quite interesting to watch today.
Yeah, and you brought up Regnum Carya. We've seen them be in, I want to say, like, decent positions a couple of times in yesterday's games, but then you mentioned it yourself, they were not able to do much with the position that they had. Sometimes their pushes were a little bit too aggressive. Sometimes it wasn't aggressive enough. It just seems like they're a little bit disjointed from what we've seen in yesterday's games, but they have to make up for it today. It would be, I want to say, a tragedy to not have a team of Regnum Carya's caliber proceed to just the second stage of PMSL. Seeing them in the bottom 4 out of 24 teams would definitely be unexpected.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. I can't rephrase that in a nicer way. It's absolutely true. It would be disappointing, and I think pretty devastating, really, to the players, to the rest of the organization, to not be able to make it out of league stages, not alone into the knockout stages, right? So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to pull their socks up. Right now, they're seemingly on track to be maybe okay. Fingers crossed. If you double Regnum Carya's points total from yesterday, you got 46 points, which is just over that 45, but it's below where we've seen it in the past. Maybe the newer groups will change things, and maybe they'll do better playing against some more familiar opponents as well, because there are some I mean, it's true that there are some bigger names coming on through, some more known names, and players that they'll know more familiarly.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, including Zed Wolf's old roster. So he's going to have a lot of insight into how they play, how they're going to try and take those fights. So potential to gain a point or two edge on that situation.
You know what? Speaking of which, we should probably remind our lovely viewers exactly what happened on our first day of competition. This is exactly what we can see. 63 points in first place for Fenerbahce after 2 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches. 36 eliminations, the most as well. BOARS were the ones that were able to end their first day with 16 elims and a chicken dinner as well. So the majority of their points came in from that very last game. Carya Esports, I want to say the situation that I instantly remember for them is going from that bridge on, I think it was our last Erangel map. That's when they moved from the military base all the way to camping under a bridge. They were able to hold on for dear life until the last moments in the game, and they were able to get themselves a chicken dinner as well. When we're looking at the second page, though, 2 teams that we have to discuss. Team Falcons, yes, they did kind of fix things up a little bit towards the end of the first day. They're sitting at 36. It should be fine for now. So if they continue this same level, they should be fine being in the top 20 out of the 24. But again, Regnum, Carya, for sure, we have to be looking at them. But of course, Farvoice, XSLAY, SHOCKWAVE, specifically in the situation, it is going to be Farvoice that we look at. If you do not pass, I want to say 35 points, 40 points, 35 at least, I don't see them qualifying. You need at least 40, 45 plus to kind of feel a little bit more relaxed, because otherwise you're just going to be sitting on the sidelines tomorrow, watching and hoping, praying, crossing everything you got, wishing that what you did on day 1 and 2 was enough.
If you want to feel incredibly secure, right, it 55 points. That's the threshold that we're looking at, right? If you want to be over 55, you're basically worry-free at this point. Below that, it's still fairly sure, but can get a little bit uncertain. Anywhere below 50, between 45 and 50, you're sweating, right? So that's where it's at. Anything below 45, you're hoping that somebody disconnects in the middle of a match, right? Like that's the sort of gameplay that you're trying to play on at that stage, because it is not a good time at all. Hopefully we're going to be getting our first Rondo underway very, very shortly. We've got a lobby active with 61 players currently in it, I can see, which is good to see. So we just need to pop those last 3 guys in there. Come on. There's no time to waste. We got to head over to Rondo. Where is Rondo set?
Ooh.
Like, because there are, generally you have sort of at least regions of the world where the other maps are set, right? You've got like South America for Miramar.
Yeah.
You've got sort of Eastern Europe for Erangel.
Yeah.
Sanhok, sort of
Sanhok
Southeast Asia.
is Southeast Asia. Vikendi.
Vikendi, I don't actually know. That feels like Iceland or like Nordic. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking Nordics for Vikendi. Okay. Then
for Rondo, I'm not sure. It might be China.
I would say so. That would be a safe bet based on, I would say, like the names of the cities or the names of the locations and the POIs on the map. It is a safe bet, but I think it's pretty good. And you know what? I love the little mix that we have. It's very, very diverse, very.
China's a
very
big
varied
country, man. They've got all sorts of landscapes in there. Beautiful country. Were you there?
Never.
Have you been there? No.
I was this close. I was this close to going in like a week.
Oh, okay. Well, too bad. I for one of the PUBG Mobile tournaments, we operated out of China a long time ago. That was a really very interesting situation. But yeah, we had a great time. We saw a couple of the sites. It's a really beautiful country. I'd love to go again. It just takes a long time. It's a lot of logistics getting there.
That was one of the first things I looked at, and it was like, oh, from Dublin to this city, I forgot the name of. 18 hours. I was like, good lord.
It's
just
from
traveling
Dublin,
for the whole day.
That's kind of rough. Luckily enough, I use London airports, which means it's like I think the most connected air city in the world.
Really?
In terms of destinations, because we can get to America and the whole of Europe and Africa and like Asia. Anyway, that's in one hop.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to travel to China, or if you want to travel basically all over the world, your hub should be in London. There you go, and you can thank John Allen for that lovely little tip.
That's true. That is very, very true. I did quickly Google, and apparently it is set in China. So there we go. We'll be looking forward to seeing that unfold. I'm seeing that the lobby has been activated as well, which means that we are going to be going in fairly shortly. 64 players are in there, which is always a good sign. A team that I think, we talked a little bit about Regnum Carya earlier.
Yeah.
I think in a similar boat, it's the Falcons, right? They are on currently 36 points. They found, that their feet, they like to squeeze out those middle point games. But yesterday, I didn't really see what I wanted to from them. This is not a returning champion performance. This feels like a regroup performance after what happened in Saudi just in the summer.
I agree. And looking at, I always say, we saw a glimpse of that champion performance towards those Miramar games, specifically the split that Rauf was able to play off, and he was able to gather so much information. And they were able to hold on to the high ground, I believe, in San Martin or Hacienda del Patron. I think so. Yeah, towards the southern western side of the map. So we saw a glimpse of it in one of those games. Hopefully that will continue even more as we begin our journey in the second day of competition for PMSL Europe for the league stage, with our first Rondo for Group C, second and last day for the teams from Group B for this stage. Let's have a look. Will we have a double plane path? Yes, we will. That's something that we didn't have yesterday in our game, so already we're going to be having a little bit of a different start. We should be expecting different results, hopefully. But the one thing we focus on is hot drops early on.
We will be looking out for that indeed. You could see the green hearts around the map are, of course, those recall stations. That is what teams will be focusing on. If they lose players early, in terms of taking control of those, that can be very, very powerful as well. Expect to potentially see 3-1 splits where one player sits near a recall beacon to bring their teammates back if they go down, and expect teams to be rotating towards and around them fairly fast. As we head on in, of course, it was very, very messy in the early and mid game, and that all spilled over into the mid and late game in yesterday's match. It looks like that might happen again. We got a little bit of a scrap already popping off here. It looks like S2G are wasting no time getting stuck in as our circle pops up northwest.
Circle pops up, and one thing I'm focusing on is how many teams are hot dropping each other, how many teams have decided to go for a 3-1 split and just work on recalling their teammates. And so far, it just seems to be S2G, maybe IWNRX as well. We'll back to that in a second as we still continue this fight with S2G and KAOS Esports. KAOS had a good start. They're currently in second place, 49 points. And now the leaderboard you can see on the right is a little bit different. Lewis saw that coming, but still wasn't able to do anything against Solkai. And Solkai will get that first blood and get that first point on the board for S2G. We didn't have to wait long for that one.
Hey, that's what you want to see, right? That is exactly what we're looking for here. And S2G starting things off well. Of course, remember, the recall beacon exists, which means even though Lewis is down, he's not out just yet. He can be brought back up. Expect if they lose one more player for Carya to jet towards a respawn beacon, could go down towards Tulung on that south side, rotate, potentially make their way on out. There's a lot of options this early in the game, so they can afford to stick around for a little bit longer, and that's what they're looking for. Same story is true for S2G, so remember, these early fights might not be as impactful. Falcons, actually, I think, poking their noses in with a big flex out coming through from Narvalo with a wide split, and he spotted Kelsey on the egress. That could be pretty big. He's holding the respawn beacon to the north as well. S2G have had an option taken away from them, and that could be dangerous.
And they lost 2 of their players now in this fight. One to the Falcons, one to KAOS, meaning KAOS now have the numbers advantage, and they should be pushing this advantage. But you have to watch so many angles, so many windows, so many doors. And CEO manages to find another opening onto Hamsi. And now IC, last member standing. They know exactly where he is. What can he do in this 3-1 scenario? UMP from CEO trying to take that 1v1, not able to. Back up from Marso. IC was able to get one knock, but not enough. And just like that, S2G wrap up their first game with 1 elimination only. And it looks like there should be a revive and a recall for Carya without any issues.
This is really interesting. This was all basically down to Narvalo's impact on that fight, right? The S2G are eliminated. He found Kelsey trying to run away from that fight, run towards a respawn beacon, say, you know what, it's fine. We'll just sort of play a passive fight. But he was there. He was ready. Now, can Narvalo regroup? Because his team is in and stuck in with the rest of this fight. Actually, he might just stay on the outside and play that 3-1 split, right? Take over that position for S2G. They know where the rest of these players are going to be playing, and they can chill out for a second. So I wouldn't be too surprised, actually, if he doesn't join on in. Carya may be in trouble.
You know what? I like this decision from Narvalo. He knows that the recall mechanic is still there. It's way too early in the game, so he can gamble, and the rest of the squad is here to assist them. And again, it's going to be a 4v2 scenario, so this should go in the favor of Falcons, unless they overstep and make a mistake. Still, I believe they have 1 player that's away from this fight, so the recall opportunity will be there. You don't want to just go through something like that. You want to be able to rush through, get those eliminations quick, clean, and that's what Koa does, finding the opening onto Marso. Meaning it's now a 4v1, and Poser has a decision. Are you going to take the fight, or are you going to run? Running is the better decision. Just get into a vehicle, go to a recall station, and get the rest of the squad back. We move over to BOARS Esports, as they seem to be having a little bit of a skirmish with ULF at the moment.
Well, after all that dust has been kicked up and settled, yeah, Carya did run away and go for those respawns, so they will be getting back up to 4 players. A really nice start to get 3 points at the start of the game. They've been able to earn a really nice buffer on themselves. They'll be able to get a little bit more loot as well into Ling and move around the surrounding areas. They've got time to play around with. They've concluded that fight. You can say they are back to their feet. But this is a pretty big disaster for S2G. We were hyping them up. We were bigging them up just before we came into this game, but yeah, a really interesting dynamic. However, you know, this comes with the asterisk of new map, never played it before. They may not have been sort of aware of these strategies unfolding. However, it's their responsibility to make sure that works for them. Poser, still under threat, though, by the Falcons.
Yeah, but you still have CEO, I believe, who's able to recall the rest of the squad. That's exactly what he did. Poser managing to take down 1 in this 1v2. Can Redox fix it up? Yes, he does. Gets the trade, secures the LM, and will be able to get the revive onto Narvalo. And you still have, after all this time, you still have Rauf waiting in Neox factory right on the recall station. The second one of his players gets eliminated, he is ready and waiting with that recall. I love the way the Falcons are playing the start of this game. But Carya have been recalled now, so the question is, do they keep going with the fight, or do they decide to stop and back out, regroup, and head to the zone?
I imagine they just want to keep themselves together. Blue zone, not going to hurt too much here. You can see they're getting that reloot back on board. There's the JS line on board as well. I've noticed it this time. The recall beacon, obviously, bringing your teammates back in. They drop down in parachutes, so they've got a little bit of control. That's where they're going. And will be able to rejoin as soon as they hit the ground. They don't drop with nothing. They do have 1 or 2 items that they're able to drop in with so that they aren't defenseless, but they will have to look for a little bit more in terms of supplies moving forwards. Now, we're over with Fenerbahçe, our tournament leaders who have lost a player, but they are fairly central and kind of penned in here. Might be difficult for them to get out and get towards a respawn beacon.
For Fenerbahçe, there are a couple of options. They're still surrounded by a couple of teams, so yeah, you're right. Getting there is going to be just a little bit difficult. I'm looking towards Jetgo as well. That's one of the teams that's surrounding them at the moment. They are currently holding a 3-1 split with one of their players just north of Bailey, right next to a recall station, ready and waiting just in case. Going back to that Falcon situation, Rauf still in the Ox factory, but the rest of the squad is heading towards the zone as well. IDA just south of Bamboo, trying to get themselves into a decent position in the zone as well. That's just the focus of these teams for now. And we see this first shift towards Stadium, Bamboo, and just outside Test Track. And I'm looking towards the Falcons. Where are they going to go from here?
they have a couple of options. They can try and rotate around. I think, unfortunately, that EMP zone dropping to the east is not going to be super favourable for them. It depends on what they've got in their pockets, and we'll see where they go. They are now on the road, so it looks like they're going to go for that central glut of players over towards where everybody else is playing around that stadium and outside of it as well. Jetgo, one of our new entrants today, going to be trying to move on through as well. They make their way in. This is on the southwest side of the circle. Sorry, no, that wasn't on the... This is on the southwest side of the circle, which, as we change perspectives. Anno taking a couple of those shots out wide.
Anarthos's Famagusta, loving the name for this roster. Currently 2 eliminations. They haven't lost anyone so far, and they will hold their ground. They will not lose any members just yet. FVG, we managed to see them pick up a knock. I'm not sure if they were able to secure the elimination, but we go back to Falcons once again. Narvala with the S12K lets it sing. Takes down Frozen. And again, the fight continues with Redox. Koa is there for backup, trying to stop any kind of opportunity for them to finish off their players. And Narvalo again picks up the slack. 3rd elimination on the board for him. And Swain will be the next one to bite the dust. And Falcons, 5 eliminations now, and they still haven't lost a player.
They're looking good. They will be able to get the revive as well. The recall beacons are still active, guys. Don't worry. For IWNRX fans, for IDA fans as well, they could potentially get all of their players back on up still. They've got a couple more minutes to make that one work before our recall beacons are shut off. However, the number of those is going to be severely reduced as time goes on. By that, I mean the number of accessible respawn beacons is going to be fairly reduced as time goes on, as the blue zone crunches on in and we approach the stage 2 situation. At the moment, it's Galatasaray, again, looking to try and take up that north side. Recall beacons being activated, still an incredibly useful format. Currently, we've seen 4 confirmed dead players right now, but you could see that those elimination numbers are adding up pretty fast. What is that? 3, 6, 11 plus 1, 12, 14, 15, 16 eliminations on the cards, and only 4 of those are guaranteed, which means that we're already playing with 12 extra on the cards.
Yeah, it's only IDA that currently have a lost player. Everyone else is sitting at full strength. I've been watching the minimap for quite a while, and I've been focusing on the Falcons and their movement. And Raouf just left Neox factory and started rotating towards the rest of the squad to regroup with them. And he's here now. But for this entire time, for the first 10, 11 and a half minutes, he's been sitting at that recall beacon, just waiting, just in case anyone from the team gets wiped out. So I'm curious to see if that's something that they're going to continue doing over the course of the next couple of games. Specifically, obviously, when it comes to Rondo only. So we don't have the recall mechanic in Erangel and Miramar. For now. That's not to say it will be added. I have no idea. Don't ask me. Just putting it out there.
Frankly, I hope it isn't. I think that's a bridge too far. You know, I'm okay, fencing it into 1, but I think bringing it into more than that might be a little bit too much. Certainly in this early situation. Now, with the circle shrinking down towards the south side, it is right on top of both Regnum Carya and Falcons. They've got these positions under control now. You've got IWNRX as well in their shadow. Everybody else kind of sat on the outside. The southeast side is particularly interesting. There's 2 teams there that may have to fight, may not actually, because they can sort of sit far enough away from one another. But the west side as well, there are 3 teams there who are more than likely going to have to find conflict in one direction or another. Now, they could try and upset the balance in the middle, they could try and sweep out wide, or they could go and find the fight with each other.
And we've seen Regnum Carya in similar situations before. Question is, what can they do now that they have this key position smack dab in the middle of the zone? Couple of other squads to play with and against at the same time. They can kind of cover any angles and not allow any pushes towards that center. But we'll see how many teams will actually survive, because 15 squads at the moment, 13 and a half minutes in, going on to 14. Those numbers are going to go down slowly but surely as the zone closes in bit by bit.
Starting to make our way forwards. Wolf. They forgot the W. Should be Wolf. That's how you spell it normally. If they're going by their logo anyway. Have one player down. They should be able to res here. Stage 3. They've got not too long actually to make this one work. They need to make sure that that one sticks. Otherwise the blue zone will start to out-damage the res. And they'll need to try and drive him on forward still. Should be survivable there. And they should be able to distribute that. The players that now are down are going to start to struggle to get these revives coming on through. So there's no more recalls going to be really available realistically. They are still technically open for just a bit longer, but they will have to get back on the bike. Here's the shift. It heads out towards the east side here, but keeps that central area that was occupied by Regnum, Carya, and Falcons still in this one.
And they're still in the middle of the zone. Meanwhile, 6 squads from the west are going to have to make a move and enter the zone. How many will make it and how many won't? Galatasaray feeling the pressure now. They have 2 eliminations, but they're down to 2 players at the moment. Lozen and Quacks at the moment up against KB. What can KB do here? Swash. Just trying to see if he can find one more elimination with the nade, and I think that one shot might have exposed his location. He was able to get one knock, but Marso from the distance looks like he will steal that elimination away and get himself a point for him and his team. And we move on now to Ano Famagusta.
Good to be taking some punishment as well in the middle of the circle. That's going to open up an area near Regnum Carya to try and move on forwards. As we see now, Farvoice, they are doing all right here. Four players alive, 2 elims on the cards, but the blue zone now enveloping them. That's a lot of damage that they're taking from that zone. They need to make the most of today. Of course, we were looking at them as one of our teams that doesn't really have too many options moving on forward, so we'll see what they can do here. And they really desperately want to stay up as 4, but that is very much easier said than done. They are now in 16th place as they were at the start, but they'll continue to try and climb.
They will continue to try and climb. I still see Soulless at one of the recall stations, so he might attempt to actually revive the rest of FVG, and it looked, or rather ULF, if they manage to get into any troubles. But we're going to be focusing on to Farvoice one more time. Wagner Zada with that nade. Look to deal a decent bit of damage. Hits Aleksovic, but still there's no enough damage for an opening for a knock. Whips out that M4. Again, still not enough damage. Spraying away, pumping away with that S12K. They're starting to feel that pressure. They do have 6 eliminations. They did get a decent amount of points. But the zone, again, starting to close in bit by bit, forcing this fight to end, forcing the teams to make a move towards the zone. And now we're going to start seeing the teams that have been playing edge of zone constantly maybe get themselves a couple of free eliminations coming their way. Wild! Let's fly, but no successful shots found onto Aleksovic.
That is now 3 of our teams who came in for today's games eliminated, as we add Farvoice to that. So whilst they get 3 points on the game, they do need to keep a little bit higher of a tally. It's a little bit of a lost opportunity here for Farvoice. They won't be able to benefit from the point scoring bonanza that is introduced here in Rondo. Unfortunately for them. Falcons did manage to get all of their players back up and alive and will be playing on as 4. So a really good result for them. They'll be very happy with that, with 6 elims, a nice defensible position. Of course, the respawn beacons are now taken away, right? You can't get any more respawns. Falcons were sat right on top of them. The only respawn beacon in the zone as it stood. But now that is disabled. It will not be available anymore. So good for them to be able to find it just at the last moment.
Yeah, I have to say, they were covering it. It didn't look like there was any more left on the map, but their icons on the minimap took that information away from us. Looks like we can't really see everything, John. Some things are hidden from us. Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah, that's what happens. They just get in the way sometimes, you know. These Falcons, they're just, I don't know. Obscuring the vision.
Clip their wings.
Yeah, exactly. They need to, you know, be a little bit more respectful of what we're trying to look for. No, of course, that recall beacon on the south side, but it's not going to be needing to be defended anymore because it's not going to have any value. Maybe a little bit of a little bit of sentimental value, but nothing really beyond that. A knock sent over to them, though, by Anathosis Famagusta, who are playing as two. So not really a big threat of this getting rolled over, but the nade could be dangerous. Regnum Carya going to be hearing this all pop off, and they'll poke their noses in, I'm sure.
Might be thinking about a third party. But I'm looking at the minimap right now, and a couple of them are thinking about getting in vehicles and maybe just moving a little bit closer, getting themselves some better cover in the zone as it starts to close now. And the duo of Anathosis Famagusta are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not sure where that next move is going to be. And now Falcons, they're setting their sights one more time on IWNRX, the nades from Narvalo. He's dealt with them before, and he decides to deal with them again. How many more times? Oh my lord.
Finally, he's taken out, but Narvalo on the warpath there. He is going to go down for his sins, but he earns a lot of points for the Falcons there. They're up to 10 elims. They're still in a solid spot now, but they are starting to get towards the edge of this one. Bolt finally shut down. That was actually by Zedwolf, not by Redox, who we were on board with. And Silas steals the point away there, which means that it doesn't go to the Falcons' tally. I'll have to try and figure out another way to get above that double-digit mark.
Yeah, but 10 eliminations. I mean, we talked about them in the pre-show. We said we want to see that champion spirit, that champion's performance show up again here in PMSL. And so far, with the way that they've been playing this game, 10 eliminations, 3 players still alive. If they can make it into the next zone as 3, they could still do a decent bit of damage. But for now, 2 teams stand in their way. CO, that he's just going to town with the pickaxe.
I mean,
you can't dig yourself out of this one.
It takes a long time to make any sort of reasonable hole to be able to use as cover, but it can mildly affect the geometry, right, that you're playing with. It can be a bit unexpected as well sometimes if there's like that a tiny little ridge that someone's playing behind on super low profile and you know that it's good against a very specific angle. It can be useful. Obviously, the destroyable terrain, not a massive thing that we've been seeing. It's very hard to incorporate in such a fast-paced environment when you're forced to move so frequently.
Especially now with the zone closing in and shifting in just a few short moments. Find out where you'll have to make a move. And the thing is, with it shifting towards the north, Regnum, Carya, Ano, and Milas being the last person, 3 players from Falcon, and of course Kara, who are once again at full strength. These teams are going to have to find a way into the zone, and it's not going to be an easy one, especially with KB being on the precipice of getting in as well. 8 teams alive, not all of them will make it into this next one, and Z-Wolf makes sure that Ano end their journey in this game here in 8th place.
Taking them down a peg or 2. Still, they get 8 points on the match, and it's a good result, kind of no matter what at this stage, to be able to find that. Kara looking for the shots over the way to try and make their path in easier, but Ralph is harrying them from the back lines there. You can see where he's set up right now. He's just waiting for them to make their move to try and find a knock. And actually, they are down to 2 players, but with 10 elims already, they have done a lot of work. Pusher launching a nade back on over, but has to back off the angle. Can't really afford to stay too much longer. And in fact, there's the nade from Ralph. Puts another one in, and he's not wasting any time. Lewis is going to try and suppress that rotation, but his teammate's down. And now it is all up to Ralph. The IGL has to make his work happen. And Lewis is low. Doesn't really have too much strength around this tree. Will be able to shut it down, though, nonetheless. And Falcons finally slowed down a touch.
Slowed down to a halt. As every single one of their members has been taken out. Kiss you with that molly onto Hardman. I'm not sure Hardman can do anything about it. No, take out your gun! Take out your gun!
Oh.
What doing? No! Again! He was pushing you. There was no need. Hardman should not have survived that fight, but the fact that he did, the fact that he pushed, but Ezel will be there to retaliate and respond. This nade, though, from Keystone could do a lot of damage, and it does. Gets a knock onto Ezel. Now you see Storm. This next one, again, the damage could be massive. Ooh, not enough to get the knock, though. Not enough to secure it, but he knows exactly where he is.
Taking a lot of risks stepping outside there. Complete broadside to teams across the way. That all they need to do is take a look, but could potentially be dangerous. The res coming through in the meantime as well. And it needs to be picked up now for Bra if they want to keep this one going. And lovely nade in from Storm as he returns to sender. Looks for more as well. Pluto on the corner. Could be under threat, but no. Push back up the stairs. Will be able to find the retreat, but I don't think he's going to be able to get this res. It will be confirmed by Storm.
Will be confirmed, and the rest of Bra will be pushing up. They will secure that last one onto Quantum. Or rather onto Pluto from Asgard Esports. Our invite from Azerbaijan. And they will claim 5th place. And now we see Regnum Carya as a full squad. This is what we have been waiting to see from this roster, from this lineup. Carya, the consistency from yesterday continues on into today's games. And here we are as well with a couple of teams that we mentioned in Bra and KAOS Black Esports. All here in the top 4, but only one can claim the chicken dinner onto Rondo. Will it belong to Group B or will it belong to Group C?
We'll have to wait and see if there is going to be a new addition to those chicken dinner winner titles from the new group playing on in today. Regnum Carya, they're having a good time. I feel like this is exactly what I wanted to see today, though. Both Falcons getting huge elim points, getting up into, what was it, 6th, 5th place, something like that, and earning a lot of points here. Regnum Carya surviving into the top 4 now and looking to try and keep that going. They've also got a healthy elim tally. They've got up to 8 elims there. You can see Zedwolf starting to earn his paycheck now with the 4 that he's been able to find. He has been on the swivel. But that's not to say that the rest of the team aren't doing bits as well. You can see Wild there chiming in with 3 elims as well.
Azurewolf was it multi-time MVP in previous PMSLs, PMPLs, PMCOs. You can change the name, but you can't change the player. His performance has always been top tier. Now, can you get a much-needed chicken dinner that can relieve so much pressure for you and this team in the first stage of competition? Carya on the other side, they are down to 3 players. Marso being the only person that's not available. That nade, though, could spell doom. Just spells duh. Not enough damage to take down the players from Carya, but the nades are still going. They're still coming, and finally, the damage is enough to knock one down at least, forcing CEO to push up a little bit more. Not sure if both of them have actually been knocked down. Doesn't seem that way, and the revive should be possible.
These deployable covers, as you could see them, dropped out over this terrain as well, giving Regnum Carya a couple more peeking angles over towards KAOS Black as well on this south side, and it does increase their flexibility in terms of that. You can't just hold a single angle as KAOS. You do need to be a little bit more reactionary to those peaks, which is always a lot harder, especially if they know where you are. Carya also trying to leverage those deployable covers and having the same impact, but unfortunately, they're kind of trapped in one divot rather than a ridgeline that they can move along like Regnum Carya have.
Yeah, Regnum have a little bit more room to work with. May have found a knock with the, I want to say like with the nades, but in this situation, you cannot push. You have to hold your ground and just play to the zone. The second you do, other teams might catch you out. But Lewis, we see him lay down some more deployable cover. Might be able to give them a couple more spaces to work with, a couple of inches to get into the zone here. This game coming down to a crawl now between these last 4 squads.
Going right down to the wire here. Stage 8 closing in. After that, it will go dead center, which sort of somewhat, well, favors Bra on the inside here, but the numbers still with Regnum Carya. Carya with 2 players active. That nade, doesn't quite connect coming over from Regnum Carya, which is going to be very, very fortunate. I don't think Lewis is getting rezzed here. Just looking to bait out some shots, maybe give his teammates an angle. Poser takes a heavy, heavy hit, but has to hit the deck. Does have a little bit more time to play with as the blue zone pushing him in now. Storm has angles over this whole field and starting to step up in terms of their stalwart hold across the way. This is a really solid opportunity for Bra. I'm expecting them to get at least second place here.
Let's see if they can do that. If they can secure the second place. Just gotta wait until the final moments. Let this fight between Carya and Regnum Carya wrap up. Try and focus on KB as they are close to you. And Rolex, Swash, and Dakunma. Regnum Carya not able to find those final touches that they need to wrap up the fight. The longer it goes, the worse it gets for Regnum, as every single other team is going to get closer and closer to the center of the zone. And right now, Rolex seems to be the one in the best position possible. And finally, Regnum, with those nades, swinging with the Yogg, they take down Carya by KB and Bra now jumping into the fight. This means that we could see a third party from Regnum Carya, and we could see a chicken dinner finally going to them.
Could potentially be going their way. On the middle, though, we still got Rolex from KAOS Black. 2 entrants for the new group today in this final circle, but they're facing off against Regnum Carya, who are on a bit of a tear right now. They were able to get up to that 10 elim threshold as well. Zedwolf pushed back as soon as he tries to step forwards, and now it's going to be where they start to struggle. A nade layered on top of that. Rolex looking to burn them away as well. He is now out of utility. Not really too much to play with, but fortunately, he's close to the edge. It steps up for Silas. Now only 2 players for Regnum Carya. I don't think they've got time for the reses to come on through, but Bra going to have to move as well. Can Loxy hold his nerve here? Does he have the cover to make it work? There's a nade over the top. He's going to send it all the way over, but no, Rolex gets that final blow. Oh, what a sliver of HP. He's just about alive. Has to outrun the blue zone, or he's going down. Still with Zedwolf and Loxy, they've got a little bit more to play with. Rolex is now taken down, and across the way, it's 3 players on Bra to deal with.
Yeah, but one of them has gone down. Ezel, a little bit overzealous, peeks and gets taken down. Quantum taking a lot of damage as well. Loxy and Wolf peeking together at the same time, and now it's a 2v2 Storm. Forced to move because of the zone, not able to take down all those players from Regnum Carya. It's all up to Zeewolf in the final moments of the game, and he is up to the task. Regnum Carya, get the job done and get the chicken dinner.
Really nice stuff from Regnum Carya, nice and controlled there. I knew Bro were going to be doing well. It did get to second. As 3, that is where that big doubt comes in, right? The number of sightlines available. Unfortunately for Regnum Carya, right towards the end, though, they had those 2 knocks sent their way. I thought they were going to be done and dusted at that point onwards, but no. They were able to hold their nerve, and I don't know why I ever doubted Zedwolf, right? It looks like we're not going to have a new group entry to the chicken dinner tallies just yet. Instead, that goes over to Regnum Carya, and that is such a beautiful game for them to find. That game on its own basically sees them completely safe into the next stage of this tournament, which is a brilliant way to start your day. A very similar story for the Falcons as well, who got placements and 10 elims. They were on 36 before, so they should be close to that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, that they should. And when it comes to Regnum Carya, I believe they should be on 12, if not 13 eliminations at the end of that game, essentially doubling the amount of points. They are going to be on that 45, 46 point mark, which is exactly the kind of threshold that we're talking about if you want to be in the top 20. Falcons, easy peasy for them, but the other teams that didn't really make it on the other end, Farvoice, didn't really have an opportunity to showcase their capabilities in their 7th out of the 12 games that they're going to be participating in. They're still sitting at like 16 points, I believe, for that squad. So the later we get on into the day, the more pressure they're going to start feeling on their shoulders, and it's going to get more and more difficult for this team to have any kind of chance of fighting. We did see a couple of the other teams that started with their first match, specifically S2G, only having 1 elimination, 1 point in that entire game. Not the best of starts, but again, because you are starting to play on day 2 and you will be there on day 3, it should realistically be an easier time for you, because you will know what's the threshold that you need to cross.
Yeah, in terms of mentality, sure. In terms of like mathematically, it's the same. Everyone's playing 12 matches, right, on the same map, so there's no like technical easier days or anything like that. But you're right. It is purely about a state of mind situation, which is what coaches are there for. It's what support staff are brilliant for. Is these scenarios. They are there to keep the team on a level, right? They are there to not always coach them in terms of the game specifically, but coach them in terms of being a professional athlete, because that is what these players need to keep in mind at this level, certainly. And I think it's really what shows between when you look at bigger orgs versus smaller is the quality of support staff and the value that they bring in terms of just keeping everyone calm and being a relaxed person in intense situations is incredibly valuable. I don't know if you've ever talked to from Falcons coach Pecco during the games. He's like, he certainly comes across as very chill. Whether that's how he feels on the inside is different. But either way, that's kind of all that matters, right? If he has the capability to be very relaxed and laid back in those scenarios where things really aren't going their way, that's a beautiful asset to the team. It can really impact mentality.
Yeah, and I want to say just the impact that the support staff can have on the player, both in game, during competition, and out of the game as well. I want to say it has grown over the past couple of years, and it's gotten better and better, and it's gotten easier for the players to be able to handle and deal with those kind of pressures. And Z-Wolf definitely handled the pressure in the best way possible in those final moments, because one bullet either way, and the game could have gone to either one of those teams. But the player at the end of that first game, that is the MVP. It is going to be Narvalo. We've seen, I think, like that entire scoreline that we see in front of us, that is just IWNRX, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
I mean, all those stats.
Also, S2G.
Yes.
As well. Remember, right at the start of the game, Narvalo was pivotal in terms of taking down S2G entirely, right?
Yes.
It's not often with the recall system that you see a squad immediately eliminated, but he was the linchpin in that scenario. He forced Carya away as well with the rest of his team. They had a really good start to this game. I really liked that flex out position that he was going for, and it worked absolute wonders here for the Falcons. They got a load of points on board. It's going to put them into the safe threshold, and we can stop worrying about them for now, for a little bit, in terms of qualification.
Yeah, that we can. And we set our sights onto the teams that will be playing the last of their games today as well. We mentioned already when we're talking about some of those teams from Group B. Well, we'll get back to those in a little bit as we get to see the statistics from the entire match. Z-Wolf with the most eliminations, tied with Narvalo at 6, but it's Wild with the most damage at the end of that one. I mean, Regnum Carya have been moving from, I would say, like after they got their position in Zone 2, it just made it so much easier for them to get to the late game, and they were finally able to use that position that they had and get the eliminations that they did.
That's what they're looking for here. Wild with the most damage there, 1,118 there. Most Elim 6. It's interesting that Narvalo is neither of those, right? As we take a look at Regnum Carya Esports stats across the board there, you could see Zedwolf, he got 6 Elims, sure, but he only got 400 damage. Wild was doing so much work for the team coming on in. So, yeah, brilliant stuff. A team effort, and Zedwolf, a little bit flashy in terms of those numbers, but you know, the real stat hounds will figure that one out. Lickety split.
Aren't you the real stat hound here?
Yeah, and I figured it out. Did you not notice?
Okay. Yeah, true. Yeah, fair.
When that happened.
he got me. Yeah, I like having that kind of I want to say ability to for you to bring on stream. Your statistical prowess is unmatched when it comes to PUBG Mobile
noticing
talents.
when one number is higher than the other. That's
very much so. Yeah, specifically that. Yeah. I mean, look, it's better. I barely did math on stream yesterday, so let's not go there.
Hey, look. You know what? A lot of analyzing data isn't about the ability to actually do the analysis. It's about asking the right questions. And statistics in general should always answer a question. That's when statistics are useful. So, for instance, who did the most work for a team? That's when you look into the stats, and when you see, oh, he got 16 but oh, he didn't do that. So, and that all just comes from asking the right questions and then going out and finding the stats to answer that question and falsify the alternatives to your hypothesis. We're getting into a bit of a stats lesson here, but it's fascinating stuff.
Listen, I want to say like we teach the viewers a lot of things on these streams, specifically mathematics and statistics, because that is the language that we speak here on this broadcast. And you know what? First game of the day wrapped up within the first hour on stream. Very happy with that one. Can't wait for us to go back to normality now, as we have 3 Erangels in a row, and we have, of course, that double Miramar. No more shenanigans, no more recalls. It's back to regularly scheduled PUBG Mobile programming, shall we say.
Yeah, let's go with that. We're up to a 32-player lobby right now as we're getting everyone loaded in. They're coming in fairly thick and fast. And we'll be going to be heading on in fairly shortly. Let's take a look at a couple of the replays there. Obviously, that early game, I think we've already passed it, where S2G fell out right at the start. Hopefully they'll stick around for longer this time around. We saw a lot of mid-game shenanigans that we're kind of expecting now on Rondo as it comes through. And in general, that's the story, right? Messy, embroiled early games that spill into messy, embroiled mid-game rotations and end up in difficult scenarios. And I feel like over time, they will develop and they will find a footing, right? They will be able to look a little bit cleaner in these early games. But I think that future is maybe a little bit of a ways off. Maybe next year, if Rondo's still around.
I mean, it only jumped in now. I highly thought they're... You know what? I don't know. The decision at the end of the day is made by people that I have no idea about. So it's their choice, their decision. But if they get to keep it, I'll like it. If they don't, oh well. We move on to the match ranking. And of course, the 13 eliminations, the 23 valuable points that Regnum Carya have gotten. So yes, they literally just doubled the amount of points from day one with this one game. And this is what we mean when we say one game can change absolutely everything, specifically when we're talking about 20 teams out of 24 qualifying, or even 16 teams out of 20 qualifying. 1 or 2 good games can do you wonders. Bruh, with their first game on the board, 13 points. Falcons with the 10 eliminations they were able to secure, in the ridiculous performance that we've seen from Narvalo. Carya are consistently still putting up numbers, which I honestly am very happy to see for that roster, getting themselves 11 points alongside Asgard Esports, and of course KAOS Black with 10, and the rest of the teams. In Fenerbahçe, the worst game that we've seen from them so far. Keep in mind, they've had an average of 10 points per game. And this is the first time that we've seen them with 0 points, I believe, in the leaderboard. But they should still be holding on to the lead for now.
For the time being, there are still some teams fairly out of reach. I mean, Regnum Carya, they won't be able to jump all the way up just yet. Obviously, Bra not playing yesterday. Carya, they're the team that's sort of closest by to Fenerbahçe, but you're right, they are still up there. 60 points for Carya. We're looking at a lot of teams start to look nice and safe, including, of course, the BOARS. They're feeling fairly chill about proceedings. All they need to do is get a couple of points tomorrow. Of course, not playing today to be able to stay up in those top spots. And it's good to see the Falcons here. They weren't on the front page at the end of yesterday, but they now do have, of course, 48 points. They're getting up there and getting safer by the second. Actually ahead of Regnum Carya, which I didn't quite expect there. But either way, that's where they fall.
Yeah, those teams in the first page should be feeling very comfortable. A little bit more maybe for Anorthosis and for Asgard, but Asgard's not joining us for today's games. They will be back tomorrow, along with Ida and Papara SuperMassive. And a couple of the other teams, actually, 11, 12, 13, 14 as well. Farvoice still sitting at the bottom of that second page with 16 points and 7 games done. 5 more chances, 5 more opportunities. But I haven't seen anything that's making me feel like there will be a performance or there will be a fantastic game from Farvoice Gaming. I haven't seen anything like that that's given me that kind of idea for now. But let's see if they're able to show us something different in the last games. And of course, the third and final page now that we have all 3 groups putting up some points. Don't worry, those bottom 4 teams, they won't be there. Or will
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's of course the bottom 4 teams, the red zone, which will, if you end the week, or well, not the week, if you end these 3 days in that zone, you will be eliminated. But of course, remember, these are the teams that they've only played 1 match. There are teams above them that have played far more matches, and things will start to level out as we go on. We'll never get a full clear picture unless we look at the averages that you earn per match. So maybe I'll work on a spreadsheet in one of the breaks that we've got. So I can take a better look at things there. But yeah, I think you're on the money with Farvoice. I mean, you've got players on there who have been in the PUBG Mobile circuit for years and years and years. You've got Terminus and Inaus on the roster who. These guys, like from Game Lord back in the day, I think, moving into SBG, who are some of the Falcons and a few other rosters playing around Europe, and then Terminus as well, who I think has a long history with Shockwave, and also a little brief encounter with SBG as well. And these guys should be posting performances, but you can see. What honestly at this stage you can kind of see why they fell by the wayside, and it feels fairly brutal to say, but when you're looking at who's moved forwards as these other rosters and into what those other rosters have become, you can see the difference, and it's fairly clear in terms of the quality.
And the thing is, like, this is one of the teams that qualified through the European series. They didn't really have a lot of opportunities to play against some of the strongest teams. But again, you said it yourself. They're very, very experienced. Maybe just not able to adapt every single time, not able to find a way to improve their skill level over the past couple of weeks. And the thing is, I want to say having tournaments like, you know, the European series, like PMCO Eastern Europe, it gives an opportunity for all these new names to prove themselves. One of the teams that I'm very happy to see, I guess, performing throughout this entire year has been Kodiak, or 4FS, in PMSL EU. They had an incredible run in the last split of PMCO EU. Weren't able to qualify to PMSL, though. This time they were able to qualify. They're having decent performances, and they're not really affected by that pressure. They're not playing today, but just wanted to mention them as one of the teams that kind of just showed up this year, performed exceptionally well, and are consistently trying to improve, trying to get to that next stage of competition, and just trying to become the best versions of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a really interesting intersection that we do get at PMSL level, is this intersection between teams that are really pushing up and teams that are using it as a platform to get to PMGC at the end of the year, and sort of expecting that. The amount of information flow that is gained by those teams pushing up from the lower ends is really, really incredible. And the value that they can get from that is really, really, really insane. The question is, what do they do with that? Because they're being given an opportunity that lots of people would they'd give their right arm for, or maybe not for PUBG Mobile specifically. Maybe left foot, a little bit more easy to play.
Yeah, because they need to play with their... Yeah,
exactly. They need their hands. But yeah, the information, the learning that they can gather from playing in lobbies like this, having access to these players on a fairly regular basis, is really, really important and can't be understated. And that's what we talk about at a global level as well, right? Having access to those international lobbies is such a massive benefit for teams who have consistently been able to get to those stages. I'm looking at S2G, I'm looking at Falcons, right? These teams have great access to coaches, support staff, to players from all around the world. All it is a question of language barriers at that stage.
And the thing is, I love seeing players compete in multiple regions as well. Like, for example, Rauf used to compete with NGX in the MENA region, and now he moved over, working alongside the Falcons and a European roster to compete in PMSL EU. First time around early on this year, was able to secure it. So being able to adapt to playing different regions and gaining so much experience from playing against so many different organizations, so many different rosters, you garner so much that helps you, I want to say, in future competitions. But ladies and gentlemen, the competition continues as our second game is underway on Erangel. Nice little smooth plane path just south of Zarki to just south of Milta Power, and a northern first circle A lot of interesting POIs in Rozak, Yasnaya, and Severny being present. Where will the zone take us? We will find out in a few more moments, but it looks like IWNRX looking for a little bit of a scouting towards Zarki, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, with Swain. Okay.
Yeah, this is a Zarki drop. I mean, it was like right at the start of the plane path. The advantage that they'll have for this is, of course, being able to loot up really quickly, unless they're in the sky. I'm very confused by Swain's decision. I mean, maybe he was just trying to grab it and have it available for later, but he's kind of parked it in a bit of a naff position there.
Yeah, not the best
needs to
parking.
be readjusted for takeoff, because that is far from ideal. I'm sure it'll be fine, but if he wants to use it further on. Also, I don't really see the value of using it to rotate over land. It draws so much attention, and people will see you from very far away. So, yeah, I question the use of the glider there. Might have just been better to use the parachute to get to where you wanted to go originally.
I mean, the plane path started from there. You didn't even need the parachute to get to Zarki.
Exactly. Like, drop down, just use your parachute, go to where you wanted to be. Unless he's going to use the glider for something later on that I'm unaware of, I'll be interested to see what that might be.
You know what? We'll follow up on IWNRX and their journey in this first game, and whether that glider will be put to use or not, that question will be answered. But another question that we must pose: are there any hot drops? Looking towards the map, no sir. No recalled mechanic, no risks need to be taken. All teams seem to be in their own POI. Military base is empty, no one's there. That was the Noisy Boys' drop from yesterday. And FVG continue on taking over Novo without any issues. Looking towards the rest, Regnum, Carya, trying to go for the exact same building they had yesterday. And it looks like Z-Wolf and Loxy will be opening up that elimination feed 4 minutes into the game as they secure that first one onto Bruh. And it looks like Bro were also sending a couple of their players to claim that same compound, but they were not able to. So Regnum Carrier continuing to perform in this game so far. But let's see if they are able to hold their ground. Or maybe if they're going to be forced to move because of the zone.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Regnum Carya did this exact rotate yesterday. Bra looked to try and contest that today. They figured out that, oh, no, probably shouldn't do that. What Regnum Carya did as well was they moved players around towards the north as well on a split, so we'll be looking out for that to see if that is going to be spotted or punished, or if they're going to try something different. It looks like they're actually flexing out to the west, so potential for a 2-2 split there. At the moment, I think there's only 2 players on that northern side, so maybe they want to bolster their position. The remnants as well over that bridge that Carya played yesterday, and holding out down to the south side towards, I think that's ULF, coming on in from that south edge around school, around apartments.
I believe it is ULF. And I'm looking at the split from Regnum Carya at the moment. If Loxy and Wild get pressured, it might take a little bit of time for any assistance to come in. But we look towards IDA at the moment as they're rotating from Gatka with an easy entrance into the zone. Next to Pochinki, that's taken over by the Falcons for now. S2G still chilling in Ferry Pier. Primor's Quarry split up. Not really close to each other, but no one's near them at all for at least another 1.5 kilometers, so no worries there. You know what? Another team that's been exceptionally quiet? Jetgo.
That's true. Yeah. Were you expecting them not to be?
I mean, I wasn't expecting them to be crazy. It's just curious to see what they're going to do in today's games.
Yeah, I mean, you know, first match, and I'm very willing to just wait and see what is going on with the rest of it there. So I'm not unhappy that they're doing that. I didn't really expect them to be doing that. I think the only team that, well, 2 teams really that I would have expected is IWNRX and S2G to potentially have had a good, strong first game. But again, the recall system, etc., 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 caveat after caveat, I can keep delivering them to you as long as you like. But it's still very early days for them. Not that they have too many more matches to play around with, right? 12 games is a sprint. It's a very short set of games.
That it is. It's 12 games in the group stage, 12 games, not even 12 in the survival. It's 10 games in the survival stage, 5 matches a day. which, now that I think of it, I think that might be one Rondo, double Erangel, and double Miramar. Or maybe a 1-3-1 split, map-wise. We'll find that out later. We'll find out who's going to be playing that later as well. In a while, that is. Later's kind of... It's not a long enough amount of time. Much later?
At
Still
some
doesn't help.
point in the future.
At some point in the not-so-distant future is what I'm going to stick with.
Oh, well. It'll happen at some point. You just won't know when. Falcons, right now, they are holding on towards Rozhok. I think I mixed up the colors there on Regnum, Carya, and Falcons, looking for a split. It looks like Falcons are holding further down. Oh, no, wait, hang on. No, it is Regnum, Carya playing to the east of Rozhok, right? And the Falcons are on Rozhok itself. Okay, that's very confusing set of colors on the map there.
No, wait, yes. Regnum, Carya, you got a couple towards the eastern side of Rozhok. Rest of Falcons are on the western side of Rozhok, and then you have the other duo from Regnum in the Wizard Tower towards the north of that little bridge.
Yeah, I'm looking to see when Regnum Carya look to regroup. Obviously, right now, there's no firm decision north or south of that river, so they're holding a position to the south side. We saw them hedge their bets like that yesterday, leaving Silas on the northern shore, who did end up going down for it, but got a little bit of value from that position. Could maybe have made an earlier decision to do so, but we're waiting for this next stage to pop to know where we're going. And of course, it doesn't have to decide now. It might just be really cruel and center up on Yaz Lake.
True, it could do that. Distance hasn't increased that much, but we'll have a look at the zone, and it is going to be north. And good lord, what a northern shift that is. And instantly you see every single person on that map rotating, scrambling, trying to find the best position to take control of with this shift.
Yeah. Looks like on the north side, Fenerbahçe are going to have potentially prime pick of the positions to the northeast side of this circle. They can have a lot of impact here in terms of suppressing everyone and forcing everyone to fight on the southwest side. Potential for teams to rotate in far around the north. I think that's what IWNRX are doing. They're giving the slip to the circle and trying to move out that way. Jetgo as well, who, playing, as you said, a little bit quieter than maybe you would have liked, or are going to be following in their footsteps, so potential conflict there. Falcons suppressing a rotation they've seen around them. They're hopping out left and right, popping up like weasels to be able to take those shots, and that is nothing that Ketch can do about it. Unfortunate for Earth. Oh.
Yeah, it looked very unfortunate for Falcons because Rauf had a little bit of a driving accident, flipping over his vehicle. Then you heard the noises of the buggies from ULF surrounding him on all sides. But I want to say they handled it pretty well. They didn't lose any players, they didn't have any knocks, they got a quick elim, and they move on. They get themselves a decent position into the zone. Regnum Carya are the ones that are, again, in the middle because they had that Wizard Tower earlier on. They were in a better position to rotate. Jetgo take over Severny. I'm surprised IWNRX didn't take Severny. They decided to go a little bit more east on the zone, and just south of them is where you will see Fenerbahçe.
Trying to take it. For anyone who has been following PUBG Mobile for a while and is wondering about a notable name lack in our tournament, of course, roster is picked up from Fireflux. So if you are a fan of Fireflux, that is the similar team, of course, bringing in I believe Eren. Is a different addition there on the roster coming on through, but they're playing with the majority of that roster that you can see. So this is the old Fireflux roster acquired by ULF. I don't know if the points carry over for PMGC though, so it could potentially be a little bit of a detriment to them if they're looking to try and score points that way. But in general, I hope that they can put off a better performance than the 2 points they were able to find in match one. But with 3 players alive, their chances are a little bit limited.
Yeah, for example, right now, yes, they did get a knock onto one of the players from Asgard Esports. But in this kind of, say, a little bit of an open ground and too many teams, too many areas to kind of worry about, can't really go for a push. Best thing you can do is kind of hold on and just wait for the zone to make the next play. And IWNRX are one of the teams that benefit the most from this, having, once again, a nice little centralized location. Fenerbahçe are pretty happy with their placement as well. Regnum Carya deciding we mean business and we want to make a move as well. Falcons try to pull up to him, but not quick enough, and Regnum Carya get away with it.
Yeah, these big shifts up towards the north are causing a lot of problems now, and it is going to be ULF trying to hold and allow these teams to move around them, but take shots and chunks out of them as they go. Regnum Carya on the defense and actually having a pretty tough time of it, all things considered. IWNRX really beat them to the punch. We were talking about that set of rotations earlier and seeing what they can do. It's at times like this where you see the Falcons right on the edge that you have to remember that in about a minute and a half, somehow they're going to miraculously be in the best center spot in the circle. It's going to happen, I guarantee it. Just watch and wait, because they love this sort of play.
You know, I'm going to keep my eyes on them on that minimap and hopefully break it down for you lovely folks watching at home. Let you know exactly how they will be making that rotation. Jetgo and Ceylon Symphony currently setting their sights onto Regnum Carya and just trying to deal as much damage as possible. Regnum have a couple of vehicles. They have a couple of trees for cover. Carya Esports getting taken out though. But again, for now, their main goal is top 20 out of the 24. Yes, there is a prize pool for the league stage, for the survival, and of course for the grand finals of the competition. But still, you want to get as many points as possible. You want to be feeling great at the end of every single stage. Just boost you and your team's morale.
Absolutely. I feel like that's kind of one of the main things that teams at the top can certainly get from games like this and from stages like this, from teams looking to just try and make sure, you know, okay, yeah, no, we do know how to play this game. We are really good at this one. That's what they're sort of looking for, and that's what Falcons and Regnum Carya were able to find in match one, that sort of morale boosting performance. So we'll be keeping an eye out for those continuing. More knocks coming on through. Obviously only one team now playing on. Sorry, not playing on in this match. The nade sent over by Merciless, not quite connecting to Regnum Carya. It is this exit from Severny that has got so many teams looking to try and push past this. We've got two of them on our screens right now. Obviously, Regnum Carya kind of at the peak of it. And then you've got, behind them, you've got Jetgo. I think, yeah, you've got, I can't quite see, that's SHOCKWAVE behind them. You've got ULF as well, and there's two more teams actually still in Severny and still looking to make their way on in. You can see S2G actually trying to send towards the B. Circle drops and keeps Fenerbahce's position in, up on the Stalba foothills.
And that they do, and I think we might be witnessing the rotation that you talked about when it comes to the Falcons. You can track that on the minimap, and you can also see S2G going to town, getting themselves a couple of eliminations, not getting eliminated early on, and Farvoice will be taken down. 1 point only to speak of for that game. Falcons losing Rauf, losing Redox. In that rotation, they might be able to make it into the center, but they will not survive as a full squad. They should be able to get a couple more points though. We'll continue following that. Regnum Carya, the ones that were able to hold this position with their vehicles, with their smokes for the longest time, decide finally, okay, this might be the time to move, as too many squads are pulling up out of Severny.
Hey, you know what? They didn't get there with 4 players, but Falcons are in a circle center position right now.
I mean, you weren't wrong. You weren't wrong.
Yeah,
You called it.
I was both right and wrong at the same time, right? Which is probably the most frustrating situation. But either way, they will be able to play on for a little bit longer. They currently sit just northwest of Fenerbahce, and will be trying to hold on to their spot for just a little bit longer. They're playing a little bit more passive. And in general, that is kind of the Falcons' play style. Strong rotates, hold strong positions, defend them. Sometimes go for a wild snake through on the circle. And,
a lot of the times get eliminated halfway through
and that nade is going to make it harder. It's going to make it harder with a nade sent your way.
Just a little bit.
I find it much more difficult to do things when I've been naded.
That's why you try to rush. Well, if it's a close quarter situation. If not, well, deal with it.
Hey, look, you
Not
know,
much
not everyone
can
can be as gifted as you are in the close quarters combat scenario.
Oh,
And they look at the top from S2G.
If
Oh,
you
I'm being
think
fully
I'm
sarcastic
gifted,
right now.
oh,
Don't worry.
100%. You can't, yeah, there's no way.
S2G looking to try and move in from that beach side and swell down towards Jetgo's position, try and play that other side of the pneumatic press that will be enacted upon them from the teams on the south as well. There is really nowhere to go, and Jetgo fall out of the fray. They are once more staying quiet here as they go down in 13th place.
Yeah, they managed to secure 2 eliminations, but the fight for STG is still not done as Shockwave are the next challenger to pull up to that gas station. Icy left on his own in a 1v3. Hamsi trying to survive and actually provide a little bit of assistance, not able to. Icy down to a blinking health bar. That nade from Takimi will put him on the ground, and now it's all up to Kalse with this shotgun. He's trying to jump and find an opening right next to the wall, but IWNRX, and it is going to be Frozen that takes him out. S2G land in 12th with 4 eliminations, no placement points to be spoken of. And again, a little bit of a rough start to their journey here in PMSL. Falcons now down to that one player in Narvalo, and he is surrounded on all sides by Fenerbahçe, by ULF, by Regnum, by IDA. You can't really move from this location. You just have to hold your ground and hope for the best, unless you get naded like that.
Oh dear. That is not friendly to see. A shift up to the northwest side on the circle is going to force teams from those Stalber foothills positions, and it is going to be pretty dastardly. It looks like, yeah, the Falcons continue to suffer in the foothills, in fact, going out there. Regnum Carya having a pretty good time, and IWNRX, who have moved here so early on, Sandstorm, are going to have such a great time because of it. I don't think... Yeah, they've got 3 elims, actually, which is more than I thought that they might have had, which is great to see. And they've got a really, really strong compound. It's going to be very difficult for them to get dislodged. I'm expecting them to be able to jump up to at least 5th place here. The circle may shift away from them, which is why I'm putting a little bit of a dampener on that.
Yeah, I think they have been making great decisions in terms of their rotations, because they did have an opportunity to take over Severnia a couple of zones back and then move onwards, but they decided, now we're working towards that late game. We want to be in a better position in the later stages of the game, and they've been doing exactly that, holding onto that compound for now. That gives them so much information, so much room to work with, and still be able to stay safe as a full squad while everyone out of that compound fights tooth and nail to just survive and make it into the zone. Not have to worry about nades like that landing in your lap. We continue as IDA now have a full squad of GS pulling up on them, but they decide we need to make a move as well. It's only a duo, and Amre is on his own. Are you kidding me? Hardman? Hardman trying to go for the tippy toe elimination is insane. He was able to get the job done. Lexus is on his own in the gas station. He can't do anything now.
Trying to get out of there is going to be mighty tricky on the full surround here, but on they go, and Oscar, I think he knows exactly where he's playing against here. Just up onto the edge of that the block that supports the wall. I mean, it is only a nade that can touch him here, right? But could be there's a nade in response under the wall, and that's what he's looking for. Shockwave down and out. They won't be playing on here, and we're down to 7 teams remaining. Very, very quickly starting to drop these teams on the outskirts. This southeast side needs to conclude now. Fenerbahçe look to put more up. It's a nade, but it's traded off, and that is their last player down and out. So can Anno jump up and take that first place from them? They do still have quite a ways to go, and they've already got 5 elims for it. Not in an easy spot by any stretch of the imagination. And with nades being sent that way, that makes it all the harder. An immediate re-knock there onto Spike.
Just as he got up, he hits the ground one more time, but it looks like Anno are not too happy with that. And Ezel just feels a barrage of bullets batter his vehicle. But somehow he's able to tuck tail and run right next to the 2 players from Anno. Milas might not be able to see him. Wagner just continuing, finishing that revive, and finally they managed to go for the push, secure the... And Spike, again, this poor man has been knocked out 3 times in 30 seconds!
Gets knocked down, he gets up again. You fooled me once, shame on you. Fooled me twice, shame on me. Fooled me 3 times, get me back up.
And shame on both of us, honestly.
looking for the spray down, able to strafe across, and Galatasaray not going to be able to withstand it. Unfortunately for Regnum, Carya, they've just lost Wild as well. Zedwolf gets flushed away, and IWNRX are looking to try and penalize their ex-teammate here on the high ground. They will be able to get rid of him, but the rest of his, well, I say the rest of his team, it is just Silas, and he's right back to the blue with shots sent his way, but he steps up and he's like, who's that annoying little gnat on my sidelines? Dealt with, handled. Maniac for a second, looks for more, but it's his teammates. No, it's not. Okay, it's IWNRX who are going to third party on that situation. Silas gave it a good go, but now with 4 teams remaining, we're going to see who's going to go all the way.
Yeah, IWNRX looking to kick off their first day with a win on their first Erangel. Ano looking and hunting for that first place, and Asgard Esports. Lovely little invite from Azerbaijan, a representative from Azerbaijan looking to get as many points as possible in this one. Who knows, maybe even a chicken dinner if they remember. It's 4v4v2, and the fight will continue. Hardman going for a very strong push. Kane not allowing that push to continue, and now it's going to be a straight up 4v4. Ano versus IW next Ruya. Who will get it done? IW have 11 eliminations to their name so far. Can they make it 15?
They've done brilliantly from this compound position that they played. This flex out, I think, is incredibly timely. They've played this very, very well. This is smart play. I'm happy. I don't think that I would adjust anything at this stage. They spread out nicely to third party, these engagements, and they've now got Ano in a box, right? They've really just shunted them into the corner. They're playing as foreshore, but you can see this high ground counterposed by the low ground positions that can see up the hill. It makes it pretty impossible for Ano to move a muscle. They need to find picks if they want to do anything here, which means that IWNRX can't get too aggressive here. They can't get overzealous in these positions. And I'm surprised by the amount of smokes that Kakali's dropping, but it does allow him to get forwards and go for the loot crate. But he gets spotted there. You can see he takes some damage, so big risk being taken potentially by Kakali. But is it going to be worth the reward? I wonder what he was able to pick up.
Well, it better be something that turns the tide in their favor, or at least finds them an opening in this fight. The 6th zone is shutting off and closing in slowly but surely. Both teams are spread out. Seems like there's like a line of scrimmage between the two, which none seem to want to pass at this moment in time. Spike, the man who's been knocked down so many times. Can he get the job done for him and his squad here? Wait for that shift, or at least for the first opening. Frozen thinking, you know what, we should gain more ground. He crosses that line and just tries to brush the area bit by bit, seeing if he can spot out one of the players from Famagusta. And Default is there to give Spike any kind of support if need be. And the thing is, the zone favors IWNRX, so Anorthosis have to find an opening. They are the ones that are going to be feeling the pressure in about 35 seconds when the zone starts to close.
I mean, this is IWNRX's game right now. I don't think that there's anything that Anorthosis Famagusta can do about this with the positions that are being held by IWNX Ruya. There's really no opening. There are no windows that they can potentially even try and sneak through. And that is a really nasty feeling to be coming up against. They're going to have to try and make a rotate. It's on smoke play here, right? It's all about what sort of smokes they have available. They can go for a wide wrap, and that's what they're doing right now. They do have a little bit of cover for the time being, but it's going to be so hard to move. The longer that IWNX Ruya can stay up on that high ground, the more they can control. And a 2-point attack is really Anorthosis' only hope. We'll see if they can get anything done, but you can just see how open it is on the approach. Default having a real tough time of it. The rest of them all in a vehicle. This is 3 players in a car, out in the open, and you've got, this is last-ditch attempt.
That it is.
Down yet?
I don't know, but I see a lot of nades loading. Eliminations should be coming through any second now. Decent bit of damage on both sides for IWNRX and for Ano Famagusta. Finally, Default finds an opening. The trade is there onto Milas as well. It's a 3v3 instantly. 3v2 as Frozen once again levels the playing field. But they secured the elimination onto one of the players, and they're able to get the revive onto Kakali as well. Default again with an opening onto Swain. Trying to see if they can find an opportunity, but the second the smoke fades, Keen is there to take advantage. No revive for Wagner. No health bar, it seems, for Wagner as well. And IWNRX get the chicken dinner on our first Erangel. And I have to say one more time, Turkish supremacy again being present in our games, whether it's day 1 or day 2. These Turkish representatives are on fire.
I mean, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think that that was a beautifully played game by IWNRX. They were in that glut of teams exiting Severny that got really, really messy. And they were able to give that the slip very nicely, very timely on that early. When we had that big north shift north of the river and everybody started moving, they were the ones who took the initiative. They were the ones who got into the compound. And they didn't just sit there with it, right? They knew, they scouted, they were getting information, and they perfectly executed on the plan to move up north, put pressure on these teams fighting in the hills when they knew they cleared out their flanks. I think that was a really impeccably played game of PUBG Mobile from IWNRX, and I'm very glad that they got a lot of eliminations to convert that chicken dinner into a very high point scoring setup right now. And I'm absolutely thrilled that they've been able to do that. I would love to see more.
Yeah, they ended up with 25 points in total after getting 15 eliminations at the end of that game. Now, when I'm looking at the opposite side, though, when I'm looking at how that plan was executed, the 3-man push as default was trying to just buy them some time, getting the attention of essentially every single player from IWNRX, and then the 3-man squad pulled up on the car. I thought the second they survived when they got to that location, I was like, okay, the fact that they survived that most difficult part, I thought the fight was going to go in their favor. But Frozen, time and time again, was able to trade any knock going onto his team. He was able to be there and provide them with the support that they need. So very, very well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Very happy with that. I feel like Fenerbahce could potentially have done a lot better from this position. It's difficult when you've got a lot of teams pushing over towards you, and it might have been a timing issue for them. They held a position on a nice high ground around the Stalba foothills, right? In that area, a lot of teams started pushing in towards them from that south edge to try and take that position away. If they'd have moved into that position from maybe up even further higher up on the hill a little bit later on, I feel like they could have had a better scenario, right? They wouldn't have been the ones playing someone else's game. They could have taken the fight at their own pace and potentially had a little bit more control. But you know, it's easy when we have the mini map, right? You just don't quite know what's going on. But it's interesting. It's an interesting way to conceptualize position, right? Is it changes based on how the blue zone interacts with it. The same position 30 seconds later can be a gold mine, but if you're in it right now, you're getting overrun, and that can be a bit of a game changer there. We saw that final fight coming on through, and Kain actually taking that MVP title with 6 elims, 845 damage, going all the distance in a 25-minute game.
Yeah, stellar performance from him and his roster. One more game like that, and you can basically guarantee yourselves being present in the next stage. Then you'll have your opportunity to make it to the grand finals. But again, still too soon. Who knows? They could have an abysmal performance for the rest of the day and for tomorrow. Highly doubt it for an experienced lineup like IWNRX. But honestly, anything is possible in these kinds of competitions. Looking towards the statistics from the entire map, IW showing up time and time again. Kain with the 6 eliminations, most damage for Swain, and Kirkali with that grenade elimination. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of teams that also get at least one elimination with a grenade. But I think maybe he had the most grenade damage. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what the tiebreaker is beyond that. Right? Is it MVP?
Maybe it's just the winning team.
Is it elims? Yeah, maybe it's team placement. Things like that. The tiebreaker when you talk about position in the tournaments goes to your point scorings, and after the point scorings, it goes to performance in most recent match in terms of placement. Actually, I do need to double check that. It is a long shot tiebreaker, but can occur as to whether it's points or placement that matters in that tiebreaker. But either way, it's kind of mildly irrelevant on that situation there. As we take a look at our stats, you can see fairly evenly distributed performance coming through from IWNRX, and that just goes to play into how pleased I was with their gameplay there. I think there was no weak links, there was no bad portions. They could have been maybe cleaner in the final moments, but they still won it. They still got all the points they needed.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's the victory that matters. It's the points that they gathered that matter. Now, speaking of teams that haven't been able to gather that many points so far in today's games, SHOCKWAVE, we've seen them, I want to say, a couple of situations where they had the opportunity, specifically in that last game, to a third party, just as they were coming out of Severny, I believe zone 4 or 5. There was a couple of fights happening there, but they decided, I want to say, like, they either joined too late or decided not to even go for that fight whatsoever. They're not being as proactive as they should be on their last day here for that group stage. 19 points at the start of the day. They do need to deal a decent bit more damage. They need to get a decent amount of points later on with 4 more games left. Again, threshold being 40, 45, 50. The more, the better. But you just have to make it easier for you.
Yeah, that's what they'll be looking for there. And the closer you get, the better. Again, a little bit later into the game for ULF. We'll see if they're able to pick up the pace. Obviously, Fireflux had a fairly disappointing season in general. They have had a bit of a downturn. I mean, before it was the conversation in 24 and a little bit before that as well was more like S2G or Fireflux, like who's doing well this season, and then maybe you got Regnum Carya pushing on the inside. But then towards the end of it, they started to fall off. S2G. Also a little bit, but it was Regnum Carya who kind of then took up that mantle, IWNRX as well. So I'll be interested to see where the dynamic falls at the end of 2025 as to what we're looking at. Certainly at the end of this season, we'll get a nice barometer, a feeling of how it's going to be moving forwards into PMGC, because I'm expecting to see at least one of them there in the top 3, if not by points qualified from Turkey.
I mean, one of them kind of has to be there specifically. I mean, organizationally, I would look at S2G, one of the previous world champions. You stumbled a couple of times after that, but we're looking for the return of the org. Regnum Carya, they managed to get themselves PMGO earlier on this year. They won the regional tournament a couple of years ago as well between MENA and Europe and Turkey. So they're an organization that has a lot of experience internationally. They have a couple of titles in their name as well. But obviously, the main goal for every single team is to be able to be crowned champions of the world, global champions, and PMGC at the end of the year. See if they're able to do that this time around. If it's even going to be a Turkish or a European representative. I mean, who knows? It could be CSA, it could be another Mongolian victory, could be an American victory. I don't know. Listen, it's all up in the air. Anything can happen.
I feel like it's kind of anyone's game. I think you're right. If you're talking about a global stage, and of course we're moving a little bit from Europe, but we'll go on a tangent for just a moment. I feel like the gameplay quality at PMWC was maybe honestly noticeably lower than I think we've seen in a lot of other global tournaments for quite a while. I think that it was not up to the scratch that we've seen from other tournaments, even regional tournaments that sat before it on the very same season. So I think coming out of that one, gauging the global stage is going to be very, very difficult, and I think that people are going to be maybe unaware of who's looking pretty strong in the current climate, right? Because normally you sit in that mid-season and you think, okay, well, these guys are looking pretty good. Maybe they'll be able to do it. And then you take into account their season and you kind of have an idea moving forwards. But I feel like it was kind of a wash over at PMWC in terms of really getting a true gauge on strength. So I'm very interested to see how all of these teams do regionally. And hopefully it's EU's time to shine. I don't think we've ever had a non-Turkish European representative taking home a global title. So it would be very exciting for that to happen. Not to say I wouldn't love it if a Turkish team did it either, but that's just what I look for is novelty, which they say is the downfall of all critics. An over focus on novelty instead of substance.
Well, I mean, look, at the moment, we are representing the European region, so we'd want the European region / Turkey to be crowned champions. We want to have the best region. But honestly, Yeah, for a second I was just trying to think about the global champions. I'll get back to that in a second. I just want to run down real quick that match ranking from the last game, the 25 points from IWNRX, like you guys boys and girls can see. 15 eliminations to their name. Ano, 12 points tied with Galatasaray. It felt like Galatasaray was eliminated a little bit early on. I'm surprised that they had 12 points at the end. Asgard Gaming with 11, of course, the rest of the teams. But yeah, I kind of want to get back into that topic. I'm thinking about the champions from the global champions. Which regions have actually succeeded and gotten themselves a global championship? Obviously, PEL is one. Indonesia specifically as well with Bigatron.
We've had Southeast Asia a lot of times. If you want to go country specific, then there's a few.
I guess region specific. No, region specific.
Yeah, region specific. We've had CSA. Well, of course, there've been re-regionings as well, because like Mongolia,
yes,
and stuff like that has been a bit choppy in changes. We'll take a look at our overalls. I'm looking at teams like obviously Falcons now at 49, Regnum at 53. These guys very happy about their performance. Some of these teams obviously not playing today, but yeah, I think it has now sort of done a full lap of the globe. I mean, NA always bad, never been good. Really terrible players over in NA.
Agreed.
Really, kind of probably the worst. They're the worst guys. They're the worst guys.
I mean, look, I'm just saying, EU greater than NA. That's all I'll say.
I mean, always has been, always will be. But
That's
we're gonna be hoping that we can get an EU representative. However, I'm not holding out hope. I think it has always been Turkey in this larger region than the Turkey region, right? That they are a part of, that has really been dominant. And they have previously been split. We've previously had other teams from other regions who have joined in on Europe. Obviously, teams like Team Spirit, for instance, is a big notable entry. Although these days, maybe they can keep them. We'll see. But still, that's I was
going to say, don't let Neptura
Africa
hear you,
as well has never had a global champion. I'd love for an African representative to find a global championship. I don't think that they have got currently the skill, but hopefully one day they'll be able to step up and maybe even get a global finals located there.
Maybe. You know what? I feel like that would be kind of sick to kind of just kickstart the region with a global championship, have a nice little host invite, an opportunity for the team to show it. But I would feel like it would be best for a team to just constantly. Well, I guess the way I see it, looking at a team that gets directly invited, let's say if it was to a grand finals, and a team that qualifies to the grand finals, I'm always going to give it to the team that qualified to the grand finals. Having just sitting and waiting as you get an invite instantly to the pinnacle of competition, not having the opportunity to practice, to scrim, to feel what it's like to compete against those teams, I feel like that hurts you more than it helps you in those kind of situations. So I'd love to see them actually qualify the entire way, having an African representative making it from PMCO to PMSL to PMGC.
Absolutely. I don't think we've had a MENA region team in general getting a top spot.
No, the closest we got was Nigma Galaxy 2020, third place.
When you start to include Middle East and obviously NA being North Africa in that acronym, right? Yeah. Then yeah. Which was great, and although I would argue that maybe not.
That was the Sandhawk healing era. Okay, that was the Sandhawk healing era, and that's the only issue I have with the third place that they secured. It's like a lot of there was. I still think I actually did so. You'd be proud. I didn't do spreadsheets, but I just had like a Google Doc of all the points that they secured at every single stage of the competition, from the first regional that they did all the way up until they made it to PMGC. And I was looking at the percentage of points that they got from Sadhawk only, from surviving only, and it was ridiculous. I will try to find it, and I will try to reshare it at some point. But yeah, that's the only problem I guess I had with that, with the placements they got in that global competition. But hey, top three is the highest the region got.
Yeah, Absolutely. It was particularly it's always particularly difficult to get towards the top, but if you want to get towards the top, you need the best equipment, and for that you need the INFINIX GT30 series. Of course, every ranked push, every clutch moment, it's not luck, it's preparation. And if you want to prepare with high FPS, with a gaming phone that doesn't crack, just like true gamers, then of course you can head on down and grab yourself one of those fantastic pieces of kit that all our players are using here at this tournament as well, and they are very happy to be doing so. At least that's what I'm hearing. The carry hashtag has 6 R's. I counted them myself, and that is how many you should put in if you want to use that hashtag on your social media. Post about your brand spanking new INFINIX GT30. I need a new phone, actually, thinking about it. Maybe I can give INFINIX a call.
Just saying.
If I show it on stream, they could give me one, and that would be technically a sponsorship. How about that? That's a good deal. It works for everyone, right?
I mean, I got one I can show right now.
What, an INFINIX GT30? Is it, or is it a previous series? Because it's got to be a GT30. If you're not sure, don't show it, because the GT30 is the only thing we're showing.
I plead the fifth. I'm not going to answer that question.
Excellent. That's probably the right call, I think. And all the right calls are made when you're calling with the INFINIX GT30. That's another function of it. It is actually also a phone, not just a gaming platform that you can use to.
Yeah, but we just want it for games, John. We just
slap down your opponents, you know. Speaking of games, let's play one, because we've got our second Erangel of the day coming your way. The lobby is locked and loaded. We're going to be heading on in just a moment to the skies. A south side plane path here, cutting across that Milta Peninsula over towards Quarry. It shouldn't be too bad. I think this looks a bit more dramatic than it actually is. Teams are just going to be grabbing vehicles and heading north. The only thing that can be exacerbated is potential vehicle hot drops. And I'm looking at the areas south of Pochinki, southwest Pochinki, those garage areas that can sometimes draw a little bit of focus. But in general, it should be fairly easy to disambiguate yourself from the rest of the lobby. In general, for the circles, I'm hoping we go southeast this time. You know, we haven't been to the Milta Peninsula. Let's see it go there.
You know what? I want a full-on military base circle. I'm one of those people. I'm a military base enjoyer. It's where I would drop. It's where I would love for the circle to be. Then again, it doesn't matter where I drop. I'm horrible at the game. But these players are not. These are some of the best players, if not the best players, that Turkey and Europe have to offer. And every single one of them is working towards one thing: qualifying to PMGC. And it all starts with, oh my lord. Nice. Southern plane path, northern circle, and then two teams drop on military base. Yeah, love to see it. But it is going to be Anno and Asgard Esports, if I'm not mistaken, on that side. It doesn't look like there's any hot drops. No, I wouldn't say like contests between any of the teams for any vehicles. So the only fight that we might see is on that military base in the early stages. Outside of that, don't think we're going to be seeing anyone going for the throat just yet. So we got a couple of moments of peace early on.
Absolutely. A little bit of chill. And that's kind of what I was looking for. I think the military island hot drop not hot drop just yet, but potential for it to become one is the most interesting to me, right? Obviously, a backup drop or another team dropping down towards that military base. It feels like, you know, they read too much into that south plane path and they maybe got spooked by it. So we'll have to see if that pays off. Although it can also be a very viable adjustment, right? And I'm probably giving them too much flack on that decision, but I feel like it would have been potentially quite possible for whoever it is to get up to their north side. So far, only a little tickle of damage seen, no one going down, and no one moving north of the river. I mean, we've been up there before. I'm expecting Regnum Carya to take up that same spot that they did in the last match, right? Around that Yaz Bridge, potentially split down towards the south, around Roshok, and try and hold out on that area.
Let's see if they manage to do that. Meanwhile, I'm looking at some of the other squads that decided, you know what, we want to get straight into the zone. And Jetgo being one of them in Yasnaya. All the other squads I'm looking at, kind of curious about maybe Fenerbahce's rotation once they're done with Lipovka. Are they thinking maybe go all the way to Stalber? or around Severny, kind of center yourself. Is Regnum Carya going to be doing the same thing they did last game where they head over to the Wizard Tower just north of Rozhok, or are they going to delve even further? Because it seems like a circle that we've seen just last game. This is game number 3, right? This isn't game number 2. I'm not going crazy.
Yeah,
right,
no, it's not just a rerun. We're not playing a recording.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It is a different match. Into the bike shed Storm goes, and so this is a very interesting choice that Storm has made. Like,
how many seconds do you think he saved?
I feel like none. I feel like he lost time by doing that. You know, I mean, maybe he didn't spot it. I'll give him the credit. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there, and maybe he didn't spot it, right? But yeah, it's that's a weird one, Storm. Not too sure about that. Either way, he'll be fine. It's not like there's a huge amount of time pressure on them before they have to move on the west side. They're on those west coast road compounds that you can split loot across and do decently and do nicely for yourself. Getting into this next circle as well. Rotate through that West George Bridge, slip in over towards Severny, potentially get into the positions towards the north side that teams were competing for last time around. We'll have to wait and see.
A lot of things we're waiting for in this game, and one thing I want to note is looking towards that military base, the teams decided not to fight each other whatsoever, and Oscar decided to leave the military base in general. And it looks like they're looting on the southern coast of that island, on the hunt for a couple of vehicles, and might be making the rotation. But the question is, which bridge do you take? Because of how southern the plane path was at the beginning of the game, you know for sure there has to be a couple of teams that might be playing on those bridges. Kara is holding the eastern bridge. IWNRX is still holding the western bridge. And with 3 teams being on that military island, pretty sure at least one of them will not be able to make it onto the mainland. But let's wait and see if these teams even hold out on those bridges. We also have Galatasaray that's holding up in Melta as well. Hold on, FVG Aleksovic with that first elimination. Let's have a look and see where this roster is. For FVG and Oscar, this is just outside of Novo, close enough to that eastern bridge. So it looks like one of the rotations was cut off and FVG got 1 elim. I want to say that's a start, because you need a heck of a lot more.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot more juice to be able to get up and go faster than they have done before. Farvoice, they do have a point, but they've lost a player in response. They're looking for more of the scrap, though, and Seiko, heat-seeking hovercraft right now, as he charges down Pluto, who drops a nade right next to him.
Oh! Wait.
Did he hop out? He hopped out. He jumped out of the vehicle. He jumped out of the vehicle and got knocked by it. I don't know what... I mean, he was going for the spray down. There was a nade there that probably would have got him either way, but that is a big mistake coming through from Farvoice, and now they're down to 2 players alive, and Oscar is on the hunt. There they go with a nade. Hops in, hops across, doesn't get the flush, because Inails finally lands that shot that he was looking for. Pluto now trying to put pressure on, and long range. Ragnarzad is chiming in. It looks like, yeah, Anno want to have a go at this one. Unfortunately, though, Farvoice are eliminated, but so are Oscar. Okay, yeah. So it is Analthosis Famagusta who just shut down the whole thing. I don't know how many points. They only got 2 of the eliminations, so the rest of them going over to other players across the board there. You can see actually ULF taking one of those elims from the fight as well, which is an interesting turn of events.
And Oscar eliminated themselves, too. That last person naded himself. He overcooked. He overcooked the nade, never threw it, unless I'm mistaken, but I saw his name eliminating himself on the elimination feed. That's the information I got. Big mistake. I want to say like from both rosters, but it's a bigger mistake obviously for FVG. Oscar, this is their first day, and game number 3, they already have a total of 25 points, which is a lot better than what Farvoice have been able to do with their 8th game now done. Actually, technically their 9th game done now. They have 3 more games to go for today. And if they don't even cross the 30-point threshold, that I want to say like their journey is done. It should just be a matter of all the other teams just having a look, seeing, okay, this is just going to be easy. It's not even a target for them to get enough points to pass over FVG. That's not going to be the threshold.
Yeah, I mean, 30 points is like a bottom spot contender, right? That's competing
Yes.
for 24th place at that point. Ooh, okay. Big southwest shift on this next circle, back over towards Rozhok. This is very, very interesting. Obviously, the river splitting it down the middle. I time and time again see these circles, and every single time I hate it for the players. It does produce interesting results, but I think that it generates these situations where you're making a 50-50 coin flip decision, and there really is no right answer. Do you go north? Do you go south? Where do you hold? If you're already in position, fantastic. And I'm looking at the Falcons. They're likely going to be playing up on that warehouse, I think, to the north of Rozhok that overlooks the river crossing. Teams play split between the warehouse and the building that sits out to its west side, which is like right in front of the door, so it's all one compound. Generally, that's what you tend to see. They'll have oversight on some crossings. They'll be able to stop teams getting too far into Rozhok. We have seen teams push up towards them, and only based on what the circle does. So I'm expecting them, and actually Regnum Carya across the way, to be two opposing forces to be reckoned with here.
So you were focusing on the players inside the zone. I was focusing on Carya because we've seen them in this exact position. Literally exact position last night. And I thought, hey, this game's kind of wasted for Carya. No, but they waited. They bridge camped. They got a couple of limbs. They were able to get to the zone. And then they were able to win that entire game. So I want to see if they decide to run it back one more time. Lewis is the only one that's on that military island. And it looks like Anno have decided there's no need for us to risk it and cross on this bridge. I don't think Carya will be able to replicate the result that they got last night. And with having so many players still in the blue, it's going to cost them. It's going to cost them dearly. Net-wise, time-wise, information that they could have gathered, all that's going to be gone. I think the only saving grace is the fact that the zone shifted to the southern side towards Ruins, School, and Rozhok. Outside of that, if it shifted again towards Stalber or Shooting Range or Severny, that definitely would have been a problem.
Yeah, it definitely could have been an issue. But that, that's just circle luck, right? Like this sometimes just happens. Falcons holding a split right now, and they've actually left Koa down towards Rozhok there. You can see they are playing up on that warehouse position to the north, and if you're first there, you got first dibs. Then why not? It is just the way it is sometimes. But I like the little flex out from Koa there. Shockwave, a little bit of a false start, but generally had some good results over the course. Well, today, right? They've had really solid points earnings found and have been able to jump up to 24 points, although they have not really had a big impact in my estimation, which is interesting. I wonder why they've got 24 points, but I haven't really thought about them too much. I'll have to go back and review why that's happened.
Well, right now, we're going to see what's happened with the zone, and it shifts again, centralizing on Rozhok and putting the players in quite a difficult position at this moment in time. It does seem more focused on the north side, but still, this one can play with the players' feelings. Their emotions can apply so much stress. That's what it's doing right now with the way that it's shifting. 14 teams, 51 players still alive and well. Some teams that are still on the hunt for point, on the lookout to hit double digits at least by the end of today. Jetgo, S2G, and ULF got across that, I want to say, double-digit threshold within today's games. Specifically S2G. Yes, it's your third game, but it's 3 out of 12. Can't be wasting that many games. Can't be wasting and losing out on that many opportunities to get points. But still, the pressure isn't that high. One good game changes everything.
I mean, it's certainly right. Absolutely. You're absolutely right with that. I think, one good game, obviously a chicken dinner is favorable. But in a 12-match set, and you're trying to avoid bottom 4, you're looking at needing 3 strong games, and that's between 15 and 20 points, right? If you're able to get those, the rest of your games will be able to be the float, and you'll be very, very safe. From those 3 games, you're going to be looking at approximately 45 points, right? On 3 strong games, not necessarily first places either, with decent with good eliminations, fairly good placements. You can sort of add up to that tally. And for the rest of them, you're adding 3-4 points maybe a go. You're going to be sitting super happy on 9 games of that as well. So it is very much a case of get your 3 good ones in early, and then you can have a good time with it.
You know what? We're having a good time with it so far in PMSL EU. What do you think, John? You having fun?
Am I having fun?
Yes.
I think so. Yeah, I know. I definitely am.
That felt like a long time to think about it.
Well, I feel like, are you having fun? It's a very respectful question, I think, and it's actually important to give it the reverence that it deserves. So I went inside myself, and I thought, am I having fun? And I checked in, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, I am having fun. And that's what
you checked in your mind palace.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you gotta. Okay. Sometimes someone asks you something, you're like, actually, I don't know. I should think about that before answering, rather than just being like, yeah, good, you.
Okay, fair point. Fair point. I find it sometimes it helps me thinking intensely when I'm like staring at one point somewhere for no reason. Just like getting lost, doing a 1,000-yard stare. That helps thinking a little bit more.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
Helps
yeah,
me. I don't know how it helps you.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that helping. As long as you're doing it actively. All right, actively thinking whilst you're doing that, right? That's kind of the caveat there. Circle shrinkage up towards the north side of the river. Fairly reminiscent of when Carya were able to win it yesterday on the bridge.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to be so easy today, though. The bridge currently looking to be hotly contested on the east side of Rostock. You can see Bra currently taking one side of it. There is ULF as well, of course, the ex-Fireflux roster with a little switcheroo on one or two of the players. Coming on in, playing the other side of it, and your players as well nearby going to be looking to try and shunt their way in. It looks like Shockwave want to join the party. Brat want to stop that from happening. Kiss you has the top of the stanchion. Oof, got to make things even harder. Oh, they are very low on players though. They're going to need these reses.
That they do, and they will be able to get them. It's not easy to peek this angle. Kiss you from Bra was able to hold on to the opposite side of that bridge. And yeah, Carya, there's no way they'll be able to get into this similar position as yesterday. But the question remains then, where do they go? What do they do? There's 14 squads alive. 16 minutes into this game, there's still 44 players. It's not going to be an easy decision. Looking towards Falcons, though, they made the rotation towards Rozhok a long time ago in this game. They've been holding on to this position for now, but I wanted to say the next shift might demand that they move to the northern side, and that's when it's going to be a very, very difficult situation, because you already have so many teams on that northern side, specifically IWNRX and S2G on the northernmost side of the current circle. They're going to have one heck of a POV on those teams pushing in. If they even manage to get into the zone, because at the moment, IW is pressuring S2G. And Swain is feeling that pressure as well, and it's all down to Frozen. Okay, never mind. Frozen's gone, and S2G eliminate IW. Kind of get revenge for being taken out so early in the previous game. Now they get to 7 points.
You know, there you go. That's what they're looking for. But S2G with 3 players, it's not ideal as it stands. Nobody running away with the Elims at this stage. I mean, 4 points, I know, sure, but with 1 player alive, they are severely limited as well. Ooh, Icy's been spotted as well. That's Fenerbahçe wanting to show them that they can be back on top. Regnum Carya taking a slice as well, actually stealing that point away from Fenerbahçe on the knock. Nicely found for Regnum Carya to be able to pick up that point. They'll be happy with that one, especially since they're now on the chase for that first place position.
They are on the hunt for exactly that. And right now we're on the hunt for the zone as it starts to close in. And now the teams on that southern side, GS, Falcons, Ano, the teams that are hiding under the bridge in Shockwave and Bra, ULF, all these teams have to make a move. Regnum Carya, they They know this position like the back of their hand because of the amount of times that they've been holding it. Just from today, I want to say. The amount of times, I want to say like they spent in that specific compound. It's their compound now.
I mean, yeah, they own that. It's on lock. You ain't taking this. Finally, Falcons going to have to leave and get across this river, but they've got some thorns in the side. And they'll want someone to pulling it from their paw if they want to get out of there. Unfortunately, Ralph just had a, well, it's a little bit heavier than a thorn. It's a bullet sent over towards him. It's taken him down, and that's going to slow things. With the blue zone pushing in, they can't waste too much more time. They need this res, and they need to get gone now. This bridge, not really an option. Could be very, very dangerous to go across it, especially given the amount of fighting that's going on beneath it.
Yeah, and right now, Gishu just trying to hold this bridge for just a moment so he can actually move out of it and make it into the zone. But a lovely distraction tactics by ULF to be able to grab his attention, and then Soulless coming out of nowhere to secure the elimination. They should be able to move in now. Ezel, meanwhile, is playing center zone and looks like he'll be focusing on placements only. Ano stopped in their tracks. Will be at 64 points in total after the 6 eliminations that they managed to gather so far. Scarface just trying to find an opening here onto Shum from Shockwave. The last person from Shockwave as well. And he will no longer be there. And elimination station is where he will hop off. Koa and Falcons now crossing this bridge. I think at this moment in time, they wished they could fly. I bet that would make things easier.
They've moved Redox across further to the west, so they do have oversight on a little bit of this bridge engagement here with Redox out west. They've moved 2 players now across. They've kind of successfully transitioned here. I think that's to do with the fact that Regnum Carya are kind of scrapping right now and forcing the teams further up the hill to take a little bit of attention away from this scenario. This is KAOS Black, who are the team just up that hill from the Falcons' new position, right? And they are right by Regnum Carya. So a little bit of a benefit and a very good read from Ralph and from the rest of the team in terms of timing, and that is what we have grown to expect. I'm looking at ULF right now as potentially being able to profit hugely on this match, but they have got a way to go if they want to ascend from this bridge side, and I think it may just be too tall of an order here to leave, especially with the bombardment and the punishment being dealt out towards them by Falcons. The nades just being thrown on in time and time again, making it so hard. That nade, ooh, I thought it was going to connect, but just goes a little bit short. The blue zone tickling as well, and they are splitting. All 3 players going different directions. Oh, Ralph could be in danger here, but I think they've read that there's a player up close. The nade's going down low. Koa does get knocked, and that's a good nade from Scarface.
That is a good nade, and it looks like KAOS Black also wants to be part of this fight. They know there's a lot going on, and they can third, but they jump right into the middle. And Redox shows them exactly what to expect. Rip indeed, as one of KB gets taken out. And nade as well from Raouf. Just pushing them back, and now they're starting to feel they wanted the third party, but instead now they are getting third party. Scarface almost gets the job done. And now it's all down to Swash in a 1v2. But another challenger joins the fight, and it is Regnum Carya, and they will take down the last couple of members from KB. And Falcons, doesn't look like they'll be able to escape. Raouf on his own, Redox on his own. It's 2 1v1s that they're dealing with. Wild, aware that there is still a player alive and well here. You want to secure your team's flanks. And you do that by taking out Raouf, but you see that he gets taken out by Zwolf, and Zwolf will secure it.
All right, okay.
Wild
Regnum
didn't
Carya
even need
up the
to
hill.
risk it.
Yeah, Regnum Carya up the hill. They're able to leverage their numbers, play the sightlines nicely. Redox is drawing a lot of tension on the west. I don't know if you were keeping track of the elimination feed there as to what he was doing specifically, but Ida tried to rotate out towards him. He was able to shut one of them down, immediately get a spray, and then Jetgo moved in from the north and harried the backline of Ida, which has brought them down now to 1 player, which means Redox is doing a lot of work in holding on for the Falcons here. And now with 3 solos left, the placement points can jump very, very fast. You're looking at Bra with Ezel right in the middle. You can see he's in a building, so probably the safest of the bunch right now until Regnum Carya decide to step foot that way, which could be fairly soon. You've got Ida with Emre, and of course Redox further down towards the coast for Falcons.
Redox, the last surviving member for Falcons. 3 teams with a single player. Jetgo, an opportunity to jump quite a few spots in the leaderboard. If they manage to wrap this game up with a couple more elims, I think it's going to end up being between them and Regnum Carya. This is the Regnum Carya that we know and love. This is the Regnum Carya that we're used to. Using the positions that they have, and again, it's just the zone constantly going over to that location, giving them so many opportunities, and this time they are taking advantage of every single one of those opportunities. And I loved how proactive they were, third and fourth partying rather, that last fight towards the southern side. At least they know for sure no team's going to try to backstab them, and they'll feel a little less pressure at this moment in time.
Next circle just about to come in, and that is what is going to add to that pressure. Even if there is a little bit of a respite now, they will have to find, again, the path to move forwards. In just a second, we're going to see that shift. It goes out west, so this is away from Regnum Carya, which is a crucial factor here. The 1 4-player team right now is going to have to push west. They're going to have to move, and I feel like first on the chopping block is Erangel in his building on the west side.
Zone shifting makes the game in favor of Jetgo. I thought for a moment, okay, I mean, look, they still have the numbers advantage in terms of Regnum Carya. They just have to take care of a couple of the solos that could ruin their day. Do I need to remind everyone of what we've seen yesterday from the player of Ozarox? 1 player, 3 nades, 3 knocks, and ruined the game for a team.
Definitely
One of the solos goes down. Unfortunately for Falcons, it is theirs. So now it's just IDA and Bruh that have to be taken care of, and it's Ezel that's been there for quite a while. Since we had like 10, 11 teams remaining, he's been held up in that same compound. Just playing for placements.
I said earlier that it could be Erangel first up on the chopping block, but I think that I was potentially wrong on that indication. I think that what Regnum Carya have done here is probably the right decision. You know, moving up to a building, if there's any resistance, you're going to be very slowed down, and immediately the team up to the north is going to have a good time. However, you've heard all of this fighting popping off down on the south. You're going to know that there's only dribs and grabs of players going on in. So you know that sweeping through here is going to grant you a lot more leeway and a lot more ground and potential eliminations as well. So I think that it was a potential risk management strategy for Regnum Carya to go down south, yeah, I think I'm going to revise my analysis on that one. I think it was the right call for Regnum Carya to do this, especially given
it's just they're sweeping the southern side completely, and now they're applying the damage to Jetgo. Again, there's still no opportunity for them to push as of yet. I mean, if they get a second knock, then heck yeah, they can go for the push and they can go for wrapping up this game. But as of now, they still have a little bit of cover from this ridge. And Loxy finding exactly what he needs. Build maybe a little bit of a smoke road for his team, give them the cover that they need to be able to get into the best position possible and wrap this game up with a 1-3 split at the moment. It's been very relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, this is the calm before the storm, and by the storm I mean the blue zone is going to push them in over this ridgeline, so they're biding their time and seeing what they can eke out of it before they are forced to move. They're going a little bit ahead of when they needed to, potentially catching people unawares. Now's the time where they kind of have to deal with this building. They don't want to push all the way into it because, of course, this is it's not going to be a position that they want to stay in. They're just using it as a transitional point here. Jetgo are going to hear this roll up, and Erangel now is caught in a little bit of a trap in this situation, which could get mucky if he's not careful. Looking at that long range spot as well, away for Loxy on Regnum Carya. It's going to make their life moving into this next circle a lot easier, especially if they can get rid of Symphony up on high.
The second they're able to do that, this fight becomes so much easier for them to deal with. But Ezel still, everyone's completely unaware. Symphony goes down to the zone and instantly gets eliminated. So that higher ground, that tiny bit of an advantage that Jetgo may have had is now officially gone. But Ezel is behind the entire lineup of Regnum Carya. And he's gone. He is no longer behind the entire lineup of Regnum Carya. It is a 4v2 now. The elimination not secured by RAG, but this is going to be their second chicken dinner in 3 games today. They doubled their points from yesterday with the first game of the day alone. So where does this win put them? Unless we're in for a heck of a surprise from Jetgo and from Freedom.
I mean, at the moment, they're on 5 elims for Regnum Carya, right? So if they get these 2, they'd be a 7 elimination, 17-point game for them overall, which of course would be very, very healthy. I might see them into the top spot, actually. So they are fighting for first place here. Jetgo waning as time goes on, and they will fall. The bombardment was too much to handle. Regnum Carya able to move across the hillside, control the river crossing teams. And from the front, Silas led them to victory. A nice second chicken dinner, and it seems like they may have found their feet.
Definitely found their footing in this game. In this competition, I want to say it was a little bit of a rough start on the first day, but now definitely making up for it in 2 out of the 3 games that they've participated in so far. And this means that we have 3 games left for Group B to wrap up their journey in the first leg of the competition in the group stage only. 20 out of the 24 teams will make it into the next one. And at the moment, as it stands, when I'm looking at this leaderboard, I still think Farvoice are, again, with the 3 games remaining, it's just 1 game that you need to do well in. It's just 1 chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations, and you are good to go. But it's seeming less and less possible for that roster at the moment, because teams on their first day are able to surpass them when the other team, I want to say that when they've had 2 days of competition already completed.
Yeah, no, it's always the way of things, right? In one day, some teams are going to do much, much better. For Jetgo, that was a great result in that second performance there as well. You said you wanted to see a little bit more from them, and there you go. You've seen a little bit more. The question is, will they keep that going, right? Will they be able to keep that one rolling? That is the big question. We'll be answering over the coming 2 days. Unfortunately for them, they do have both of those 2 days left to play, and they do have a lot more opportunity to impress. So there's potentially one of their strong games, right, that I was talking about. You need to find 3 to be fairly safe and secure across into those qualification spots. I'm not too sure exactly how many Elim points they were able to get, and it may be just scraping towards double digits in terms of their total points there, but we'll have to see if they're able to make enough noise to jump up across the thresholds that we've been talking about and get their chance at the knockout stages.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to be one of the teams that gets eliminated from the very beginning of the competition. But unfortunately, 4 teams will have to fill those seats out of the 24 that are with us over the next, day and a half, I want to say, competitions-wise. We're getting closer and closer to finding out who will be making it into that next stage. And it's, I want to say, getting very, very difficult as some players and some teams start to realize that the end of their esports journey in 2025 could be today, could be tomorrow. You don't know. Just try your best and leave everything on the table. That's the best thing I can tell you at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen. That is the way the cookie crumbles. 24 teams, it will be cut down to 16. And then the hard one, from 16 to 3 only that make it into PMGC. But for now, we are going to be taking a wee little break, and then we'll be coming back with the second half of the show. So we'll see you in a few.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
The best of Europe are here, John. The best of Europe are here. You know that? Did you know that? We have the best teams, 24 of them. 24 of the most incredibly talented players that Europe and Turkey have ever seen. 20 of them will make it on to the next stage, and then 16 from then. And they will all be fighting to be crowned the champions of PMSL Europe. And of course, we will not be forgetting that the top 3 will make it into the gauntlet of PMGC. That is what's on the line. Of course, with the $200,000 prize pool across the...
Oh, hello? You there? Did you finish your sentence? Maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. I'm not sure about if he's muted or not, if you guys were hearing any of that or not. But yeah, he was talking about the qualification spots. Hey, it's just me. It's just me now. There we go. As we're heading in, trying to get those tech issues sorted. Of course, yeah, he was talking about how these teams are going to be looking to qualify. Of course, there's 3 gauntlet spots up for grabs. However, I believe that the points total spots do usurp those gauntlet spots, right? So if you are a qualifier via points, I believe that qualification spot comes through first, and then it will follow that the gauntlet position will come after that. So, for instance, if, let's say, for argument's sake, Falcons come first, right, and they get the most points for Europe, then that first gauntlet qualification spot will be pushed down to second, and then it continues and continues and continues based on who gets those point spots. So we are going to see 3 sure for the gauntlet, but 6 total from this tournament be moving in.
Yeah, so that's going to be a lot of teams qualifying. It looks like the technical difficulties have followed me home from yesterday. But hey, listen, we're quick with it. Our production team, just like that, they're on fire today. They are more than ready, and so are the players. We have our 4th game getting ready in just a couple more minutes, and it's going to be our last Erangel of the day, and then we're going to be going to sunny Miramar. Are you ready for some sun, John? You look like you need some sun.
You know what? I had some blood tests recently. I have a vitamin D insufficiency. There you go. Not deficiency. That's a different thing, apparently. It just means, you're very, all of which is to say, yes, you're very right. Generally, I do need the sun. I live in England, it's difficult. It's difficult for us.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're both in the same boat, you and I. You live in the UK, I live in Ireland, and we both have very, very similar weather. I haven't seen the sun in a while. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's been it's starting. Well, it is becoming winter, right? So that's the thing. Which was why I once did a December event in Rio, and it was like you get off the plane and it's summer, and I was like, this is great, having a great. And it was like December, and then I went home and I was like, what is going on? How does this make any sense?
This is not the winter that I want.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, damn, I could be having a great time. I could be living at large on the beach, sipping on a lovely cocktail, something like that. But no, here I am, bundled up in all sorts of winter scarves, hats, coats, snow boots, all of that. It's never snowed though in a long time properly. Anyway.
We don't even get the fun kind of snow,
That is so true. It's disappointing, man. I don't know what it is. It's just too wet, too humid here.
It's too humid here. I mean, you know what? It's just too much here sometimes, but it's perfectly fine. This is what we live to see in the UK and Ireland. You know what? We should move somewhere else in Europe, just like these lovely players. I heard Turkey is lovely this time of year.
That's a little bit harder for me than it is for at the moment, and that's all I'm going to say about that, because that feels like something we shouldn't talk about. It would be lovely, I'm sure, to go and live somewhere sunny. Got a couple of friends in Amsterdam who are having a great time. A lot of lovely European cities. We're rambling on about
that we are
where to live, getting enough sun. I'm revealing medical information about myself. It's been a great intro to this next game.
It's been a lovely interview, I have to say, John. We're learning a lot about you.
Oh yeah, feel free to share about you as well. I'm just wittering on here, which is arguably my job. Although supposedly it's supposed to be slightly more directed.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of direction, thank you very much, production. Going in the direction of statistics, which we love to speak in. Merciless with the 4 eliminations. Not really a high scoring. Not really a high elim game in terms of the players. We've seen a lot of 6, 7, 8 eliminations so far. This is, I think, it's the lowest one for now. Z-Wolf, 354 meters for the longest distance elimination. I think it was 398 for one of the Falcons guys. That's the longest that we've seen before. Well, we got 2 more Miramars and 2 more opportunities for us to see if there's going to be any longer elims. I'm kind of curious as to what's the longest elim that we've seen in an official PUBG Mobile tournament. I definitely remember like a 400 plus one, but I don't remember like who or which competition.
Yeah, I think it was. It might have been. Yeah, I definitely remember an over 400 one. I think it was like 420 or something, 423, somewhere around that sort of mark. 423. I said 423 because that rung a bell in my head, but I have no way of verifying that right now. But yeah, it was very, very long, which is, I think, only possible when you explode a vehicle, or you see a vehicle, you're spraying it down, and it explodes and gets an elimination that way. I think that's the only way you can possibly do it, because it's out of render distance. Here's the match rankings from the last game. This is not the overall standings. 15 points for Regnum Carya, Jetgo with 12. So they did get a pretty decent chunk there. 6 elims found coming on through for that game, and again some nice decent scoring points for Falcons as well. So it's been a lovely turn up for them.
Yeah, and I have to say, like the teams that me and you talked about at the top of the show today, we talked a decent bit about Regnum, Carya, Falcons. I want to say, I'm liking the fact that they're performing in the first 3 games of the day so far. BOARS Esports, I mentioned them, and I'm liking there is some consistency in their performance. They're not having like 0-point games for the first 3 so far. KB, the same thing can be said about them. Some of the teams that have, I want to say, already played yesterday and have been playing today that have already kind of guaranteed their presence in the next stage, whether it's Carya or now that we can see the overall leaderboard. Regnum Carya are only 3 points away from taking the lead from Fenerbahçe's hands. But I mean, look at the domination of, again, the Turkish teams. First 4, all Turkish, and then you have Team Falcons, BOARS from PMSL or PMCO Eastern Europe. And then we go back to another one of the Turkish representatives in IDA. Remind you, there's 17 of them in this competition. Out of the 24 teams... No, wait, that sounds wrong. 8? No, sorry, 15. 15. 15.
Okay.
15
Right, yeah, okay.
Turkish teams. That makes more sense. 15 out of the 24.
Yeah, there is a significant chunk. You've got the Europe representatives and the Turkish representatives. And at the moment, I think it's fair that this distribution exists, right? I feel like there's a lot more stronger Turkish teams, so I'm happy for them to have that sort of representation in the lobby. And at the top, they've got the representation with 71 points on Fenerbahce. Still, the red zone is a little bit misleading here overall because, of course, there are teams that have played 6 matches, got more points, but in general are on a lower average. But the big surprise here is the bottom spot. Number 24, divisible by 6, 3, and a whole lot of misery for S2G at the moment.
7 points in 3 games. Not the result that you'd expect from a team of this caliber. But I still think the day is not over. We're just halfway through. And I don't think that they're going to be ending the day there. I think this next game, you're going to see something special from S2G. I could be completely wrong. I'm just guessing here with this one. It's a complete prediction. But I feel like they're finally going to wake up in the second half of the day, and we'll see something from them. If not, they'll have another whole day tomorrow. Because with the leaderboard not really being that top heavy, it's not like we have a single team that's completely dominating the competition that makes the bottom of the leaderboard so incredibly close. It's a couple of teams that are performing very well and have that strong lead, but it's not strong enough to kind of make the bottom of the leaderboard extremely competitive. It's not that difficult, I think, for now.
Yeah, I think that getting out of the bottom is certainly a little bit of an easier task, so we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, it is, of course, these early stages of tournaments that we're dealing with. I think we'll start to clarify towards the knockout stages. I'm actually not entirely sure on the map rotation for the knockout stages. I should double check that because, of course, I believe it's 5 matches a day.
Yep.
I think with every team playing 4 of those matches each day, right? To still get a total of 12 matches played, because obviously we've only got 20 teams, and that's how they're splitting it up, where one group sits out from each day. But I don't know what the map rotation is in terms of where are they putting Rondo and things like that. So I'll be interested to see how that's going to be added.
I mean, I would think it's a 1-2-2 maybe. I don't think they would remove Rondo. I think they would keep it, and it would be a 1-2-2, or even a 1-3-1. Actually, I think it would have been a 1-3-1, like 1 Rondo, triple Erangel, 1 Miramar, and then that wraps up the day.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I hadn't really thought about that, especially with the extra points that you earn for Rondo. Sitting out Rondo on a day kind of sucks. So if there's only 2 Rondos...
yeah, true.
If there's only 3 Rondos, that means there's 3 different groups sitting out, which means that totally there are 2 groups that have more Rondos than everybody else. I hadn't thought about that. Maybe I should ask someone about that as to how that's being okayed, because that could be interesting. Taking a look at our top 4 Grenadiers, that is just, that's from every game that's been played so far, or every game today, I wonder.
No, this is in general.
Yeah, yeah, it must be because BOARS have a representative on, which is surprising that only 4 nade elims is the maximum that we've seen so far over what is now up to 9 matches.
Yep, and the fact that 3 of them for Rogo were from the same team. He almost got the 4th from the same team when he just completely ruined their chances in the last moments of one of the games yesterday for himself and Ozarox. But yeah, I believe this is just for today's and yesterday's games as well. But you know what? You're 100% right. I feel like if it is, like, going back to that topic, if it is 5 matches, it would be unfair for one team to sit out a Rondo, and there's not enough days for it to be equal for all teams and all to sit out a Rondo. So yeah, I think it would have to be triple Erangel and double Miramar.
I mean, if assuming that there is Rondo in the roster, right, in the rotation, right, that's kind of the big sort of asterisk there. If you're playing 1 Rondo a day, there's no way to make sure that everyone plays the same number of Rondos, which is a difficulty. So yeah, we'll have to double check. So that may not come into effect during those knockout stages, but the way it's structured here means that every team sits out 1 of our Rondos, which is fair across the board, and I'm happy to see it going on, because I mean, it has been sort of a bit of a bombshell that's dropped onto the point scoring total for a lot of these teams, with the ability to earn vastly more points, potentially, certainly in the early game of Rondo, than we see on any other map moving forwards. As we take a look at a head-to-head between 2 of our players, this is from Farvoice Gaming and SHOCKWAVE, coming on in with a head-to-head, total scores, some total damage there. I'm not too sure what Terminus is looking for going up head-to-head with Takimi, but there you go. Those are the stats.
I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Shockwave and Takimi seem to be performing a little bit better than Farvoice. I want to say over the course of both days, day 1 and 2. And for Terminus and Farvoice, next game's got to mean something. Next game, you got to do something. Shockwave, they're not feeling the pressure just yet. They're in a decent position in the overall leaderboard with the amount of points that they've secured over the course of day 1 and day 2. They're not a team to worry about that much. It's Farvoice that are the first in the crosshairs for all the teams coming into tomorrow's games if they don't improve their performance, if they don't secure more points with the 3 games that we have left for today.
Yeah,
so they got to step it up.
To be honest, it's not even going to be the crosshairs on them, right? If they're not able to step up a little bit further, a little bit better than they have been able to, then they are going to need to. But I mean, they're not even going to be in that contention for being around that 16th place, right? They're just going to be notably below it. I mean, these 2 teams are the 2 teams playing today that placed lowest at the end of yesterday, with Farvoice starting on 13 points and Shockwave starting on 19 points. So maybe that's the angle that we're going for with that head-to-head comparison in terms of the fight, the struggle to get away from the bottom of those tables. Obviously, Regnum Carya was the next up from them, but we've seen they're kind of chilling right now. They've done very, very well today, so no worries on that front. We're also looking at Falcons. Anorthosis Famagusta could be. They've been a little bit slow today. Could be potential for them to have danger because, of course, it's their second day. And then
I think they're high enough that they're not in danger, though. I believe.
Karen Fenerbahce fairly chill. I can't remember the exact standings for Anorthosis Famagusta.
Oh, they were top 5. They're fine.
Oh, yeah, okay. They're going to be totally fine. So really, the only 2 at risk of being eliminated from today's matches is going to be Farvoice and then potentially Shockwave as well, who are not really doing so much over the course of it. And in general, there are 4 teams getting eliminated, 3 groups overall. So you expect 1 group from each, and then 1 extra group from one extra team from any group to be joining them. So it may be that we've found our extra team from their group, unfortunately, going to take the dive if Shockwave can't make it up in the last 3 matches.
Yeah, and they have to do as much as they can. I have seen this team before. MCO Europe last split didn't have the best performance. You're here now to take advantage of this opportunity, and it is the final opportunity you will have on Erangel to set course for the map one last time for the day and one last time for Group B. From Milton Power, just over hospital, just under North Pole on the map. That is that plane that decided to do things. Not as south as the one that we've had last game. But I have a question for you, John. It's going to be the same circle as last game.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Of course, that is the big question. We have seen now, I think, 3 circles head up towards around that sort of north of Rozhok area, playing around that area. So it's favoured Regnum Carya over these last few games. Falcons have been having a good time with it as well. And we're still yet to get a military island or a Milta Power area circle. So we'll see just where we end on up in this first moment. So it looks like we're not going to see a repeat, though, of the triple stack over on Sosnovka military base. Of course, 2 teams in Sosnovka, 1 over in Novo, but it's not going to happen this time. South Circle does pop, though, so we are not going to be heading back up towards the area in that north of Rozhok zone. It's not going to be on the cards this time around, but we definitely have a possibility of a Sosnovka military circle. It is still maybe only a 20% chance, maybe 25% pushing it in terms of the chance that we're gonna head out there. I think so.
Okay, 25% chance. You know what? I like those odds, but I would like. Can you push those numbers to like 50%, and then from there, I want to see you at 100.
I mean,
I'm just biased towards the military base.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just do that. I'll just yeah. That's totally fine.
Yeah, make them. Just make sure the maths.
Yeah, I can make it happen.
Okay. You know, I trust John with all the mathematics required on the stream.
I mean, that's fair. I think that's probably quite wise in general. It served a lot of people very well, very nicely. So we'll see if I'm right. We'll see if I'm right on the estimation. It might be slightly more than 25.
35?
It's always difficult to estimate. But yeah, I'll explain my methodology at some point, but maybe not right now. I was taking a look at the map and trying to do a bit of calculation there, but it's pretty difficult to do accurately. You still have to guess.
You know, it's a bit of a guesstimation for now, but I do kind of want to have a little run through the minimap. No teams that are within dangerous ranges of each other, dangerous distances of each other. I'd see only maybe ULF that are a little bit close, but they're in school. Regnum Carya is in Rozhok. Broad just have one of their players in the gas station south of Yasnaya, I believe, just maybe collecting a vehicle for the team. And the one game that I want to say Asgard Esports decides to jump towards Severny on the north side is the one that the zone decides. Nah, I'm gonna be south this time. They could, because I think they did drop in the previous game on military base alongside one more squad. I think it was Anno, but this time both teams decide to go north and the zone decides to go south.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but these things happen. You need to be prepared for them, and you need to have these strategies developed, right? It doesn't matter. You can claim circle luck all you want, but I feel like a stage 1 circle luck claim is always a bit rich. You have so much control over your approach to how you play phase 1. There are, of course, like very, very obscure outliers when it's a really hard south military circle. Of course, if you're dropped in Severny, then it does become a little bit tough. However, you should have had a strat and an option available for it, because you know that military circles do exist. You know that you're going to have to play them in these settings. But it can make your life harder. But I don't think in general it's good enough to sort of put to give team leeway on that front, because you're so adaptable when you're playing into Zone 1. There's really nothing that can stop you having a good crack, unless you're going in for a hot drop. That's kind of the only thing that could stop you having a good time in phase 1, is if another team drops with you, or if you drop with another team.
Or turn it into a party and just 4 teams hot drop each other for no reason. Who knows?
Yeah, sure,
in all seriousness, yeah, I agree. And right now I'm looking at some of the decisions that these teams are making. as the zone is closing in slowly but surely. Bra decides we leave Yasnaya and we try to go to a centralized location. They're not committing fully, I want to say, to a location in the dead center. Maybe they're waiting to see what's going to happen, if it's going to be a northern shift or if it's going to be a shift towards the military base. If it is a shift towards the military island, I would like to see Farvoice do something with this game then. Since they're the only team that started this game on the military island. They started in Novo. You could loot up a little bit, go to the radio station, go to the military base, and then see where the game takes you from there. If it's a shift towards the military island, you can instantly maybe play one of the bridges, camp as long as possible, catch, or maybe just have two camping on the bridge, catch out one or two teams as they try to rotate in, and then regroup and play center zone from there. You don't have to play the bridge the entire time. A lot of teams will start to focus you.
Yeah, I think bridge camping, when it's center of the zone, I don't think it should be less focused on the bridge and more focused on people moving towards the bridge.
Yes.
Right. In terms of where you're looking out. Right. So if you're holding, for instance, on the lighthouse position on a split, you're going to be more worried about teams approaching from the north than teams coming across that bridge, because it's more than likely, unless you're holding like a 2-2 split up and down the hill to the west, that there is a team out to that west side on those compounds. Right. And they're going to be taking care of a lot of the bridge traffic. And often there's a roadblock on the bridge already where teams on the other side are fighting to get across if they need to. So in general, I mean, you can commit to it. It is a bit of a risk, though, because getting away from those locations is often very, very hard. You can go for a bridge camp, but it kind of feels like it's normally where you go to end your game, right? If you're going for that position. So I think there can be a risk, and you need to find the reward for it in the form of eliminations found from guarding out these other teams. If that doesn't happen for whatever reason, then all of a sudden you're kind of stuck a little bit. And I think that is an inadvisable situation to find oneself in.
I definitely don't want to be in that sticky little situation. So far, no team seems to be in a sticky situation. I see GS hanging on the eastern bridge at the moment, still not committing to a cross just yet, holding it as Fenerbahçe pulls up to them bit by bit. Shockwave finally going to leave George Pool, but with it being the first zone, it's not really a very big problem, especially with there not being that much distance between them and the zone. It's not really an issue. It's nothing to worry about. But what is to worry about is this shift and where it's going to end up. Because a couple of teams are heading towards the likes of Pachinki. I see Bra, Falcons, KAOS Black, IDA on the outskirts of it. We see, oh boy.
Okay. This is pretty gnarly here on a shift. We are almost certainly not going to the military island, but it does allow you to stay on the far side of this bridge. An immediate migration over towards Ferry Pier here as teams moving along on the terrain. That ridgeline north of Ferry Pier going to be really important here. The wooded area currently held by a few teams. S2G in a very important spot here. You could see that they are on a pretty wide split right now. A lot of teams are going to be crunching in here fairly soon, so they need to be on the lookout. They need to be on the swivel. Maybe think about condensing, because Sulk is really at risk right now. It feels like that south 2-1 is okay, but I'm wondering what is that north point going to be able to do to hold off a multitude of teams going to be moving in fairly soon. You've also got Regnum Carya closer towards Ferry Pier, up towards the hill over on that way, and the teams from the west going to be pushing in across Quarry.
Yeah, this is the game that S2G need to take advantage of, being one of the first teams in this prime position. Definitely agree with the fact that they have to regroup. But is it going to be possible? And the more they wait, the more difficult it's going to be. Looking towards the east, I want to say the western side rather. Shockwave are entering slowly. Solkai will be joining the rest of the S2G lineup, which is exactly the decision that needed to be made in that moment in time before the rest of the squads set their sights on you. GS, I believe, decided to cross the eastern bridge of the military base, or the military island, and they will be heading towards Farvoice's flanks. Now, if Farvoice can take that win without losing a single player, get themselves 4 eliminations, that should make things a lot easier. That puts them over 23 points, and then from there you just try to play placements, maybe play on the bridge, since if you win that fight with GS, you will be the only team on that side, and you'll have complete control of that side of the bridge until you need to move.
Certainly could be the case. It looks like, oh, first blood found. There we go. Okay, finally off the mark here. We were 64 players for the longest time. It looks like we're going to get a couple more. There's an immediate rundown. He stares down the barrel of his own demise, tries to send some bullets back his way, but they glance off the front axle there of the buggy as it's sprayed on in as well for another. A little bit of retribution going either way right now, but not any knocks to be found. Kisyu is down. Izel will be flushed. And that is going to be Anno picking up 2 elims against Bra, who have been doing fairly well today, I think it's fair to say. Ooh, Shockwave taking a dip, though. That is not good news. Remember, they're one of our teams at risk here and on their final day of games.
That they are. They're going to be pushed by one of the teams. And yes, it is going to be a full northern shift. So Farvoice and GS are going to have to fight their way to cross that bridge. When it comes to it, they don't have to just in this moment, but we'll get back to that topic later on, as right now the focus is going to be Shockwave as they fight against Jetgo. Jetgo have been quiet in the first game, but their presence has been made known in games 2 and 3. Top 3, top 4 finish in their previous game with a decent amount of eliminations. Again, the average you need is around 6 points per game, and you're solid. Even less than that, honestly, when you're talking about 20 out of 24. As long as the average isn't like 1 or 2, you're fine.
Yeah, it needs to be fairly meager in terms of averages to be able to get up there. You're talking about like 3 points a map on average, and it will be all right for you. And so you can do that in several ways. One, have a couple of good games, like really strong games. And I talk about this more in like longer form tournaments because I think it's more impactful. But also here is you can add 12 points to one game in this situation, or you can add 1 point to 12 games. So if you just find that one extra elim where when the opportunity is given to you, if you just find that little bit of extra space that maybe you weren't taking before, it can have a massive impact overall on your standings. And adding 12 points to your tally is the difference between qualifying and not qualifying in a lot of circumstances.
And I just want to say, in the long run, it does boost the team's morale because you're always looking at, hey, okay, at least we did something. Rather than, oh, another 0. Oh, another 0. Oh, guys, we got 12 points. Back to zeros. No. If the consistency is there, that alone will help the team to perform better and better. Right now, Oscar Ole is hoping to perform as best as he possibly could in this 1v4. He is left to finish the elimination, which should never be allowed. You are a full stack. You're a full team.
Oh.
And this should have ended like that long ago without losing a single player. The fact that you did, it's a bit of an issue. But Galatasaray, it's your first day and you got 16 points. And this is game number 4. You're already above the average that we were just talking about.
Oh, there we go. We're going to try and keep up that pace there. I mean, to be fair, they only had 2 players ready to run up that staircase. And as soon as that first player goes down and you know you're facing off against a DBS, that's sort of not a gamble you're willing to take because all of a sudden the numbers change very, very dramatically. So I think that it's not necessarily the worst decision in the world not to go for that full storm up the staircase with only those 2 players, right? I think if you'd have had maybe 3 ready to go, it would have been... It would have been wiser, and especially given that he had expended some shells on the flush. If he hadn't have expended those, if there were more players coming at him, he had more of a chance to go for it. The circle pushes us closer towards that bridge mouth, but also onto the hills that S2G controls so much around. With that high ground compound amongst those ridge lines, it's going to be difficult to push them off of that, but we'll see if anyone's up to the challenge.
And the one that needs to be up to the challenge is Ionaus. Right now, he is playing on top of the bridge and trying to provide cover for the rest of the squad. But this... Okay, so we have 2 different rotations that we've seen from players and teams that have come across the military island. You can see one right in front of you, which is Farvoice Gaming, who are getting hammered by IWNRX. And then you have the other roster, which is GS, which we saw a couple of moments ago, rotating using the hovercraft, going towards the westernmost side that they possibly could, get onto the mainland, and then make their way to the zone. FVG knew that they had to sacrifice some players, but it looks like they're sacrificing way too much. And now Alexevich just hoping, praying that he can survive the onslaught of bullets coming his way. The fact that he does is kind of crazy. Except he really shouldn't. He won't.
Skirt the damage. Okay, there we go. Finally found. But that's the final player for Farvoice Gaming. And like you were highlighting, like we've been saying for the course of the day, that leaves 2 matches left for them. And they both need to be massive at this stage. They need approximately 30 points to feel safe over these next 2 matches. That's 2 15-point games. That's basically back-to-back chicken dinners. And I'm fairly confident that they don't have that in the wheelhouse right now. It is just not going to happen. Even Shockwave, you know, they're up on 27 points now. But they have still such a way to go that unless if they get a decent game here, and I'm talking maybe 10 points on the match, they've got a chance, right? It's a lot more reasonable to go in to 2 Miramars needing approximately 15 points, right, to feel safe. But it's still not ideal. So a chicken dinner would be great, but that is very much easier said than done. However, Shockwave are in a fairly decent position. They're on that northwest side currently, fairly low contest zone on their area. Might be able to last this one out. The question is how many heliums they get.
Yeah, because at the moment it's only 2 for the 3-man team at the moment. Jetgo looks like they're going to have to give up on one of their players as they are rotating towards yet another team. It looks like KAOS Black and Galatasaray forced in a situation where they have to take a fight. It's a 3v3 as one of the players from KAOS Black is already knocked down and the elimination will get secured. But it looks like KAOS Black decide there's no need for us to take this fight right now. And they will continue on, and GS will continue to use the hovercraft that has saved them time and time again. And now they go for a push.
That's right. Maybe looking to divert. No, against KAOS Black as they turn away. But yeah, they are just going to disengage. This gives Shockwave a little bit of pause for thought as now KAOS Black going to be sending out potentially their direction if they're not going to be fighting headlong with Galatasaray. Down on the south side though, Regnum Carya crash straight into a fight and see if they can get something done against Jetgo. We're on board with it now with Freedom and Symphony, both still standing. Regnum Carya have had one player gone completely, another one knocked. So it's a 2v2 in terms of the active players in this fight. And Regnum Carya are looking a little bit worse for wear here. A nade on in, and that's another knock over towards Silas. An S2G third party from across the way. And Regnum Carya go for a mad crash. I think it may have just been the doom of them, but you know what? They've been doing pretty well today. Here's the dud in terms of the game. And under our nade to try and find the shutdown, and it will be the explosion with the S12K fighting them back, and that's Regnum Carya out of the fray.
Regnum Carya out of the race for first place. For now, they're still within range, but Galatasaray going for the full push onto KAOS Black. 2-for-1 trade. Rolex in a 1v2 scenario now. Him against Maniac. The nade will do a decent bit of damage. Swings with the UMP. Has to go for a quick reload. Jump shot is there, and Rolex salvages the situation and will be able to revive Swash. He's not going to be a solo. He will have a duo with him. And now, looking towards that crazy push from Kara. Trying to go for somewhere in the middle of the zone. It looks like they'll be able to make it just in. Jetgo, another team that tries. They get closer to the likes of S2G. Hamsik takes the first one. Symphony barely makes it into the shack. But one good nade or one good molly in there, and he's as good as dead.
It is going to be really rough to hold this one out, although it's difficult to get close to this for S2G, and with the caveat of, do they want to push down the hill right now? They know it's just a solo there. They can kind of let this one stake itself out and be more focused over towards Carya, over towards Shockwave on the north, over towards KAOS Black, who could potentially come careening on into that northwest side. Sure, they're only a duo. Now the compound to the north is looking pretty interesting. Two teams currently in occupation there. IDA, and I believe that's Falcons as well, going to be playing on in there. As IWNRX, actually, that's from S2G, so a long way down the hill coming on through for the knock over towards Kine. They should be able to get this one back up, but Ulf, previously Fireflux, not going to be letting that one go too easily, and it's actually quite wide on Kine's position. Fortunately, looks like Ulf are going to back off here with a little bit of nade cover to play a little bit further on the northern side of this ridge.
The decision has to be made for Ulf, because I see like one stepping up, one pulling back. But yeah, you're right, the decision is to pull back completely. Carya had an opportunity to third if Ulf was going to make that fight happen, but it's not going to be the case. But what is the case is the zone shifting, and it will be a southern eastern shift. So Carya in prime position, S2G in a very good position as well. Falcons and IDA will have to fight. I think only one of them will be able to make it into the zone if they both move at the same time. IWNRX and Ulf, they just delayed the fight that was supposed to happen between them, because I think now they're both in a situation where a fight has to happen. Meanwhile, for the likes of Shockwave, they can just hold that area and make sure that KB does not surprise them. There's a duo from KB. Rolex saved them before. Can he do it again?
Ooh. Take a look how this east side is popping off, because Ulf are going for a wide wraparound, and IWNRX just got melted there. They rolled away, and Ulf filled the void. That gives a little bit more leeway over towards the north side, but IDA and Falcons are going to start to pop off now. I wonder how long they're going to be able to hold it, because they do have the zone pushing in now on this north edge. And as you said, they are going to be pushed out. They can hold, I believe, just on the corner of the compound to the south. I can't quite see exactly where this compound sits on the minimap, but they may just have to leave it in the end. You can see Ralph there very, very close, and he's kind of stuck in this fight now. With Ulf concluding their fight so fast, they don't really have a soft spot to try and push in towards either on that south ridge line.
And that they don't, and now with the zone moving, fight has to unfold and go unaware. Meanwhile, there's going to be another fight happening with Carya and Ulf. Ulf already made one full push. They've sent it. They were able to wipe out IWNRX. We switch back over to Falcons and IDA. Rauf will be the next to go down. 2v, how many? I wonder for IDA. It's a 2v4. IDA didn't lose a single member so far. The fights continue on all across the map now. 7 squads, 19 players, 23 minutes in. Narvalo sees IDA trying to push. He had a nade prepped and ready. Redux holding the back. Narvalo holding the front. To see if he can bounce it off the door, maybe, or see if he can take this to V4. Everyone's entering through the door, but beautifully played by Falcons. Narvalo holding his ground, but it's not enough. Darkin, last man standing, and he stands tall as he clips the Falcons' wings and puts them in their place.
Oh, that was so close to coming on through for the 2v4 hold on the warehouse doors. A really heads-up swivel for Narvalo to check the other entrance, but it was not enough. However, that leaves IDA very, very low, and with the blue zone pushing down on them, that may end their game. Ulf now turning their attention to the center of the circle. S2G have been holding for a while, and they do need a good game to add to the cards. Shockwave is still alive as well, and it's the same story for them. I was talking about how they need a strong game here. Now they're in the final 4. They've got 4 eliminations, and they're kind of on the outside of this fight, which means that potentially they could outlast this one. All the while, Jetgo and their solo surviving in their shack.
Jetgo surviving with that solo in the shack, and S2G now looking to sweep that western side. You talked about a Shockwave in top 4. Will S2G allow them to live and see top 3, or will they eliminate them and show us exactly what they're made of in this competition? Symphony still sitting pretty in that shack. He's got no escape. Just depends on whether S2G go for the fight with Shockwave, and if he decides to run away at that exact time. Or maybe, who knows, Ulf could just swing at another squad and wipe them like they've done 2 times in the past couple of minutes.
We'll see if they are able to get the wipe going on in, but it's good news here. Jetgo going down would be great news for Shockwave, even if they don't get the elimination. Adding those placement points, they really do matter, especially when you're talking about qualification or not, being right on that boundary. This is their game to make or break it. For Shockwave, here's their chance. Ulf, of course, picking up that roster from Fireflux, bringing Eren in as well, wanting to have a resurgence, have a good season, try and put their best foot forwards into fall after leaving from the Fireflux banner. It would be good to be able to stamp their mark. The dawn of a new day, potentially, but they haven't really shown us that so far. I'm waiting for them to have their bite live up to their bark.
We'll see if it does, as it looks like the game has come to an absolute standstill. As no one wants to make a mistake, no one wants to make that first push. Symphony sure as heck doesn't even want to move out of his shack right now. He's just glad that it's still in the zone.
I mean, why would you
forced to move? Yeah, there's no need. You got a limbs. Now you're guaranteed placements. It's your first day of competition. You're no longer quiet. Very happy with what they've done for the side of Jetgo. But again, this is only the group stage. It gets harder and harder with every stage of this competition. And I do have to give a shout out to Ulf. I love the decisiveness of their pushes. The second they knew that that zone was going to force them into a fight, they at least decided, we're going to fight on our terms. They went for a very, very swift push. And were able to get those knocks and eliminations, and then continue on, move on to Carya, knock them down. And just become a nuisance for those teams. Just like right now, Symphony is trying to be a nuisance to S2G. Just kind of grabbing their attention rather than allowing them to have that dance that they had with Shockwave.
I mean, that's the thing, right? At the moment, Symphony is actually really quite safe. I believe just on the corner of his shack, he is in this next zone as well. I'm not sure that there's a huge impetus for anybody to go down the hill and deal with him. You could see S2G a bit frustrated trying to get those nades in through the window, but even then, he can sort of just step out through the door, dodge the one if they're able to get it on in. As long as he's got those sight lines, I feel like Symphony could be in for a third place here. It's going to be difficult to make anything work. It's Shockwave who have the most pressure on them right now, right? Not only on the points, but also on this specific situation. They are going to be pushed in by this circle fairly soon, and they don't really have as much of a foothold as the other two here, as much control over the hillsides that they are looking to try and obtain.
Well, right now they have to try and obtain a position. Slowly but surely, Symphony still sitting there. And I like the fact that he's still in this zone. It's just causing so many problems just by existing in that space. Scarface wants to kind of scout it out a little bit. Has a couple of nades handy. S2G are getting dangerously close to the likes of Shockwave. There was a nice attempt with a double nade, but not nearly enough damage for a knock even.
Ooh, Solus. Just about dodges that one. Yeah, Dakimi, I think he took some damage from Solke there. He was stood up to try and get the angle. And there's a beautiful nade, not quite getting the knock. Oh, that is going to feel nasty. Watching that on the replay when he sees it. It's such a close sliver of HP to going down there. Could have been a great opener, and maybe we would have seen S2G flex out somewhat over towards that north side, but the next zone is pushing in. It goes dead central. Symphony likely to be going down first of all the teams in their entirety, but Ulf now have lost one. Shockwave have taken a knock. This is great for S2G. They're just able to play these two teams off against each other, and it's working quite well here. Ketch is low, and now with just Akimi and Luxus They have to try and move forwards, and the blue zone will push them out of position. That's one. That's maybe two. Oh, Symphony. Hang on a minute. He's getting involved, potentially moving on up for a fight here. And Solke is now in a little bit of danger as Earth have managed to skirt the edge of this fight, move through with 3. And there's a nade over towards Solke. S2G starting to eat some lead too. And Symphony could weather this storm. Oh, no. Finally, he's spotted. That is going to be... Hang on a minute. Is that S2G eliminated? How did that all go so wrong?
Well, remember, how much damage and how much of a nuisance one player can be is exactly how. And looks like ULF, after sweeping the eastern side time and time again, ULF secure their first chicken dinner. And that's exactly what you need to do on your first day of competition. They managed to get themselves very much needed points, very important points at this stage. And again, tomorrow should be an absolute breeze for this roster. But happy for Shockwave that in an important matchup, in an important game, they were able to provide a decent amount of points. But I still think they're within that range. I don't think they're completely safe. They still have 2 more games, but at least the amount of points that they need now is a little bit less. It should be a decent bit easier for this roster. But again, it's all up for grabs. Any of the other teams can step up tomorrow. They can step up in the last 2 games that we have today. So that's why you cannot leave any room for error with these 2 last maps. You have to get everything done. You have to pass 45, 50 points. That is your goal.
Yeah, absolutely. But, so, you know, to be fair, someone is on the bubble, right? So getting up to 45 points might just be enough to be a bubble team. But it's about security and safety and feeling a little bit more sane going into tomorrow because, of course, you don't have any agency in tomorrow's matches. Everyone, of course, playing the same number of matches, but sitting out that last day can be nerve-wracking when you're on that bubble. So we'll have to wait and see just what they're able to achieve. I think Farvoice now, they're not going to be able to do it, right? I think that this may be our first team that we're saying goodbye to. We're only going to hear them, you know, far off in the distance. If we want to hear their voices, it's going to be sad, but probably they're on the block here. It is, of course, with the caveat of barring 2 back-to-back chicken dinners from Farvoice Gaming on Miramar, which would be incredible. I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong. That would be brilliant to see them have that sort of a comeback. But there's nothing to indicate that they're capable
there's no evidence.
Have the power to bring that to the table. So, yeah, I'm not holding out hope at all.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. Don't know how long you can hold your breath for. But if you can hold it for that long, oof, power to you. And also maybe take up swimming. But ladies and gentlemen, yes, 4 games done. That's 10 for Group B and only 2 more left to go. And Regnum Carya I want to say they got incredibly close to Fenerbahçe. And speaking of Fenerbahçe, they have had a horrid day today. They started with 63 points. I think they're currently 72, 73 after averaging 10 points per game coming into day 2. The average drops drastically. But I guess the most important thing for them is just qualifying to the next stage. I want to say it's not as stressful. It's not as anxiety-inducing that, you didn't perform on the second day. You might not get it. No. You're through to the next stage. That much is clear. But you just have to make sure that those kinds of issues and those kinds of problems don't happen in the next stage and definitely don't happen in the final stage of the competition. You can't be getting top 2, top 3 in the group stage, in the survival stage, but then when it actually matters in PMSL Grand Finals, you end up 10th, 12th, and not even close to what we've seen from you before.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Although I think that, you know, especially when you're looking at specifically Fenerbahçe's situation, they are coming into today with a lot of freedom, right? Like it might be a day that they're taking to trial new rotational routes, to trial slightly different strategies, to alter a few things here or there. When you know you're already qualified, if the jump between, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 and $4,000 isn't as much of a worry to you as getting better strats for the finals where a lot more money is on the line, I think that's entirely reasonable. So not to say that that's what they are doing, but I'm just saying that could be what they're doing. I have to. You can't really know. We should probably unless we asked them and they were telling the truth about it, then it's kind of impossible to know whether or not that's what's happening.
I'm kind of tempted to ask them now, but how can I trust them? after
Yeah,
you said that
exactly.
line.
It's like,
I don't know
were
if I
you
can
guys
believe
just
what they
like
said.
trying new stuff? It's like, oh yeah, for sure. That's exactly 100% what we're doing. No other reason why we
And then
didn't
the
get
second
loads
dude
of
does
points
like,
today.
what was he talking about?
Who is he? Who's that guy?
So who's that
What's
guy?
he
We
doing
haven't seen
here?
him around here.
Who let him in? What's going on? Yeah. No. Well, we'll have to wait and see if they get the practice necessary to perform in the knockout stages, right? And I think that's really where their big test will be, and we'll see if they deserve it.
And that we will see. And honestly, I'm curious. Ever since you mentioned the knockout stage, and you know what our map rotation is going to be like, I'm already looking forward to that. But I still want to see who are the teams that are not going to be able to make it. And then I guess the focus for those teams is, what do you do? Let's say you're one of the teams that gets eliminated from 21st to 24th in this competition. What's your next step, since you're kind of done for the year? Esports wise, specifically.
I mean, there's not, if you're done for the year, I feel like there's not really too much that you kind of can do, right? I mean, there's some lower level tournaments and stuff, and you can keep yourself fresh and play the game. I think it very much depends on what you want to get out of it, right? Keep practicing, obviously, like regular practice with the team. If you can find scrims, that's brilliant. Obviously, in terms of the higher circuit, there's no chance. Also, maybe think about going to one of these events. So it's a bit of a stretch on the budget. Certainly.
It's a bit of a trek.
It can be depending on what region you're from. Obviously, if you're from Southeast Asia, it's a lot easier to get there than from Europe. So maybe for our players, not super feasible. But yeah, in general, I think it's a really good idea to, even if you didn't qualify, to potentially think about going to these events and sort of just observing the environment, seeing that situation, engaging with the people there, because that's one of the major resources that exist at these tournaments is the people. So
yeah, plus the community is it's massive. It's one of the biggest communities esports wise. It's one of the biggest games esports wise around the globe. So honestly, yeah, if you got the PUBG Mobile Global Championship around the corner, why not? Go for it. Enjoy yourself. Have a great experience. Meet people from all over the world. See some of the most professional players, the most talented players live in front of you, playing their game, showcasing their skill. Maybe give yourself a little bit of an inspiration. You see that, and then you think one day, you know what? I want to be the person that's up there. I want to be the person that people come to watch, people come to support. Might be that little boost that you need to get to that next level of your competitive journey.
Yeah, I mean, sometime, well, when you get to the top as well, you can join up with these with some pretty big teams if they'll have you, and they'll bring in their own fans who will sort of give you their support by proxy. I'm thinking about S2G specifically, like one of the biggest names in esports, going sort of on a level with like Alpha 7 in terms of name brand in PUBG Mobile specifically. Obviously, different regions and things like that. But yeah, it's really cool to see. And the thing I always look for, specifically when you're looking at a player level, is to carve out a personality, right? And I feel like there's a few who have sort of started to get there. I think the obvious one is Paraboy from early on in PUBG Mobile esports history, who sort of carved out like a personality. In terms of like who they are, what they're doing, and his personality was kind of the best player, who also was like a model in China, which was pretty incredible. But since then, we've seen a couple of players sort of stand tall in terms of performance, and I want to see them sort of back that up with a little bit more sort of camera presence, that sort of thing.
I want to say whether it's a little bit more camera presence, just showcase your personality. I want to say that, like, that's the most important thing. You showcase your capabilities, showcase your personality. That's what people would love to see on broadcast, on camera, on stage, whether it's in the game. Those are the things that we look out for. And right now, what we're looking out for is, oh my God, more than one elimination with nades, and it's in the name of Aaron, alongside Scarface with most damage from that last game. Symphony. It didn't feel like he traveled the most, not gonna lie, but because he held up in that shack for a very long time towards the later stages of the game. I did not think he was gonna get that one.
He came a long way to get there. It was
true.
his destination. seeing what he could get done there. We are getting ready for Miramar. Currently waiting on information on the lobby. We'll keep you guys updated, hopefully, in the very near future as to what is going on there. Scarface getting over 1,000 damage. That is very nice to see, and making sure that his presence is being felt on the lobby in general. Ulf having a big presence on this match stats page.
Yeah, and that they are. They did sweep multiple times in that last game. We're hoping to continue sweeping their way to the top of the competition. Very experienced players that they have present with them. But can this experience shine through? Show us what they can do in the game. So far they have. They haven't disappointed. I'm very happy with what they've shown us. But I want to see more. And after seeing that, I want to see more of these kinds of pushes, more of these kinds of aggressive plays. Again, it was perfectly timed pushes as well from that roster.
Yeah, we're hoping that they can keep things together, right? I was talking about how obviously the Fireflux situation hopefully isn't going to carry on over. As we take a look at our match rankings here, you can see that they are very much, in this match at least, putting their best foot forwards with 24 points on the board. Shockwave only got 10 here. Okay, there we go. That's what we were looking for, right? 10 points for Shockwave. That's not going to be enough to see them safe, but it is going to be a good start to their ascent there potentially. Jetgo, for as late as they survived, they were only able to get 8. I say only. They were able to get 8 points, which is a pretty decent result there for the number of teams that were still alive when they went into that shack. Sort of guarded out by S2G, employed 4 of them as bodyguards.
Exactly, and you see towards you look towards the rest of the leaderboard. You go towards the bottom. You see Fenerbahçe, Regnum, Carya, both teams that are in the top 2 spots, fighting for that number 1. Both eliminated early on. FVG. Honestly, I thought the game was going to go in a completely different direction for them, considering how they were positioned when the zone shifted towards the mainland and away from the military island. The fact that, I want to say GS, Galatasaray, rotated with the hovercraft and were able to make it so far into the game. And in what universe did you think that crossing the bridge was going to be a great idea and that you were going to survive? That's just my question, if I'm being completely honest. How did you think that crossing that bridge when the zone, it's only the 2nd or 3rd zone, and it's obvious that there's an insane amount of teams that are across that bridge, and there will be teams that are playing to the south side of the mainland because it is the centralized location for where the next zone could possibly be and where the end game is going to possibly be. So I don't know. So fighting capabilities and decision making for the side of Farvoice Gaming, nothing to write home about. Nothing that interesting so far.
This is pretty interesting though. 2 players over 1,000 damage on the same roster for ULF Esports. There, they had 2 powerhouses on side today on this game. Eren and Scarface both going pretty much blow for blow. More knockouts for Scarface, but still pretty much neck and neck there with Eren, who was able to post a similar result. Souls and Ketch, I mean, they still did very, very well with the rest of the team. To be able to pull this one together. So very happy to see that result. At a nice step up. And again, as I said, they want to shrug off that history from Fireflux.
Mm-hmm. Let's hope the Fireflux curse does not follow them into this roster, into this lineup. It's not looking like it for now. Too early to tell. We need more sample size. We need more data. And then we'll talk to our professor, John Allen, who will whip up a couple of spreadsheets. And then, you know what? We'll have just a whole PowerPoint presentation for you guys. I feel like that would be fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. That's going to take a while.
Yeah, John's intrigued now.
Well, look, data visualization is almost as important as being able to figure out what's going on with the data in the first place. Mm-hmm. Communication is the biggest challenge when it comes to data analysis. You can do all the fancy stats in the world you want, but if nobody understands them, it's useless. Unless they have an impact, unless they answer a question that people are asking.
Like you mentioned, you just got to ask the right question, John.
Well, yeah, but you also have to sort of let people know that that's a reason, or sort of have people think that that's a reasonable question. Like, if you get too into the weeds, you start using too many acronyms, you start, pulling all these fancy formulas and graphs out, then all of a sudden people are like, I don't know what this is. I don't care.
So,
But these numbers on my face.
I got lost like 4 stats ago. What are you even talking about right now?
Exactly.
So, listen, dude, I'm telling you, the ratio of the amount of grenades that drop and actually spawn on the map is a lot more than the ones that you see smoke-wise. No, we're not doing this.
Exactly. The explanation of the stats is as important as the stats themselves, for sure.
And this is why we
Every
have you
single
here,
time.
John, because we prefer you explain the statistics. And you know what? Right now, I'll explain to you that we do have a lobby. And that lobby has 64 players. And those 64 lovely players who are incredibly talented will be jumping into Miramar. It is game number 5 for some of these teams, and it's game number 11 for the rest. Teams are going to be closing the page for their performance, and we'll see what they've been able to provide and what they've been able to do for the group stage. We still have the survival. We still have the grand finals. And it's, I actually said something yesterday that was, I thought it was, because it was 5 matches a day. I did forget, but you already mentioned about the groups changing every single game going into the survival stage, or the knockout stage, rather. So it's going to be a little bit different. But anyways, game should be starting underway. And you know what? I don't think I've asked our lovely boys and girls, who are you supporting? Show us. Let us know in the chat. I want to know who have the biggest fans out of these lovely teams here for today.
Absolutely. Well, we love to see your support. I'm sure the teams love to see your support as well for every single team. I'm sure they have plenty of fans out there at this stage. And some of our newer teams to the scene would love to have your support as well. Maybe, it could be the start of a long... I mean, relationship isn't the right word, right? Because it's like fan situation, like support. There's no word for like being a fan in that like the relationship of being a fan of someone. Is there? Have I completely forgotten a word?
Fangirling? You want like to?
No. Just like
fanboying?
A team that you support in general, like for a long time.
Just supporter, I guess. They want fans of the org. They want fans.
But you would describe that connection between between two people as like a friendship between two, like me and you, for instance.
Yeah.
And
oh my
how
God!
would you describe that relationship between?
I mean, I am a super fan of.
Look, I'm just saying that for the cameras, but behind the scenes,
So we hate each other.
We've actually been in multiple physical fights with each other.
Yeah, we have.
It's that, of course not. I am joking,
that.
to clarify. But what I can't figure out what the name of that relationship between a fan supporter and the team that they support is.
You know what? If you guys know, let us know. If not, we'll try to figure it out.
I'm gonna ask AI.
Yeah, because honestly, I'm lost right now. I cannot find that word. And the thing is, this is the difference between me and you. You're the kind of person that I don't know if you would do that in most situations, though. Like, if you have this kind of brain teaser or like brain worm, would you always instantly Google it, or would you try to search it up, or would you try to think about it?
It depends on the vibe, right? Like
okay,
if it's for fun, like at a bar or sort of at the pub, and you're just having a chat, it's fun to like just bandy it about.
Yeah.
But if it occurs to me and I don't know, then I'll do some Googling.
Okay. I'll allow it. But yeah, what do you call that relationship between a fan and the person that they're a fan of?
It doesn't seem that there's a strong answer here. So I shall have to keep digging, I'm afraid. It's not that simple. The lobby does have 64 players, and we aren't just prattling on for no reason here. We are waiting for this lobby to get started.
Listen, it's just about me pressing the button. That's all I need to do.
Yeah, no. He's just like, I don't know this word, so I can't start the game, guys. It just doesn't work like that. You guys should know that by now, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be getting this one underway fairly shortly. I hope, fingers crossed, so that we can get underway with Miramar and get towards our final 2 matches and Shockwave and Farvoice Gaming's final attempts at potentially qualifying for the knockout stages.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult run for them with only 2 maps remaining. It is going to be a little bit, tiny bit easier for Shockwave, considering the fact that they got 10 points in that last game. But when we're looking at the other side, for the side of Farvoice Gaming, I guess for me it's just I've lost. The only thing I can say is I've lost hope for them, just because something you said yourself before. They haven't given me the evidence that they can perform to incredible levels when they need to. They needed to in the previous game. They had the opportunity, just weren't able to. This time around, with 2 maps remaining, I only feel like the pressure is going to mount up more and more. It's going to get more and more difficult for them, and I think under that pressure, they're going to crack, and they're going to make more mistakes, more bad decisions. Then again, I could be wrong. Prove me wrong, boys.
Yeah, it certainly can get to you, right? And that's why it pays to be consistent in general, right? Is that so you're not with your back against the wall in these later tournament stages. So I say late in the later parts of a tournament phase, for instance. If you're able to put up those points, if you're able to put up like 5 points every game, which is a pretty solid result in a lobby like this. All of a sudden, it alleviates so much pressure, because even if you underperform that by a point average, right? Even if you're getting 4 points a game up until this point, you're actually fine, right? Like it's actually totally okay in terms of a scenario. But then when you leave it to the last moment, it all of a sudden becomes this monumental task, which is seemingly not always pleasant. We are still waiting on word about this lobby, by the way, because it seems like nothing's happening, and that worries me. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on. The closest I've been able to find in terms of a word is fanship.
Fanship.
Yeah, although I don't know if that's a real word or like just a yeah, or if it's like if it's just like a fake kind of amalgamation of a word.
Yeah.
And I don't think it is.
It's not a word I've ever used. Yeah, it's not a word I have ever used or knew. I guess it existed. Fanship.
I don't think it's a real word. I think it is maybe made up. But it kind of works, right?
I mean, to be fair, all
you could
words
say,
are
"Oh,
made
I've had
up.
a long friendship with Sandstorm. Oh, I've had a long fanship with S2G." That sort of same beat. It kind of makes sense, and I mean, to be fair, all words are invented. So even if it is made up, it kind of works. So there you go.
The more you know, with John and Sandy. But you know what?
Dear.
I would love to know who is the reason that this lobby has decided to calm us down and slow us down a little bit. You know what? We were getting there. Like we were kind of rolling through the games, one right after the other. Erangel having no problems. Rondo surprisingly having no problems today. But you know what? Very happy with that. Picking up the pace a lot quicker. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure it's something as simple as maybe a quick bathroom break for one of those players. Because you know what, I think it always seems to happen sometimes with a player or two.
Okay,
but
all right. Seems like it might have been a technical issue, but it is apparently almost immediately going to be fixed at this point. So we'll hopefully be in the next few minutes. And we'll see what that is. I don't think it was an issue with the players, though, funnily enough. I mean, they're all in, right? So it might have been an alternate issue. So we'll have to wait and see what we get sent our way. And that's just kind of it, That's just the way the cookie crumbles in these scenarios.
The cookie tends to crumble a lot with us on broadcast. But my question to you is, what kind of cookie it is?
I don't know. What sort of cookie is it?
It's a chocolate. It looks like a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah, there
or
you
just
go.
a chocolate cookie.
It's a double chocolate chip cookie, but yeah.
It's a double chocolate chip cookie. That's
I couldn't resist.
Cookie.
You said what sort, and I was like, "Wow, I've got a cookie right here." It's been staring me dead in the eye for
honestly,
a long
fair
time
play.
now.
I'm not even allowing myself cookies, man. You know what? You and your high metabolism. This is not fair.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you see what I have to deal with? Do you know how much work I've been trying to put in to lose just a little bit of weight? Meanwhile, these guys with their high metabolism can eat all the junk food they want, all the sponsored Burger King, apparently, which we haven't had. Yo, hit us up with a meal, please. But yeah. But yeah, this is just not fair. Give me the high metabolism, please.
Yeah, you know, I'm still waiting for it to conk out on me. I'm sure I'll get there one day, but for now, I'm still, you know, I can, you know, fit through cracks and be able to escape a widely spaced fence.
Wow. Okay, fair.
You know,
yeah, I can't do that. I'm trying to. Yeah, just like a cat, you know, going between the fence. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's you know, that's a life goal of mine.
Honestly, I would love to see that life goal in person.
it's the fire brigade were called last time I tried it, so I'm not getting involved in that again. That's you can't get me like that. Not again.
You know what? I'll try again at some point. I'll try again. I may have failed this time, but I will not fail it next time.
Maybe. Yeah, no, we are still just waiting on this lobby. We apologise for the delay, but it is going to be getting in fairly shortly. And whilst we wait, we're apparently still going to talk to you. So there you go. How do you feel about that? Let us know. Let us know how you feel about us still talking to you. You know, are you getting
PTSD?
Bored? Are you getting annoyed? What's going on? Well, yeah, if you missed the podcast at the start of yesterday's show, then there you go. It's a little sample. It's a little sample of dish.
This is just a little bit of a taste.
A little canapes that circle before the main course. You know,
just that's it. That's all you get.
Very cool.
I was thinking about a couple of the things that we talked about yesterday. I say a couple of things. We kind of covered a lot of things yesterday.
Sure. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, It was a very varied. We had a lot of varied conversations, but the ones that I'm thinking of specifically are, I want to say, like, revolve around, I guess, PUBG Mobile Esports memories and events and stuff like that. So we talked about, for example, like one of your favorite moments in PUBG Mobile. You were talking to me about one of your first events in India around 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was 2019. Whenever PMCO Berlin was, which I think was 2019.
Yes, I believe it was 2019. I'm trying to think, like, what do you think was the peak competition that we've had, whether it's regional or whether it's an international tournament? What do you think? When do you think was some of the best PUBG Mobile that we've ever seen? Like, whether it was entertaining or whether it was just, you know, skillful players showcasing their abilities.
I think 2024 was a really brilliant year, actually. Overall, I think that the quality of games was very strong there. I think that a lot of the time it felt like everybody knew what they were doing all the time, which is kind of easy to not happen, especially when we have all the information. It felt like people were making consistently the correct decisions in a lot of the global level of tournament, I think. So I think that if I had to pick a year, maybe 24 or 23, maybe less so. I feel like, London 24 felt like teams were playing pretty well, which was nice to see. A couple of teams excluded, but in general, you know, I think the quality was fairly solid. I think it's one of those 2 years in terms of the peak of what we've seen so far.
I'll agree. I thought London was London was insane. The crowd and their energy was fantastic. The players, the different kinds of content that we had as well. The fact that 7 was thrown by the mountain. I mean, come on. That on its own is kind of crazy. And to be fair, like, 7 looks tiny next to him. But yeah, you see, like, that's one of the pieces of content. And to be fair, anyone would look tiny next to that literal mountain, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Hubthor is an absolute giant. He is very, very tall and very, very big. Like, he's a big guy. He's a big
Dude,
guy.
He almost broke my watch. Okay, I was because we were doing.
Yeah,
a
I
bit
remember
where
the
he had-
skit. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, like just from like grabbing my hands like that, I was like, oh god, he's gonna break it.
He's got
And
some
it's like,
pretty strong grip strength, actually. He did. I've seen a video. I think he did it with Magnus Mitbo,
yes, the climber.
the YouTuber. Yeah, it does like bouldering and rock climbing YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And they did like a grip strength either competition or just test. And he was like getting pretty close, but I think Magnus did have a little advantage specifically on grip strength. But like obviously in other non-climbing related aspects, there's just no way of standing up to that level of athleticism that is obviously on display there. I played Among Us with Happer actually. That was good fun.
Really?
Yeah. It was good fun. Lobbies with a couple of like UK streamers and people that I knew, and one of them was like, "Oh, I've got a mate coming." Turned out to be Hapthor. And I was like, "Cool, sure." I told him so many lies. He had no idea what was going on. It was great.
I was this close. I was this close to having like a paintball match with Tyler 1 and Magnus Carlsen at the same time, which would have been crazy. This close.
Hey man, I would have loved to have played in that. I heard it was really rough though. It was very painful from what I saw.
Listen, there was a couple of injuries, but it was entertaining nonetheless. And I guess those are the kind of activities that we got to saw. As PMWI, PUBG Mobile World Invitational was happening in Riyadh early on. I say earlier on this year, just a couple of months, 2.5 months ago. Which esports summer camp. Can't wait for PUBG Mobile to go back there again next year as well. Very excited for that.
Oh yeah, they put out an announcement, didn't they, of the games?
I mean,
and they've got all that they're playing.
I've seen the announcement, I guess, for a lot of the games already for next year, and PUBG Mobile was one of them from what I've seen. So honestly, it's been incredible.
I don't know. Yeah, there's some that they still haven't announced, or maybe they have announced since I last saw it. But there were like some mystery games that have yet to be potentially added. But yeah, I was really excited to be there at the same time as chess last time around. I enjoy a little bit of chess in my downtime. I'm not particularly good.
Yeah. Oh, I'm horrible. I'm terrible. Like
I play bullet chess, which is like very, very low amounts of time. Mm-hmm. So I play 1 minute on the clock for each player, and each move you get 1 extra second on the clock. So you can sort of build time if you're like pre-moving a lot, but that's dangerous and stuff like that.
Of course.
But, it basically it turns it into sort of like a gut reaction measure as to how good you are. Obviously, memory comes into it, and the normal 100%. Chess tactics apply. But when you've only got like 5 seconds maximum to be thinking about a move, what you got to do is play the player. Try and make the move they want you to play the least.
I want to say I've only ever done the 10-minute ones, and the first couple of games, like you start at a rating of 400, and then I went down to like 150, just like instantly. Yeah,
I think 100 is actually the lowest on, well, depending on what platform you're playing on, but I think on some of the most common ones, you can only go down to like 100 rating.
Yeah,
well.
I don't want.
It's like the floor.
I don't want to find. I think I am the floor at this point when it comes to chess. I think I am also the floor when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But hey, this is why we get to talk about them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. That's you said it. That's up to you for your sales pitch. But yeah, something I enjoy. Good time to, if I'm sitting down on the loo, I'm like, well, play a game of chess. By the time I finish a game of chess, I'm ready to go,
Just done, dusted, and then move on to the next one.
Exactly.
But you know what? Yeah, like it's this year has been very, very interesting with what's happened. I want to say, like, with the EWC, the competition there, for me at least, the fact that Alpha 7, reigning champions of PMWI from the last year, and then they come into this one, they don't even make it to the finals of it, which is kind of crazy. The way that the stages have been evolving for the competition as well. It's just a fantastic show, start to finish.
I think that was kind of part of what made me feel like PMWC didn't have the greatest quality of gameplay overall, right, it is teams like Alpha 7 just sort of not really doing anything, seemingly, like Falcons as well, like people who were defending champions coming through. We had Yangon Galacticos win, and I think they deserved to win, but they're certainly not at the scale of a team that maybe one would have expected to do very, very well in a tournament like that. So, you know, in general, yeah, I do stand by the assessment that, performance not the greatest at PMWC.
Yeah. The thing is, for a while, I want to say, whenever there was a conversation about, teams making it to their first international event, or like they haven't had an opportunity to participate in multiple international events, so they're still like gaining experience, trying to learn how to play on a stage in front of a crowd, and dealing with all the conditions that come along with it. For a while, I want to say, I always thought about, if it's their first time, they can't be expected to win, they can't be expected to perform. But then I see what happened this PMWI, and I'm thinking, you know what? No, it should be possible. That's no longer an excuse that I can give a team for not performing when they make it to the next level of competition, because everything that you're working on, everything that you're training is to get to the next level, is to improve. And if you haven't been able to improve from one stage to the next, then you got to find out what's wrong, or find out what's the missing piece that you have, find out what players might be causing issues, whatever it might be, and just try and deal with it. But yeah, I want to say, for the longest time, it was always the first time, it's fine. Not anymore. You get to a competition, you have to be prepared. You have to be ready, because you don't know when and if you're going to get this opportunity again.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, absolutely. Like it's an opportunity that doesn't present itself easily, especially for a lot of these teams. I mean, we do see some of the better teams in the world consistently getting there, right? And so for them, that can also be on the flip side. You have to be wary of sort of falling into a bit of a routine, and being taken advantage of by other teams that way. You can't allow that to be happening. It's not good for you, because if you treat it like, this is just the day job, then you're going to be outpaced by someone who lives and breathes the game, right? And at a top level, you can't afford that. So yeah, we're always on the lookout for people who will put some of these slowing old dogs in their place, right? If you want to slow down, we're going to get some new fast greyhounds out there to outstrip you on the pacing. We are still waiting on this lobby, unfortunately. It seems like the issues were slightly harder to resolve than perhaps expected. And we are going to be hopefully bringing you the game as soon as possible, and see what we can do. Because we've been here for a while now, and I realise that is not where any of us want to be at this stage. We do want to be in game, and of course, with Miramar up next, we want to be seeing the final two games for our groups who will not be playing in tomorrow.
That's true. I want to find out what's going to happen to Shockwave. I want to know if Farvoice Gaming are going to listen to what we've been talking about over the past, I want to say day and a half. Performance-wise, you guys have got to perform in those last two matches. And whenever we get to it, we will. Don't you worry. The second that button is pressed and the lobby is started, you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home will be the first to be made aware. Because, that's when we'll start talking about the game. Because we'll have to, because the game started. But it hasn't yet.
It could do, though. Maybe.
I mean, how about a little prediction game?
Okay.
Okay.
What's the game?
I guess it's predicting who's going to win the next two games.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to go random and just go. I'm just going to look at the list of our lovely teams. I think Fenerbahçe and then I'm going to stick with the Turkish teams. I think they're going to continue just destroying everyone. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of, you think so? I mean, well, yeah, Fenerbahçe. I mean, at the moment, not having the best of times, right? They have been struggling potentially. I think Regnum Carya could potentially be on for another one. I think that's a fairly safe bet.
Okay.
In terms of getting another chicken dinner. I think that my more outside prediction is that IW and RX are going to get a chicken dinner
Ooh.
again.
Okay.
I think that they have shown class today, and I'm very happy. I would be very happy if they were able to bring it back and come back into this one.
All right. Well, there we go. We have our predictions. That was quick. I thought it would eliminate a little bit more time.
There you go. Well, that's just what it is. Hey, you know what we could do?
Hit me.
We could take a look at what all the teams are like on the average scoring. I might have to do some data gathering.
I'm down.
At the moment. So let me scrub back and find a screenshot of what our overall standings are like right now. If I can find it after the game. I don't think, did we look at the overall standings?
I believe after that last game, no, we haven't had a chance.
Okay. That's interesting. Right. Okay, what we can do. Oh no, this is gonna take far too long. Well, goodness me. I have to wait and see where we got. Okay, so we can do match rankings from overall rankings from previously.
Sure.
So let's have a look. Let's get a screen grab of that. Wait, hang on a minute. That's got some stuff going on. Okay. Let's get that one in. How about this? You're going to love this. Boom.
Okay.
What do we got? We got a... so these are the first page of overall rankings from the match before.
Okay.
So let's start with Fenerbahçe. And they have 2 winner chicken dinners, 29 placements, 42, 71. Feel free to because I'm just going to be typing in now for a while.
You take care of that. And you know what? I'm going to walk through the teams and our lovely viewers. Talk to them a little bit about what every single one of these players is fighting for, outside of obviously the 200,000. And you know what? Thank you very much, production, for giving our lovely little John Allen more time to work with. No, they don't want to show. There we go. We're back.
I think it's the spreadsheet.
They did not like the spreadsheets.
Yeah, that was apparently not okay. All right, fair enough.
But I wanted to see the stats.
Yeah, well, too bad. You're not allowed.
It's okay. But I'm still going to walk our lovely teams because, when it comes to this year's competition for, moving on from PMSL EU to PMGC, I want to say it's different than what we've been used to over the past couple of years. I like the addition of the gauntlet that we have. Putting all the regional teams together before, the last chance and then the grand finals. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going on for quite a while. So you know what, we're going to give you and ourselves a little bit of a break. Hopefully, we will return very, very soon with our fifth game and continue our journey in the second year of PMSL Europe. Back in a few. back one more time, and hopefully, I want to say hopefully, cross your fingers before I even say it, the wait is over. The wait is over. I want to say that. I want to believe it. Do you believe it, John? Are you convinced?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I'll wait. I'll wait. But you know, we'll see. We'll see just how it goes. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on this lobby to get started. For the Miramar to be kicking off and getting underway. Of course, well, we've had quite a few ups and downs over the course of today, and I think that the most interesting roller coaster so far has been Shockwave's performance. Right, we thought, oh no, and then maybe, and now coming into these final two matches, it could be they're able to have a really good time coming into this one, but they are not quite there yet. You know, they've got 35 points now after that 10-point game that they were able to find, which means that they're still away off the threshold. They need at least another one of those, preferably two, to be able to see themselves safe into the qualification spots. But you know, there's a pit that they definitely could fall into.
Yeah, that is true. And now one of the things I guess I wanted to discuss, since we have a little bit of time before we jump into this next game, is I guess the format when it comes to the I guess the next stage of the competition. We discussed a little bit about the survival stage or the knockout stage for this competition, and then the grand finals. But I guess this is one thing that I understood a little bit more about when it comes to PMGC and what to expect from it. One thing I guess I was mentioning before is that, you know, teams get to qualify from PMSL to the gauntlet. Teams will qualify from points directly into the group stage, and then each of them will be fighting to get to obviously the the grand finals of the competition. But the way that, from what I'm looking at it now, it is that, but there's just one slight difference where essentially teams can qualify from every stage directly into the grand finals. So for example, 16 teams that make it to the gauntlet, top 7 of those teams can make it directly into the grand finals. Top 6 teams that make it out of the 32 teams in total from the group stage make it directly into the grand finals. Then of course you have the 2 teams that make it through the last chance, and the 1 team that makes it from the invite, the host country invitee. That's the one thing that I forgot was, I guess, the 7 teams that make it from the gauntlet into the grand finals. I thought it was going to be gauntlet into group stage, and then group stage make it to grand finals and such.
Yeah. So yeah, there will be, obviously the gauntlet has a purpose. Certainly I would hope so. To allow these teams to qualify and get in ahead. And hopefully they'll be able to find those spots from preferably our tournament, right? That'd be great if we had some Europe teams jumping on in to make this one happening. We are still waiting on this lobby, guys. I'm afraid I have to apologize for these delays as they continue to plague us. We're now at 63 players in this lobby, so I don't know if this is a case of a player needed to reconnect or what is going on here, but we are going to be coming to you as soon as we can. Yeah.
Actually, wait, I have a question for you, John. So,
okay.
Considering the fact that teams so, you know, when you're looking at the gauntlet, top 7 make it to grand finals, and the rest just go to the group stage. And then you have teams in the group stage, it's 32, 2 groups of 16, 9 from the gauntlet, and the rest are the teams that qualify directly into the group stage, of course. Top 3 from each group make it into the grand finals, bottom 5 are eliminated. Anyways, to cut it short, do you think it's better for a team to qualify instantly from the gauntlet to the grand finals, or do you think it's easier for them to qualify from the group stage? Because, you know, teams can qualify from either regional points or from qualifying from their respective PMSLs. If you go from PMSL, it's straight to gauntlet. If you go from points, it's straight to group stage. Do you think it's better for a team to go through the gauntlet?
Better in what way? Like in terms of like feeling better about the tournament?
No,
I think in general,
as in like qualifying to the grand finals, because essentially it's top 7 out of 16 in the gauntlet make it to the finals, but for the group stage it's top 3 from each group make it to the grand finals, and then there's the rest of the squads 4th to 11th go to last chance, where top 2 from there make it, and then bottom 5 from each group get eliminated, of course, in group stage. So it feels
Well, I
like
mean,
to me it's
going
easier.
further into the tournament is better.
Yeah. So I feel like it's easier to qualify from Gauntlet rather than from the group stage, because you're dealing with 16 teams and the top 7 in total make it from those 16. But if you get to the group stage and you don't make it directly from the Gauntlet, you're facing 31 teams essentially. It's 32 teams in total.
The issue is that there's not that many teams that will qualify from the Gauntlet, right, straight to grand finals. And I think that in general, on average, you're probably going to have more of a chance in group stages.
I thought it would be the opposite, honestly.
To find that qualification spot, maybe actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it is interesting, right?
There's some math that needs to be done.
Yeah, well, you're getting 9. There's 9 teams that are going to qualify from group stages, right? Out of
6.
2.
It's only 6.
Oh, so yeah, it's 2 groups, isn't it? Sorry, it's not 3 groups.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. You might. I mean, to be fair, you might be right. So maybe teams get to choose which one they want to qualify through. I actually have no idea. I will have to look further into that one as to what's happening there, because you may be right, because it's 16 teams go into the Gauntlet and 7 of them go to
qualify
grand finals.
instantly. Yeah. 7 make it, and then almost half, and then in group stage you're dealing with 32 teams. And it's 18 matches across the 3 days. Top 3.
I mean, technically, it's 8 teams from group stages, because 2 of them will be coming as well from last chance.
Yes.
So yeah, but it's 8 to 9, and the fraction of teams that. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think it's sort of definitely seems the way to be very much easier to qualify through Gauntlet.
Yeah. So right now, I guess the question that I'm posing, just in general, I want to find out is how is it going to work when it comes to, I guess, you mentioned it, the choice. Do they get do the teams get the choice, or is it just they're given the best option, which I think is just go to Gauntlet? Because again, it's just one extra opportunity for you to be able to qualify, and it feels like it's a much easier one. It's just 16 teams, top 7, rather than 32, and it's top 6 across the 2 groups. Top 3 from each group. But yeah, I guess it's something to look forward to, something to try and figure out over the next couple of days as we wrap up one of the final PMSLs. Because PMSL CSA, I think that wrapped up today. Or I think today was the second day of their finals. The other PMSLs are running at the moment. PMSL MENA, PMSL CSA, and of course PMSL Americas are running around the same time as well. So there's PUBG Mobile action happening the entire time.
That's right, even if it's not here. Now I do see a lobby being loaded into right now. So maybe we'll finally get some gameplay, guys. After all of our technical delays, of course, we apologize for that. We're going to be heading in fairly shortly. I did, during that break, actually get the chance to run some numbers and look at averages per map. Top performing team right now is BOARS after today from Fenerbahçe. We are going to be heading on in. Fairly shortly. Yeah, top performing match goodness me, I'm all of a muddle. We've been talking for that long. Top performing team so far is BOARS, obviously not playing today, but they are on an 8.8 average over the games that they have played, of course, having played 6 games yesterday. ULF is actually now our second highest performing team on average.
Oh, wow.
With an 8-point average after their performance in that last match, which is pretty incredible stuff. But of course, with only 4 matches played, that volatility does increase a little bit. They're up on 32 points, so potential for them to jump up nice and high. 4FS follow them up, and then IWNRX all the way at the bottom. FVG, and I think that's no surprise to anyone, on 1.9 average per match. And then XSLAY just above that. So they are definitely going to have to put their best foot forward tomorrow. And then SHOCKWAVE after that. So at the moment, on averages purely, it would be Ozarox, SHOCKWAVE, XSLAY, and FVG being eliminated.
And the teams that we're going to be looking out for right now, SHOCKWAVE has got to be one of them, because they might be getting into a fight early on with Falcons, but that's not happening at the moment. What's happening is KAOS Black kicking us off. At the beginning of this game, we rarely expect to see, and we rarely do see, fights happening within the first couple of minutes, specifically in Miramar. But it does not seem to be the case this time around as KAOS Black, their third player, RIP7, taking quite a lot of damage. And it doesn't seem like they were able to dish out any damage whatsoever as they're 2 members down. And we're not able to get any knocks whatsoever. But I guess a point of a conversation as well is that zone. That's 45, if not almost 50% water.
Yeah, that's what I was oohing at earlier. That is a really nasty zone coming through for our first Miramar of the day. It keeps those East Islands in, you know. Of course, it's never going to go to them. Secretly really hopes it's going to go to them. That'd be so cool and fun. I'd love that. But yeah, it's very unlikely to be heading out that way. But it's going to force people around Los Leones, around La Bendita. It's going to force fights a lot earlier.
It's like you mentioned before. It's something that we have to mention. Would be nice if it happened. It's not going to happen, but would be nice if it did. And we'll get back to it if it does. Because right now, the focus is once again in Jetgo. They are just swinging, and they will not miss. They take down the Kunma, they take down everyone, and just for good measure, they are shooting the boxes, it seems, to make sure that they actually did get the eliminations. Interesting. But hey, 4 quick elims, didn't lose a single member. Great start for that lineup. I was hoping to see the same from Shockwave. Unfortunately, they were not able to start off this way. And they're not risking it with a hot drop on El Pozo, by the way. They're not risking a fight with the Falcons because they know it's too risky. And look at that LM feed. It's... oh no, it's Farvoice.
Oh dear. Yeah, unfortunately, we have lost, apparently, the ability to track teams over the course of things. So forgive us if we miss some stuff. We'll be looking at the mini-map. We'll be trying our best, but we've lost that tower graphic we would normally have on the right-hand side, especially early on, to track points, to track elims, and things like that. So we'll try and keep you up to date, but as for now, we're going in a little bit more blind than usual, but we'll see what we can make happen. Puerto Paraíso, yeah, getting real stuffy very, very quickly. And it's getting a little bit messy. Potential third parties down there as well, as teams are likely to rotate around that area, given where the circle sits right now.
Yeah, I saw GS and I believe it's ULF, who's currently there at the moment. If not, it's actually FVR, my bad, that are instantly rotating towards that location. And I think ULF and Asgard Esports, these 2 teams were also looking at a potential of making the same move, but since 2 teams already did, it's already crowded enough, there's no need to do that. Just wait, because maybe the zone will have a complete shift towards La Bendita and Los Leones and ignore the water. That's what all the players are hoping, and if that's the case, make your way to Los Leones.
I mean, yeah, that would be... that'd be pretty crazy to keep it going. I feel like it's fairly certain for the circle to be going over there towards the, sort of the land side at about, I'd estimate a 60% chance of staying sort of towards that mainland into this next zone. Maybe a little bit less than that, actually. No, actually far less than that. I'm not sure. I think it's far less likely. We'll have to wait and see exactly what we're playing with. A couple of elims popping up as well there. So we're down to 58 players now. Things are getting a little bit hairy, potentially.
More excitement and more action for us. More stress for the players. ULF picking up an elim or 2 on the side of Ano. Famagusta. Bra on the other side as well. Getting crazy on their side as Bruh make a move. That move seems to be push and take on these players as Keystone is in an off angle. If he can provide a little bit of cover to his team, if he can get a knock here on one of the Bruh members, that would assist, that would alleviate some of the pressure. But unfortunately not able to, with the second knock coming in, and that's the third. That just means this fight is over. There is no recall. This is not Rondo. Welcome to Miramar.
Oh dear, that is not the sort of greeting that you would want. Oscar Esports actually performing fairly solidly over the course of today, over their first 4 matches, with a 6.75 average per game on 27 points at the start of this one. Now with only 1 player left though, that's going to make things all the harder. IWNRX as well, a very high-performing team with 7.3 points average, which is towards the top end of the metrics there. Regnum Carya getting locked in with ULF, who are seemingly taking them to task, doing very well. Low HP for Regnum Carya, and that's the second player to go down. Finally finding a knock in response, but there's still Scarface to deal with. Chopped back out wide, and that might be the death of him. In fact, they are going to lose 2 guaranteed. Ulf looks to get the res, but always on the chase. Free fires, Silas waiting for the opportune moment, but there's a teammate bearing down upon him, not even going to need him, as Scarface handles business on the inside.
Loving the backup there by the rest of the squad, and for them to be able to take them down. But the question is, can they hold off a third party? Because I believe IWNRX will be going for that push. Another squad. Luxus rather, and the squad of Shockwave as they take the fight with Galatasaray. Blows it, holding his ground, takes down 3. Just like that, wipes them out. There is a lot of box shooting in this game here, John. I'm not sure if there's tea, if there's drama between these players, but something is going on.
That was a nasty little hold around the side there. Able to get the triple with the auto shotty. They all stepped into the line of fire. That's some real adrenaline pumping. Can cause some problems as we take a look as things continue to go pear-shaped. Teams losing players. Ulf, at the moment, holding on this position out to the south of Impala, right? These warehouses that sit surrounded by hilltops as well. They kind of are going to start to get locked in here as teams start to move in close by. IWNRX, one of those teams, but it looks like they're more preoccupied with S2G. That's the circle. It does, in fact, head all the way back up northwest, which means all of these Puerto Paraiso teams are going to have to leave. This is good news for the Falcons. They're going to get a potential pick of the litter over a North Los Leones position.
Yeah, since it seems to be completely empty, plus there's a couple of different areas with a lot of high ground to use. Let's see if some of these teams decide to take that and gain a little bit of an advantage. Like that. Spot on with the, I mean, the zone had to shift there. I want to say it was either that or maybe like north toward like truck stop and having Impala, but outside of that, this seemed like the only option. That looked extremely dangerous, but hey, no friendly fire, so you're fine. IWNRX, they started a little bit of a fight with Ulf. After Ulf finished that fight with Regnum Carya, but they did not decide to go for the push. Even though they did get a knock and then a limb, but with the zone shifting away from the area, they decided, okay, there's no need for us to go all in and force ourselves in a situation where it could get a lot more difficult since there are teams around these compounds. Especially with it being the end of the day and teams will be in desperate need of points. I'm not going to let them go away just like that. So it is the best decision. You have to move on. You have to keep going and get yourselves into Los Leones. And with it being a city finish as well, that's only going to add to the chaos and carnage that this game will be. Once again, welcome to Miramar.
Hey, there you go. That's what you've got to find. A little opening here. And I think that now getting out of this position around these Impala Hills is going to be... Actually, it shouldn't be too terrible right now for Kara. They are at arm's distance. I think Ulf are going to have the worst time of it at this stage. They are still kind of just locked in. They're waiting for people to leave. And they will be right at the back of the queue, which is not great. It's not great for how you want to see it going on in. We have lost a couple teams there. One of them was RCB, obviously. I'm not entirely sure who the other ones were. I'll try and pick that up as we go. But goodness me, brah. Pretty brutal put down there onto Quacks. Yeah, so we have lost 4 of our teams, 3 extras over RCB, and I'll see what we can do. Oh, it was also that, the door frame hold.
Yeah, it was, we lost Regnum Carya, we lost a couple of players from FVG, but we didn't lose the entire squad just yet. I'm trying to figure out who were the other teams that were actually eliminated as well. Galatasaray, I believe, was one of them. And those eliminations came at the hand of BOARS Esports. BOARS actually also has a very decent position, and I think they have a handle on a couple of the high grounds just east of Los Leones. Could be used to dangerous potential, dangerous levels. Question is, will they be able to do that?
Ulf looking to try and get out of here now from this warehouse with Ida from Carya, giving them a little bit of ground. And they are still going to be in the blue zone, though. And it is going to start to hurt at stage 3 as the next circle pops on through. It goes out to the east side, so a little bit of a throwback to the teams who already were out on the east side. I'm pretty happy that we're not going to Los Leones. That's the city finishes can get really mucky, and I think I'd be more interested in seeing. Actually, well, to be fair, I need to double check if Shockwave are actually alive anymore, because I'm not entirely sure that they are. They might not have a chance into this one, but also Farvoice Gaming need to try and locate them to boot to see if they're still alive into this.
They're on the eastern side for FVG, and I believe for the likes of Shockwave, they're not alive anymore. I think they're taken out because their color is also the same as Carya and Bruh, and I don't see that anywhere.
Unless they're all the way out to the west side and haven't got into the circle yet. That we can't quite see.
I
yeah,
don't
I
think so.
Right.
They should be coming in around now, but no, I think their team was also eliminated.
Okay, so
but
for Shockwave,
FVG,
that's pretty devastating. That's one
100%.
of their 2 chances being knocked out.
And so they lost out on that, which is it is going to be devastating, 100%. But we'll focus on the teams that now have an opportunity, and at this current moment, it's only FVG that we really worry about. All the other squads that are currently in this game have performed. They've gotten a lot of points, and they essentially guaranteed themselves as a squad in the top 20 out of the 24. So no one here is having an issue. It's just FVG that really are in desperate need of every single point that they can get.
They are on the hunt. Fairly desperately right now. Trying to pick up as many points as they can at any stage. IWNRX right now. Okay, they are in a 2-2 split in a fairly important location. This is a really strong position for them to hold, but Carya are circling their northern point. And I feel like they may be a little bit vulnerable there. They need to be fast on the regroup if it comes down to it. I think Frozen and Kakali going back up there to bolster might be a mistake if Carya try to descend, because you've got FVG, although, to be fair, unlikely for them specifically to flex out and try and get stuck in. They might have a better time of that regroup, but I think in general it might be a better idea to play back down towards the south, because you're going to be center on this next circle. With the next zone popping as well in about 2 seconds, they're going to know where they're going to need to go.
And with the zone now shifting, it looks like a little bit more towards the eastern side once again, if I'm not mistaken. Unless it shifted toward... Yeah, it's actually, no, a little bit towards the southwest. So it still has Los Leones and a little bit of the outskirts of the city. And I think we should be losing a little bit of the high ground as well, that maybe Carya have taken over, or even the likes of Galatasaray as well. But from what I'm seeing, yeah, it still has Los Leones. Galatasaray have to move, Carya have to move, and of course, Fenerbahçe also have to move. And Fenerbahçe coming in from the north, they're going to be joining the likes of Falcons that we see here, and they will be joining the likes of S2G as well. Koa not allowing for anyone to be joining them on this hill, but Savian might be able to spot one of them out. But instantly, we move to Galatasaray, and a little bit of an overstep from Aaron.
There we go, gets spotted, and ULF losing one. That is going to be flushed fairly easily. Meanwhile, Falcons holding face nicely, but I don't think Fenerbahçe looking to get too stuck in here. They're more concerned with getting down towards the high grounds to their south rather than facing off against the Falcons. Not going to stop Savian, though. He's popping heads as soon as it is exposed to him. That's going to be Falcons maybe slowing things down, having to move on forward, but unfortunately, that's not Valo and Koa all getting spotted. They're just going to run straight through this one. I said they didn't want to get stuck in, and there he goes on an absolute spree up in the mountains.
Yeah, and 2 quick elims secured for the likes of Fenerbahçe. They will continue moving on after cleaning up that northern side. Rauf did find a location in the zone, but unfortunately was not able to have the rest of his team meet up with him. BOARS Esports, though, they're a team that seems to be smack dab in the middle of the zone and in control of a very, very good area. Let's see if they can hold off the likes of ULF, Galatasaray, and Jetgo from engaging upon them on the southern side. IW. Chilling next to, I want to say on a compound right next to the road. But a little bit down that road is Carya Esports. So they might have some house guests in a minute or two.
Yeah, maybe a bit unwelcome, but they don't really have much choice in the matter moving into this one. The compounds that IWNRX hold now is that south side compound that they were holding in their 2-2 split. They did regroup up there, obviously the circle moving away. It made complete sense. And now they have a little bit of an uphill angle towards the positions out to their south and to their west, so it could potentially be difficult to transition. I would like to see them thinking about scouting towards the south, but I think that they know that Carya is on their northeast flank and is going to make things difficult. Meanwhile, in Los Leones, Fenerbahce holding some high ground against S2G, who again are looking to try and put a couple more points on the board to close out the day. It would be very favorable for them. We do have the tower graphic back. There we go. And it is going to display, yeah, Shockwave are in fact eliminated. That is not good news for them. The rest of the teams, well, Regnum Carya, they're already fine, but the rest of the teams do have more games to play tomorrow, so it's not the end of the world for them. But I would like to see S2G get a couple more points on today to try and keep this one going.
I mean, at the moment, they should be able to. For the side of S2G coming in from the north. But it is going to be a little bit of a tough task, as Ano is going to be facing them. And so will Fenerbahce. And we jump right into that fight, as we see a couple of trades, 1-for-1 between the three squads. S2G sitting as a duo, Fenerbahce as 3, but they need to revive that third player. It's currently crawling on the ground, and looks like Lux will not survive. And Solkai, with a perfectly placed nade, secures that point. Solkai sees a guest right up in his face. He does not realize just how close the danger was. And he goes down, and now it's all down to Kalse. He hears and sees
Fenerbahce were burning themselves alive there. There was a bit of a team molly going on in that situation. It's Kalse now, the last to stand. Yeah, look at that. I think a lot of the damage was done eventually by Fenerbahce in that situation. Default actually moving in, and we're going to pick up some of these points away from them. S2G now down to just the one player, so maybe denied that points opportunity. And Default's clearing out the rest of this building. He knows there's someone else and wants to try and find them. Savian waiting with that nade. Default has an angle, but he sees him just in time. And Savian does go down to it. Nicely played by Default. Picks up that third Elim and will be playing on as 3. That is all that they're going to find in this game. A nice find indeed. Carya disengaging from around IWNRX, potentially looking for a different route into this next circle.
I thought that person was not... I didn't know what that player from Carya was doing, but curious to see if he's going to be able to make it back in. Lewis, who is trying to rotate as well, gets caught on his way out, and he will be taken down. Kine follows up with a knock onto CEO as well. We'll get back to that later, as S2G now get taken down. IW wipe out Carya. Ano, Famagusta also wipe out S2G. And it looks like they're not going to be getting the points that I thought that they would get. But hey, they managed to get 20, which is 1 more than FVG. And FVG have played 6 matches more. Not looking too good for S2G, but it's not looking too bad. Healthy middle, I want to say?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, get it. Well, they still got 1 more game to play, right? So if they can get 5 points in that game, it's looking okay. That would put them up on 50 if you double their score, which would be for 12 matches after 6 games. It would be okay. But I would like to see them closer to 30 than to 25 to feel a little bit more happy with their situation. Carya going down as well. That's a lot of the teams towards the top going low, but a lot of the points are being earned by Ano. So Fenerbahce may be dethroned at the end of today. We'll have to wait and see. ULF down on 2 players now. They did scrap it out with Regnum Carya earlier, then they got penned into the warehouses, and they've been trying to find their way through since. And they're going to have to go a little bit further as well. Centers up right on that high ground. You can see that position that sits right in the middle. The mountains currently littered with players from Bra. They are playing on a wide split here, and it might actually be really difficult to make any headway towards them. I think IWNRX probably have the best chance of it here, depending on how much of a problem the teams across the way are, if they're going to get third-partied on their movements.
Well, if they get third-partied, that does kind of make things easier, but at the moment, when I'm looking at the position you mentioned for Bra, yeah, they've been holding on to this mountainous area for maybe 3 zones, 4 zones at this point. They've gotten there ever since the second shift, I want to say, and they have held their ground. And it seems to be the best decision that they have made in this game. They're a full squad, they have 5 eliminations, 30 points so far in their first day of competition. No worries at all on this roster. But now, you see that there is a siege by Galatasaray. They're trying to take over your area, but it looks like it's not going to be possible as Jetgo apply a little bit of pressure to Galatasaray, and so does Bra from a different angle. Meanwhile, Scarface, he was waiting for the right time. He wanted to make sure that there was no opportunity for Quantum to get to cover or have any backup. Quick knock, quick finish, and a quick strike dealt to the lineup of Bra.
A nice little find there. It's good news all round. That's Falcons eliminated now as we go to 8 teams remaining. ULF have a solo and Galatasaray with a duo, but that's not going to stop them taking shots out into the open. It's got to soften them up on the approach for IWNRX to pick up the points for them. Galatasaray with the assist there, but that's not going to show up on their scorebar, unfortunately. FVG, again, their time is waning here, and this could be the death knell. Fully, firmly, decisively securing them towards the bottom of the tables. If they go down now, which looks, I mean, if they're going to roll up to IWNRX like that, I feel like they only going to last so much longer, and it's not going to look healthy. But hang on a minute, Terminus finds Kakali for the first. Interesting. Okay. Okay, are they going to find these points? They get another. Okay, the flushes are coming in, and all of a sudden they've got 3 points now.
3 points. Every single one's important, but you need to get closer to that 40. That's the goal here at VG. With only 2 players left, let's see if they're going to be able to do exactly that. Bra have been besieged on all sides by so many different players, so many different teams. Feel like it's death by 1,000 cuts here. That's what Bra is going through. Just constantly being attacked and not knowing which area to defend. And like you mentioned, with them being so split, it seemed impossible for them to be besieged. But with so many teams eyeing up their location, and a couple of teams finding a pick here, a pick there, just dealing the damage to Bra that they did not expect. And from a winning position, it looks like they're barely hanging on now.
Yeah, they've been pulled apart at the seams a little bit. Circle does give them a little bit more ground, but I think Storm is too isolated to be getting picked back up there. So playing on as 2 on quite a wide split, but that's a nade over towards Matcap, and that's going to slow the roll of Ida, potentially lock them into the cage with Anno to have a little bit of a grudge match there. And see how that one unfolds. In comes Galatasaray from the south side. Remember, they're only playing on as 2, so this is a pretty helpful leather approach here coming on in, but they're going to make it to the cliffs, and we are going to be playing on a rocky finale here in towards our first Miramar of the day, with the second one just around the corner. Bra losing Storm fully, and Kiss You is knocked, meaning it is basically just a solo. At this point, Ida, the only team with the numbers advantage, they've got the inside track to see what they can do. And Farvoice Gaming are still here. They're still playing on us too. We'll see what more they have.
Well, at least there's, I want to say, placement points. They're going to be going to the squad. It's at least 2. That I can give you. You want more? You're going to have to climb the ranks. You're going to have to earn those points. Earn your place in the next stage of the competition. Bra lose 1 more member. Very unfortunate, the fact that they had control of this area, but being too spread apart tore them apart. Now it looks like it is all up to IDA. They're the ones that have control over this location, as the second they get Anno off their backs, should be smooth sailing from there, as I don't see any way where other teams and other players are able to climb from that side. So it's just Anorthosis Famagusta that need to be dealt with. Galatasaray looking at Terminus. Peeking a little bit too hard though, and Terminus with the backup from Seiko finds that opening. And another point for the side of FVG. If they secure it, though.
I mean, that would be one step closer as well to climbing on the placement points. At the moment, FVG, I mean, they're looking to try and get up towards over that 40-point boundary. But we'll see if they're able to do that on this game. It would be very, very unlikely. Nades, shotgun shells blasting across this open ramp hillside as Rita goes down. Darkin now down as well, close to MatCap, but Ida hold their nerve, and Anno are eliminated. They aren't going to be surpassing Fenerbahçe, I think, just about. They are still just below, but Ida is still alive and actually within striking distance. If they get back to 4 here, if they're going to be left untouched on this northwest side, they have a really good shot here of moving further and further up these tables. Not to mention, FVG have such a good chance to cladder up to keep these points on flowing towards their tally.
Yeah, 4 points at the moment. 3 at least from placements as well. They're getting closer and closer to having a better position. If they manage to take out Ezel and BOARS Esports, that could help them out so much in this situation. ULF in a 1v1. Owner versus Galatasaray. Well, it's Owner from Galatasaray rather, but he gets third and Ezel decides, you know what? Nah, my point. Yoink.
Oh dear. Well, you know, that's up to 7 now. And BOARS did, to be fair, get some value for playing this center position, right? Playing that wide split. They've been involved in a lot of fights. They got 7 points for it on the elims, and now they're up to 4th place. And you've got to remember, sometimes, in general, though, you're not playing to maximize chicken dinners. You're playing to maximize points, and maybe that's what they thought they could do there. And it's not always the best way to maximize your potential point scoring to go for the chicken dinner. It can be better to play more securely for a 2nd place on average and in the long run than to have more volatility, even if there is the chance of finding that chicken dinner. Although it did feel like they could potentially have done a little bit of both here. Zone will close to the center, and that is, in fact, going to favor FVG on this scenario. People are going to have to move towards them. I think there's a lip that just sits above them, just about. At the moment, Ida is the main issue, right? They are at 4 players alive, and the question is, where do they go? Seiko has a nade. He's got 6 nades, in fact. And Emre, I mean, he's completely on broadside here. Is that good? Yes, it is. Picks up a player on Ida as well. This is huge for Seiko.
Yeah, but the question is, can they secure it? Can they finish off the player of Ida just so they can get a little bit more control on this high ground? And again, if they're the ones who are smack dab in the middle of the circle, they will have the best advantage, as I think for one of the first times we are reaching stage 9, and it looks like it will be running down the clock until the very final minutes of this game. A lot of nades being thrown by FVG, and I feel like maybe saving them might be the better call for them to get a little bit closer. If only he knew how close that was. But it looks like IDA, MatCap will get the elimination, and we continue as MatCap gets taken down. It's going to be a trade. Scarface comes in for the revenge. Seiko peeks up, and he takes out Scarface, and now it's a 3v2. It's Ida versus FVG, and this is the important game for FVG here, John.
They're already up into 2nd place. They've already got a lot of elims as well. If Seiko had those nades now, that would be brilliant. But unfortunately, he threw them up. Did manage to get that knock, but overzealous on securing the flush. They have the center circle, so Ida have to move in. Seiko looking to line them up now, spraying around the sidelines. Terminus looking for more. Seiko burnt out. It's a traded 1-for-1, but there's 2 players on the back line looking for a 2nd knock, as well as Ida now still playing on his 2. It's Terminus with his back to the blue as the position is swapped now. Needs to go for the peak. The blue zone's pushing them away. They get 2nd place, but it's Ida who take the chicken dinner.
IDA take the chicken dinner in game number 5, and we have 1 more to go. But FVG stepping up in the final moments of that game. But those nades were needed. Those nades were needed in those final moments. If you had them, you could have just littered the floor with the grenades. If you had any molly, not allow any area for them to walk on and get to the center of the zone, that game would have been yours. You would have gained, what, at least 4 points from 2nd to 1st placement points-wise, plus the eliminations. You're talking about 6 or 7. That 6 or 7 point difference can be so crucial coming into the final steps, specifically when you're coming into your final game of the competition and you have had a lackluster performance over the course of the past 10 games. Only now did we actually notice FVG doing and having a performance that is worthy of talking about it, I want to say.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. I think specifically on the nade front towards the end, I think you could justify obviously the first nade to get the knock. I think that's totally fine.
100%.
You could have potentially gone for a spray down there and then tried to follow it up with a nade. But either way, I think that's totally fine. I think you could then invest 2 more on an inventory of 6. But I think going for that that 5th nade and that 6th nade is sort of maybe a bit too much. It would have been fantastic to slow them around the edges there. In general, though, I mean, it was a crazy push across the open that got them there into a position that was overseen. Probably should have gone down there and then. Fortunately, they found a very weakened IWNRX who were split apart from one another. These final moments, it was just a question of needing to find these frags when it came to it. He did have a Molotov there with Terminus, but he could have put that forwards earlier. It would have been interesting if he'd been able to leverage that, but didn't use it in the end. It was Scarface from ULF, actually, who was able to take the MVP spot. But yeah, that final fight, it could have gone better with better utility coming through from FVG. But then again, they haven't been there for the entire tournament, so maybe they just forgot how to use it.
Yeah, maybe they did. But hey, ULF still had an impressive first day in this competition. But I kind of want to bring it back because I looked at the eliminations for the side of FVG. Second is 6 placement points, and I think they only managed to secure 5 eliminations at the end. They did not secure the knock on IDA at the end. So 11 points in total. But we'll talk about that as we get to the overall leaderboard. So right now, we focus on the statistics for the entire game. And we go back to that most grenade score with 1. Insane. I want to see what happens if there's just no grenade elims, if there's just 0.
That is true. That is quite interesting. I don't think we've seen that before. Not since we've been using these stats anyway on these graphics cards. But yeah, I'll be interested to see how that goes. We'll have to wait for that one. For now, though, we're still seeing that 1 nade elim up there, Darkin, obviously. 1,241 damage is kind of nuts, right? Like over 1,000 is really, really good. Over to 1,200 is phenomenal. That is a really devastating performance coming through from Scarface, from ULF. They'll be very happy with that. They are one of our highest performing teams, and it looks like they're not going to stop here. They want to keep that one going.
And they'll have to keep it going for as long as possible. They have to keep it going up until you get top 3 in the finals of PMSL EU. It is going to be 3 days. It is going to have the smash rule. It's going to be a smashing good time too. And I cannot wait for it. But first, we need to find out who are the 16 teams that are going to make it. And those 16 teams will first have to make it through the group stage, then onto the survival or the knockout stage, and then onto the grand finals, where we will really start to feel all the pressure. Specifically, I want to say specifically for European teams, because Turkey, and for I would say both, because both kind of pressures apply in terms of Turkish players and Turkish teams having the Turkish fans with them, and then let's say like European fans who may not have that many supporters at the live event in Istanbul. It can kind of play on both sides. It can either help you or hurt you.
Yeah, it can be interesting, especially if you feel like you're disappointing your fans when you're on a little bit of a downswing. That is something that is actually very noticeable, and I think that could have played a role in S2G's performance in Istanbul back at the Globals that year. How they sometimes felt maybe they were letting down their fan presence. And that's got to feel really, really galling, right? When people are cheering and screaming your names, but you're not living up to their expectations. That can be almost worse than having no support in the arena, which, to be fair, some of our teams also have to deal with, especially when they're playing far from home.
Yeah, exactly. And those conditions that you have to play under, a different country, whether you're jet lagged or not, depending on how far you've traveled. I don't think there's going to be a lot of that, though. Like they're traveling within Europe. Then again, who knows? But yeah, there's a lot of different things that kind of impact a player's performance, whether it's online, whether it's live. But we're not going to get into that right now. What I do want to get into is the overall leaderboard. That's what I want to see. I want to see the match ranking for that last game. I want to see the overall leaderboard and see how the performance for FVG impacted their presence on the leaderboard, and if it has helped them. I think it put them over the 32, maybe 33 points. So I want to say one more game. Basically, run it back. Just run it back one more time. Exactly what you did last time. Do that. If you were put in a situation where you could save nades, maybe save them, but you need the same kind of points. You need to have the same kind of game in order to relieve that pressure. Because right now, it's still extremely stressful to be in the position that you're in with the points that you have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to put it in perspective, those final moments are some of the biggest point swings that you see in games as well. In general, it's really probably the most impactful moments of the game in terms of point scoring, because you go down. Let's say they had 5 elims, you go down in second place. You're getting 11 points total in that scenario. If you get all those elims, you're getting 3 more points from that. From eliminating all of the players from IDA, and then on top of that, you're getting the 4 extra placement points. So it's a 7-point increase to that total. So instead of getting 11, you're getting 18 points, which is a huge dent in the averages that you need. As we take a look at some of the replays from the games as they go, this was pretty crazy. This was actually how Shockwave ended their game, as Lozin was able to do so much around the door frame with the S12K. They stepped in one after the other, though, so I don't know what they expected.
Yeah, and this one here, the bait of my existence for the way that last player from Fenerbahçe was taken out as well. Because from that area, you saw that he was jumping and trying to get to that ledge, and trying to get to your building. In that situation, your opponent's not going to prepare for a nade since you have been cooking one for a couple of seconds. I don't know. It just, I see and I get triggered, you know? I understand why it's useful. I understand why it's useful, but it's just, I guess maybe from our perspective, it's happened quite a lot.
There was that nade getting unleashed. Here are the match rankings as they have fallen. They are going to sit thusly, very nicely. Yeah, you can see 17 points there for IDA. Where at FVG, they got 11 on that game. I think that's going to put them up on 30 points, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of what they going to be going into this one with. They started on 19, so they should be up on 30 after this game. So a decent chunk there. ULF keeping up appearances. IWNRX with 10 as well. A little bit lackluster from some of our teams. I think S2G, again, most notably, having a pretty shocking performance overall. But there you are. That's what they're dealing with.
And what we're dealing with in the overall rankings is the fact that IDA Esports is now equal to Fenerbahçe. 76 points in total. They're tied for the lead. Anorthosis Famagusta, 75, 1 point behind the lead. Regnum Carya with 5. Behind that third place, 70 in total. Carya with 68. Such a close leaderboard. 8 points from first till 6th. But now we go to the second page. Bro Esports on 36. I want to say for a first day, I mean, hey, for a first day, you're on top of a team that has played 6 matches more than you, and that is Shockwave with 35. So the focus for this next game, this last game for Group B, eyes on Shockwave, and of course, eyes on FVG, which we will see here. In 30 points, Jetgo 31. Jetgo's fine. Oscar's fine. Galatasaray is fine, because this is only their first day. So for today, it's going to be Farvoice. For tomorrow, it's obviously Ozarox and XSLAY. We'll see, obviously, who are the rest of the squads that we need to worry about. But for now, for this moment, for this last game, Farvoice and Shockwave, 5 points separate the two.
Yeah, I think that it's also S2G in a real bit of shambles right now. They have not been performing to the top of their game. They've had some decent performances, certainly the players have, but it just feels like they're not finding that cohesion. 5 placing points here, so 15 elims. This isn't great. Right? If they don't have a big game in this next one, they're going to be looking a bit unhappy. However, it might be enough to actually qualify, sort of no matter what. So for S2G, if you double their scoreline from now, let's assume they get 0 points in the next game, they're on 40. That might be enough, given what we've seen.
Yeah. You know what else is enough? I was just going to say, you know what else was enough? The 64 players in the lobby. But the second I started that sentence, it dropped down to 63. So I was going to say we have enough players. But someone decided to ruin my joke.
Yeah, well, you know, that's your fault for trying to be funny. Trying to be a funny guy. You trying to be funny right now?
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Trying to be funny.
Ridiculous.
Listen, we're at. I want to say this is the final stretch. It is literally the final countdown for some of these teams. This will be the last game that they play in PMSL 2024 in PUBG Mobile, and its esports journey in 2025. I actually said 2024 there. Whoa.
That would be crazy if this was the last game they played in 2024. We're playing reruns now, you know. That's just how it goes. We're getting everything ready for this next match. It seems to be going a lot smoother than last time around, so we should be nice and easy to get this one up and going fairly shortly. I think that the biggest factor in this last game, in terms of overall tournament impact, is going to be FVG, is going to be Shockwave, who are looking to put up, 20-point games basically in this final moments. I think that even though FVG got to second place in that last game, I feel like they didn't really deserve it. To be honest, I feel like they lost 2 players early, and then they kind of just snuck around the rocks for the rest of it. A lot of other teams were taking much more agency in stride around them, and they just sort of were fortunate enough for nobody really to turn their attention towards them until there was no other team to be looking at. So, I'm giving them a lot of flack here, and I think, to be honest, they kind of deserve it. It's not being great from them.
I was thinking along the same lines. So let's say a team like FVG, let's say they have another sensational game. Well, I say sensational. That last game was. I'm kind of agreeing with you, to be honest. Their position wasn't really. There was no demand. There was no want for that position, so they didn't really feel any pressure. They weren't really getting into any fights. But if they do have another game where they manage to get to that 45 point threshold, maybe 50, and they actually win a chicken dinner. If this has been your performance over the past 2 days, how many things are you going to work on in the one off day that we have between group stage and the survival stage?
I think we've got. We don't. You won't have an off day because you got rehearsal, but I think there's an extra game.
Like for a day for the, because I believe the 16th is the. Tomorrow's the final day. 16th is just a day between the stages.
If you finish today, then you got 2 days. But if you finish tomorrow, then you've got one. I guess. Between the games, although you'll probably be watching tomorrow as we head in for our final go around of Miramar and potentially our final map for 2 of our teams, and it will be the last games that we see played by a few of our teams higher up the tables as well. I'm looking at Falcons, I'm looking at RCB, also going to be having their last go around and seeing what more they can put up to leave their legacy. You can see FVG, Farvoice Gaming, heading out over towards La Bandita on that south side. We'll see where the circle takes us, if it's going to be as nasty as last time and take us very, very hard down to the southeast.
Yeah, if it's going to give us another 50-50 with, I want to say the ocean? I don't know which one. It's one of them.
Oh, I don't know which ocean. That's a good point. I mean, if it's South America...
No, brother, no!
Okay. Fair enough. Let's go Los Leones.
What?
Why not?
Okay, I know the game heard me say run it back, but I was talking to FVG. I mean, look, it looks like they might be. They're heading to Puerto Parisio. Can they beat Anno to that location?
I mean, Anno might be dropping. I feel like they're going to stick around in Impala. The question is, how long do they stick around in Impala? FEG likely to be driving on to Puerto Paraiso. They could potentially dip in towards Los Leones and on this circle. I wouldn't hate it, but I'd want them to get out fast. I think it's much safer to go to Puerto Paraiso and try and transition quickly to a position just south of Los Leones. Take up a spot there and see what you can find. Other teams could be making their own way in as they can find it.
You know what? I would love to see a team head towards Bartona. It's not gonna happen. Or honestly, in this situation, it might. This is just a fever dream. Anyways, focusing on the teams at hand, the teams that have decided to position themselves in the center of the circle from the very beginning of the game. I want to say FVG, yeah. It looks like they're going to Impala and then driving right down to Puerto Parisio. The GS Galatasaray have cemented themselves in Los Leones, and they're going to have complete control over that area. I'm sensing a couple of teams, maybe, for example, Shockwave, they're going to load up in Valle del Mar, maybe then cross the bridge and come up from the south, because they'll know that there's no teams on the southern side of the map. No teams drop towards that location from the beginning of the game. So they might be one of the first ones to come in from Bartona and then go towards the southern side of the map. But that's just one of the ideas, one of the things that we're currently looking at. But what we're actually looking at is Regnum Carya.
Yeah, absolutely. We're checking them out, checking how they're going. The west side of Los Leones, where Galatasaray are right now, has this, I want to say, interesting sort of geography, right? It has these long, flat plateaus that go down in like steps, and it's the West Los Leones steps as it falls away from those buildings. If you have control of those, you can pull a lot of teams down. But unfortunately, at this stage, not many teams are going to be looking to take up position there. Certainly not just yet, when it's very far from confirmed to be around Los Leones. You start to see people going there when you get circles that are much closer to the city. And I feel like Galatasaray might be boxing themselves in, because teams will take up positions around them, and they might have a real tough time of getting out of Los Leones from this position, should they need to, that is. Because it's not unlikely that the circle does go there. Los Leones is the biggest POI on the map, as well as in the circle.
And at the moment, it may seem quite empty, but I promise you this, a lot of teams are going to start making their way. And that I'm already starting to see on the minimap. Ano Famagusta leaving Impala, heading towards the eastern side of Los Leones. ULF coming from Minas Generales and La Bandita from the northern side of Los Leones, now entering the fray. I believe we also have Regnum Carya, who abandoned Picado and also made their way to Los Leones. And they will be meeting ULF, I believe Ketch and Aaron, who have already gotten themselves to that location as well. Bra moved from Chumacera instantly down towards the southern side of the mainland, just north of the bridges coming out from Bartona. And for now, that seems to be the teams that have gotten themselves into the zone. And of course, FVG with a 2-2 split, 2 in Puerto Parisio and 2 towards the very south of the map. Very south of Los Leones. And now we're starting to see more and more teams make their way, slowly but surely. I want to say, in the previous game, we've waited a lot. We didn't wait that long until we got the first elimination. This time around, it might be a little bit different.
It could be, but have to wait and see. Nades being thrown now. Galatasaray have Regnum Carya to deal with, all the way on the south point of that west edge of Los Leones. Regnum Carya actually getting stuck in fairly quickly here. You can see they're very similar colors on the minimap and on their health bars, but I promise you that they are two separate teams. They are fighting tooth and nail against one another. Nobody going down just yet. Actually, it's only S2G across the way have lost anyone. Could be third party, though, as teams actually start to poke their noses in. I think that might be ULF, actually, trying to take a nosy in onto this engagement. Loxy, Silas, inside the building. Ooh, FEG. They're taking heavy hits. They've lost a player. That's nasty for them. Remember, this is their last potential game here. With 30 points on the board, they need a lot more. And they're taking a lot of damage as well.
Taking quite a lot. Not a fight that they can afford to lose in this situation. But we focus right now on Regnum Carya and Galatasaray. Molly from Loxy. Will it be able to find anyone? Yes, it does. Starts sticking away, I believe, on Owner and another one of the players who just seems to be moving around like crazy. Just looking left, right, up, down. I mean, look, you don't know where you have to look. There's too many different areas to look around, to watch out for. But Owner finding a cheeky angle that I don't think he knows Z-Wolf might be able to see. Because I think Z-Wolf is just on the ledge outside of the building, on the back side of it. It's definitely going to be unexpected.
Made in. Silas finds Maniac, and now Regnum Carya have an advantage. Immediately, they take advantage, take more ground on the ground floor, but is that going to be the right decision here? They have to worry about threats from all angles, and if you step too far in, all of a sudden you could be enveloped, and it's Silas to go down. They know that they've done more damage as well to the back line of these teams. They're looking for these flushes. Zedwolf finds one, looks for more as well. He's making mincemeat out of Galatasaray, and there's another hot shot around the door from Loxy as he keeps them away. Defends Regnum Carya. Silas will not go down without his teammates fighting for him. Unfortunately, Loxy doesn't manage to stand the test of the next time around as Zedwolf has to jump on in. However, it doesn't matter. Either way, Galatasaray will fall. Now, ULF are just around the corner. I could potentially be looking for a little bit more, but I don't think they want to get super stuck into this one. Loxy going to be picked up now. And this is good news for Regnum Carya. A nice result for them on the fight. It doesn't go drastically any one way. And I think that's, to be honest, one of the best results we could probably see. It does keep all of Los Leones in, though.
It does keep all of Los Leones in. And I like the decision from ULF. They recognized that the fight was just over. Although you did have the numbers in that situation, but you knew nothing about what happened on the fight. You don't know if anyone's still knocked on the side of Regnum Carya, so there was absolutely no need to risk it for them. And I mean, look, this is a squad that has 45 points, currently in 9th place on their first day. That's exactly where the threshold feels like it's going to be when it comes to qualifying. Falcons started rotating and making their way, but unfortunately they did run right next to the likes of Jetgo, and they suffered a little bit of a problem, which is they lost one of their players and another one was knocked. But Rauf decided, we want to take this fight. I don't care. I want to stick here. Symphony, not happy with that one. Symphony, doesn't matter. He goes down, and it's all up to Merciless, who's still driving and heading towards the zone, as the rest of the Falcons might be able to revive each other. Nope, does not look like it. The elimination was secured, and it is going to be 2 Falcons flying together towards the zone.
Certainly should be. Regnum Carya still with all 4 players alive, and whilst they have taken Galatasaray's position on the west side of Los Leones, they themselves may feel a little bit punished by this scenario, right? They are now behind the queue of everybody trying to leave, push into the south of Los Leones, in towards the center of this circle, and I wonder how effectively they're going to be able to transition away from it. I think they're capable of it. I think it will be very, very difficult to sort of wait and see what they're able to achieve. With S2G in their way, I mean, normally I'd think, oh, that's a real hell of a barrier. But right now, S2G not looking super healthy. And of course, we've got our big storylines of FVG and Shockwave on their last match. But S2G also have a lot to prove. And if you take the averages from the last 5 games and you compare it to everybody else in the lobby, they would be eliminated even if you scaled up everyone's scores to 12 matches, which is really far from ideal. Scaled up, their score would be 48 points, and above them would be Ozarox on 50 points, which would not be great to sit on that bubble, which also indicates that potentially our bubble is closer to 50 than it is towards that 45 metric that we'd be talking about.
Well, tomorrow, at the end of that day, we'll find out exactly who was right. I mean, I say who was right. It should be around like 45, 50. Could be wrong. Imagine if it gets all the way up to 70. Would be crazy. Also, mathematically, kind of impossible.
I think that would be a really massive shift in point distribution. I mean, it's probably not mathematically impossible. I wouldn't go that far, but it's sort of like perfect scenarios kind of things to come on in. Now, let's take a look at the lay of the land here with this circle, because IWNRX, they have this big hill that sits to the south of Los Leones, right? That mound on the south edge that overlooks all of the areas to the west, all of those silos, everywhere down to the south. You've also got the mine that sits sort of underneath them to the south, which actually FPG seem to be taking cover towards, which could be a nice little sequestered spot for them, but it might just be a cage match waiting to happen. They might have locked themselves in without being aware of it.
Well, it looks like they're deciding we can't really stay here that long. Unfortunately, it's just 1 car and 3 people are going to have to ride together. I don't know if they're all going to survive. Soulless from ULF will get picked up. Seiko, FPT, you got to hide. Unfortunately, He's getting shot from a distance, but he has to worry about exactly what's in front of him, and it's Madcap from IDA. They met just a few moments ago. Well, actually, they met about a quarter of an hour ago in the previous lobby. At the end of it, can FVG get revenge? They got 2 points. They're on 32. You need a heck of a lot more. No, 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 brother, no, 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 brother. Brother, no. You cannot molly yourself.
Nasty.
You cannot molly yourself in this game. Not in the last game.
A self-flambe there to close down
You
his...
don't get a point for that.
Potentially his tournament there. FVG, they do have 2 points and 2 players alive, and we saw what they could do with 2 players last time around. Maybe they're going to be able to do enough. Even when you add in their last game, of course, they are still far below the averages needed to keep up with that bubble, potentially happening towards that 50-point boundary, right? So we'll have to see if they can put, I mean, pretty much 20 points up on the board with 2 players. It's not going to happen, is it? It's just not going to happen.
If they play underground and play around these corners and just keep taking 2v1s, they might be able to, unless they somehow eliminate each other by accident. We've seen one of their players do it, but
That's
it
true.
should not be possible in this situation. It really should not. You cannot. I cannot emphasize this enough. You cannot be making those kinds of mistakes
Oh,
at this
rematch.
level of the competition. So I like it. Yeah, rematch indeed. And they take down 2, and now it's all down to Madcap from IDA. But hey, 4 points for FVG. They're on 34. I would say 11 more to go. You need 1 or 2 more eliminations, and then just focus on placements, boys. That should be your goal.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more placements than that. Yeah, I mean, you could maybe get a third if it circle centers up on mine, and they're able to just hold a little corner of it and force other teams to fight each other there. It's possible, right? It's possible for them to do very, very well here and farm a lot of points, but I'm still very, very skeptical. I'm more interested in Shockwave right now. The circle does move up towards the north side on top of the mound that sits on top of mines. So it's great for IWNRX, right? They're going to have a pretty good time here trying to farm those points and ending their day very, very strongly as well. They are performing incredibly well over the course of this day's games. As are ULF, actually, outperforming them as the highest performing team on the number of matches that they have played. You can see they're up to 45 points. I think Fenerbahce were a little bit ahead of that, right? At the end of day 1.
They're on 63 at the end of the first day.
And then sort of fell off quite a lot towards today, which is not great for them. But, you know, that's just how it is. That's just how it is.
I guess it depends on what their plans were and the difference in the lobby. You know, they played against Group A yesterday. Today they play against Group C for the likes of Fenerbahce. So maybe the change in teams and those different teams having different styles, different strategies, different rotations that may have impacted Fenerbahce. That could have been what affected them, or maybe just today was not their day. All that matters is you're in the top. I mean, look, you're top 2, top 3, and that's not going to change. And even if it does, most important thing is you make it to the next stage of the competition. Because what matters, yes, there is a prize pool, like we mentioned, for every single stage. But the most important thing is top 3 and getting to PMGC. Because that's where the big bucks are. That's where the real money is.
Yeah, it's a hefty payday. I think even just for getting to PMGC is a pretty
just
decent
the participation,
chunk of change.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it normally is. I don't think the prize pool's been announced yet for PMGC, or sort of the distribution, rather, not the prize pool for PMGC. So, but in general, you know, you're earning, I mean, at least, I think the minimum was like $15,000 or something I've seen for PMGC, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. I can't remember exactly, but it's still a really hefty chunk. And the experience as well, which is often in the long run more valuable if you're looking to pursue the career deeply and into the far future, which is what I'm sure a lot of these teams are looking to do. Farvoice Gaming are now sharing digs with KAOS Black, who themselves are looking to play on us too. So together, they are a full squad. I wonder if they know that there's a team further. Okay, I think they do. With the smoke behind them, they're using that visual cover. Very, very wary. Rolex is definitely aware that something's going on over there.
something's afoot. Will they be able to find out what? We'll wait and see. But right now, these 14 teams that are still alive and well with the 41 players will find that the blue zone will shrink in just under 10 seconds. We'll get to see where this next shift is going to be. With FVG and KB holding up in the same location, doesn't seem like the zone is going to favor them. That's just a guess. If it does, they can get so many placement points, and they can actually catch up so many teams that don't know there's just two duos held up in that area. And the zone does not actually ruin their day. It makes it easier. Meanwhile, Ida, it's a 1vx situation, managing to take them the first. You have to let them swing you one by one and see if you can get it that way. Unfortunately, it does not work out. Madcap will get taken down, and Ida Esports take 14th place.
Still, they will be okay, I think, going forwards. It's they are right towards the top of the tables, so it's not going to be terrible. You can see they are actually on top of the tables, although Anno very likely to outpace them. Fenerbahçe, Regnum, Carya, all of them basically on the doorstep of getting past that boundary, and looks like Carya might be in with a chance as well. This circle, though, being on top of the mound, it gives IWNRX a lot of leg room to be playing with here, and could potentially end the day very, very strongly, depending on how much control they can exert over the teams to the southwest. They've given up position over the back of the mound towards the east side of it, so it could potentially leave a gap for other teams to move on in. And actually, Regnum Carya, who have been moving through Los Leones for a while now, are going to transition up there, or certainly would like to. It is a very steep cliff. You imagine they're going to try and flow out to the east side, but it's easier said than done. Difficult climb to make from the exit south from Los Leones.
We'll see if they are up to the task. Just like we're trying to see if that last Falcons player in Koa is up to the task and surviving as much as he can. Considering that right in front of him are 3 players from S2G. Never mind, he's gone. I didn't even finish my point. Just wanted to finish my point. You see the...
They're out to get you. You personally.
Yeah. Just like that. They're done with Max. Their focus is me now.
Exactly. Exactly. As it always was supposed to be. You know?
Max, man, what have you done?
That's you know, that's why his curse stopped, because you stood up and took the hit for the team.
I mean, look, in the MENA region, I was the Maxman of the MENA region as well. It's I was the one that was caster cursing so many teams. The second I would just start talking about a specific team, like they're doing so well, he's like, this player is in such an incredible position. Next thing you know, 3, 2, 1, bam, gone, eliminated.
I mean, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. Excellent performance. Bruh, right now, looking to try and move out from there. Kind of locked in scenario on the southwest side right now. You can see there's a team up to their north. They've got IWNRX as well out to their northeast on the high ground angle. Oscar going to make it really tough for them to leave from this one, but they have the smoke cover. I think did they have another vehicle, or are they all going to have to hop in the same one? This is, oh dear, it is a 4-man rollout. I think I saw another vehicle right next to them, but they are only going a short distance. Oh, hang on a minute. No, they are going straight on it. They're going to land with the rear axle, taken down one with the clothesline, but they're trading back and forth. What a messy roll up here. And nades being poured on in by the rest of Oscar. Shots from S2G. I don't think anyone's getting out of that one.
No one's getting out of that one alive or unscathed, at least. Bro will be the first one to bite the dust in that one. The fighting continues as Regnum Carya now start to scale and climb bit by bit from this northern side. It looks like they realize they have Carya to fight. They fought them before. Now they have to do it again. Wild might have an aid coming his way, and he does. A little bit of damage, not enough to force the knock and have an opportunity for Carya to change how this fight might go. They are a little bit split up because you have Lewis who's focusing on the likes of Fenerbahçe as well. So if anything happens to Marceau or Poser, I don't think there will be any backup or any assistance. Every man for himself in this situation, and you have to hold your ground.
Regnum Carya still playing that 2-2 split right now. So they're not going to be pushing up and over this angle. They are just holding it out and waiting for teams to make their move. They know that there are players further out that will need to move, and that's what the Wild is waiting for. The teams on the back line to start stepping forwards. They'll have the high ground advantage over them, and he can take shots out that way and try and control Lewis over towards the edge, as well as Fenerbahce further on, who are going to be making life hard. That is Oscar eliminated. Now 10 teams remain. One step closer to the money for Farvoice Gaming, who are still hiding out in the caves of the mines there. They do have a potential route out, but it will be controlled if they ever need to leave. So they are banking on the circle shifting towards them, which for the meantime, it has done. But now they're closer towards the edge of the circle. It's going to be harder. Regnum Carya moving up and over these hills. Ooh, Loxy gets spotted. That is IWNRX chiming in. Hopefully he doesn't get flushed. They might be able to get him back in.
Let's see if they do. Default will get knocked down by Kine. Spike responds, getting a knock onto Kirkali. If we can switch over to that fight. Lovely, thank you very much, gentlemen. We continue as Spike now is feeling the pressure. Kine taking the fight on his own, takes a lot of damage. It might actually be coming from a different angle as well. This high ground proving to be quite difficult to deal with for the side of IWNRX. They're dealing with it well so far. They haven't lost a player yet. Just have to worry about the close danger that is Wagner. Kara.
Nade up top.
Okay.
Ooh, Lewis just about crouching down underneath that hail of bullets sent his way. Looking for spray downs as well. They'll keep this one going. Fenerbahce find an Orthosis Famagusta. That's going to leave them out of this one, but the south side is now starting to get messy. There's a lot of teams on this minimap, but remember there is a high ground position and a cave position. So we're looking at teams stacked on top of each other. ULF, with their last player alive, do just about have a place in the zone. And you can see there are two teams on the inside of the cave right now. That is KAOS Black and Farvoice Gaming. Meanwhile, Shockwave are sat above them. IWNRX as well out to the west side of things. Regnum Carya have been dominating the north side now after they managed to move out and up the hill from Los Leones. They've been doing very, very well, fighting from very early on into the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, I was just about to bring them up in conversation, and it's FVG who has still been holding on for dear life in that cave. They secure another point, they secure another elimination onto KAOS Black, getting to 35 points now, and that's just equal to Shockwave. Two teams, but I think only one of them will make it through. Shockwave still have their full lineup, but no elims, no points so far. But FVG are the ones that are in trouble, because they're the ones that have to leave this cave, and it's going to be dangerous unless the Kunma gets knocked down and eliminated. He is on his own. It is a 1v2. Unless he can make it a 1v1 with that nade. Not able to. And the more noise you make, the more time you're giving other players to third party you. You just have to hold your ground here. It's not your last day. It's not your last game. It is the last game of the day, though. You have to come out with something. You have to get some points. I'm loving this POV that the production's giving us. And then they take it away from us.
Oh dear. I'm looking at Shockwave here as well, continuously, and so are Fenerbahce.
Well, stop! They're getting knocked!
As they are going to be... I was going to say they have a real tough time of it, and this is exactly why. They've got an outpost with Ray Z to deal with. He is solo, kind of split from the team, but IWNRX have angles across it as well. This position from Shockwave is kind of why IWNRX haven't moved in to try and close down the mines fight on that south side. They can't really overexpose to that position, so they can't play on that ramp that sits to the west of that entrance. KAOS Black go down. Another placement point as well as that elimination point is added to the tally for FVG, and they are now ahead of Shockwave, who are down to 2 players. And it might be that Shockwave are going to fall at the final hurdle, their last chance to go, but Fenerbahce have bigger fish to fry. Silas rolling around and Zedwolf marauding for the shot, but a lovely nade plonks right on top of the buggy from Savient, who goes low, has to fall back, but now Zedwolf, stuck in a ditch, needs to get the res.
They need to get the res, and the cover is there by Loxy. Very well played to take down Simple Domak. Now Fenerbahce, the opportunity for the push is gone. With them having one of their players get knocked down, they're still trying their luck again with a couple of nades. Stylist once again goes down. Loxy needs to do a little bit more. The thing is, Sabian, it kind of feels like he's on his own fighting this entire squad. As Lux is reviving Simple Doc, and he gets taken down. Loxy standing tall, not giving Fenerbahçe the opportunity for this push. Holding the ground for Regnum Carya. But for how long can they hold on? They get the revive again. Will Silas finish his heal, or will he go down again? Or is it going to be a double knockdown? Then he goes in!
He's going down. There's no way. Oh, Farvoice are down. In the meantime, down on the south side of the map, they're eliminated. They go out with 38 points. I don't think that's going to be enough, but we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see. In the meantime, this fight still continues to rage on, and Silas gets yet another res, but there's another nade being cooked. Savian will not let up. 1, 2, 3, goes long. Zedwolf might actually have an ally in this fight, but they're overwhelming the position. Simple Domac down, Zedwolf down as well, but the rest of Regnum Carya are there, and Razy is eliminated. 2 players down, they'll have to drop in, but IWNRX are rolling out now with 10 eliminations on the card. They only have Loxy and Wild to deal with up on the high ground, but they have a res to be looking for as well, as 3 teams remain. Shockwave are still in.
Shockwave are still in with a duo. Regnum Carya getting the revive onto Z-Wolf. IWNRX need to go for this push. Take them out, and then they'll have the advantage against Shockwave. Otherwise, they might get thirded from this distance. Silas was just not allowed to play this game. 4, 5 knocks in a row, so many times that there was no time whatsoever for him to get revived. Regnum Carya setting their sights onto Shockwave when the real threat, the real danger is IWNRX. But with Regnum Carya having 3 players, they already got 2 chicken dinners. Can they secure a third and get themselves just a little bit more money? Because remember, every single one is $250.
Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I really don't like this from Shockwave. This is so risky. They're in the sidelines of Regnum Carya. They're hopping out. They're taking damage. IWNRX know all about this as well. They've just drawn the attention of the entire lobby. Looks like IWNRX are going to have the nade from Loxy, though. That's sent over their way. They've been through the walls of it, and Silas did completely go down. A nade in from Shockwave, and they may have been able to survive for a moment longer, but the zone is going to continue to push central. Kine steps up. Swain goes down as well. IWNRX is starting to melt. Regnum Carya are chiming in as well. Shockwave need these points. They've only got 1 elimination on their card. That's a second they're found. More knocks, more knocks, more knocks. It's Shockwave. Shockwave managed to come through in the final game of their stage. Have they done enough? It's very low on the elimination count.
No. Hold, no. Flag on the play. Hold on. What? Okay. I noticed Shockwave getting the eliminations onto IW. Was it essentially the duo holding where one squad was on Regnum and one player was on Regnum and the other was on IWNRX? We definitely need unless they got eliminated to the zone, I don't know. All I know is we need a replay of that final moment. The fact that Shockwave was able to secure the eliminations and get the chicken dinner is crazy.
I don't know if they secured that many eliminations, though, in that final circle. They started the game, I think, on 35 points. I think they only got 4 eliminations in that game at the end of it, which would put them up on, what is that?
They only got 4. Yeah.
Which would be on 44 total, which, that might not be enough. That might not be enough. No, I'm wrong. You're right. No, 49. Hold on. Okay, that's closer to what we're thinking.
Start with 35.
Yeah. So 49, not 30. Sorry.
Okay.
That was FVG that was on 30. But yeah, that could have that could be enough for 49 to be able to make it for Shockwave, but it's got to be right on that boundary. It's going to be very, very close tomorrow. To watch for it.
They are not going to be relaxing tomorrow. That's for dang sure. They are going to be coming and watching the stream with us tomorrow, and they are going to be nervous up until the final moment. But you know what surprised me the most is the fact that RCB got 3rd. IW got 2nd. And it was Shockwave, and Shockwave got 1st. Yeah, I'm looking at the eliminations right now towards the end. It was 12 eliminations for Regnum Carya, and they got 3rd place. IWNRX ended up with 13 eliminations and 2nd place. But Shockwave ended the day with 4 eliminations and the last chicken dinner and 14 very valuable points. I still don't know what in the world happened in that final moment because it just ended.
It really, really did. I think. Well, we were on board with the Shockwave players, right? I think there was crossfire going on between IWNRX and Regnum Carya. Regnum Carya were doing a lot of damage, and here's the MVP Loxy. You could see how much damage he was doing, but they were doing a lot of damage over towards IWNRX, who were trying to push on over the top. And towards that one. And in fact, I think they stole away a lot of the eliminations there over towards IWNRX. I think IWNRX may have been trading. It could have just been like the final elim, right, that went over towards Shockwave on one of those two sides. I think that's probably the most likely scenario, is that Regnum Carya were being shredded by IWNRX, and it was just final blows that went one to one team, one to the other team, coming through from Shockwave. That was what did it in the end. Hey, we're not having one Nade Elim. That is Alexovich able to get 2 on this time around. Kine with top damage, 1,000 for an 84 for next IW next Ruya, who had a really big game this game. They got a huge Elim count overall.
Yeah, that they really did, and it's definitely going to help them out and boost their morale as they go into the second day third day of the competition really for tomorrow, second day of the competition for them. But honestly, FVG not feeling. I mean, look, FVG are definitely in danger with 39 or 38 points, I believe. With the placements that they got. Yeah, Shockwave should be okay. I want to say Shockwave should be okay.
In theory, yes. I think that it's fairly likely. It's going to depend how a few of the teams lower down the tables do. I'm looking at teams like XSLAY. I'm looking at teams like S2G as well, right? Like at this point, it's Ozarox who are potentially a worry. KAOS Black, the teams in that sort of area, in terms of what they're going to be able to do, could be the teams that are going to push them aside. I don't think. Yeah. Personally, I don't think that Farvoice have done enough here.
I don't think so either.
If they'd have held on to the cave, if they'd have stayed in the cave, they might have been able to live out for a third place, and that might have been close to enough. But as it stands, no. It's not happening. They did get a decent elimination count, but it's too little too late. Why didn't they do that earlier? And
I think even if they do qualify, the performance that they showed us doesn't give us any kind of inkling that they're going to get... I don't even want to say like top 16 out of 20. They're not even going to get close to the top 3 that they're looking for out of the top 16 in the grand finals. And it's going to be exceptionally difficult. Now, I was reviewing the last couple of moments from that last game, and it was clear to me that essentially Regnum Carya on the high ground were focusing on Shockwave. Shockwave was focusing on IWNRX, and IWNRX was focusing on Regnum Carya. So it was just a triangle of one team focusing on the other, and we see the result of it there. Even though they did not get the chicken dinner, IWNRX with 19 in first place. Second is Regnum Carya with 17, but they got third place in that game. And of course, it is Shockwave with the 14 points, 4 eliminations, and the 10 exceptionally valuable placement points that they very much needed in this game. And unfortunately for FVG, it was 6 eliminations and only 2 placement points, meaning that when we look at the overall leaderboard, Regnum Carya will take over Fenerbahçe and hold on to first place. The team that can capture I want to say like catch up to them is starting tomorrow is going to be IWNRX and BOARS Gaming, as BOARS have had a break yesterday or had a break today, and they will be coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, they will have their opportunity here. I think another actually probably very important thing to mention here is that Shockwave got a chicken dinner there. That is the primary tiebreaker when it comes to standings. So if another team gets exactly 49 points, they win that tiebreaker unless the other team also has a chicken dinner. Then it goes to placement points. Then it goes to Elim points, although unless there's like tournament ruling assigned points that sometimes can happen. A team can be given points by the admin team if things were deemed to be out of their control. But the important thing is that they now have that on side, right? They have that tiebreaker advantage coming on through. As we take a look at this page, obviously Shockwave in 9th place right now, but we know there's a lot of teams here who have only got 6 6 games played. I'm looking at ULF, who've done very, very well today on 48 points over their 6 matches as a very solid result coming on through. And I think obviously the big story on this page is Farvoice Gaming on 38. I don't see it. I don't see that ever happening. I think they're done. I think they're done.
Yeah. I think the Noisy Boys are easily going to pass them. So will Jetgo. Oscar, maybe. I think Galatasaray might be in a little bit of danger. If I was to choose teams that I think won't make it tomorrow, I already have a couple of teams in mind just based off of, I want to say, the way that they have been playing. For me, it's instantly Ozarox. I mean, yeah, they're already in those last places already, but I'm not expecting a massive performance from them tomorrow. Is XSLAY and Ozarox. The third team would have to be FVG. Who's that fourth? I don't know. I would hope that it's not S2G. It's not for any kind of like preferential treatment or anything like that. It just seems like such a fall from grace for an organization who has been crowned the world champion before, not even make it to the finals or like even the second stage of a regional competition.
Yeah, our lowest performing partner team by quite
as well. Yeah, it's a partner team.
Quite a way. Coming on through, which is not the sort of accolade that you want to be coming into this one with. It would be very, very unfortunate. But that's where it stands for now. And remember that some of those teams have twice the games to play. Today, though, as we take a look at our daily MVP, it's ULF who are going to be assigned that honor, and specifically Scarface, with today's scoreline of 17 eliminations over his 6 matches. That is pretty dastardly, and 3,500 damage. That is a really hefty total. That's what is that? That's like almost 600 points of damage every single match across every single game today, which is a phenomenal record to be able to hold.
Yeah, I think yesterday our damage was around 3,000 as well. It wasn't 3,500, so better performing MVP than yesterday's one, that's for sure. And also for him and his entire roster, they had an incredible first day in PMSL EU. To be able to get 45 plus points throughout your 6 games. Again, as long as you're above the average of, I want to say 5 to 6 points per game at this level of the tournament, it's perfectly fine. Obviously, the higher the level of competition, the higher the average that you would want to maintain if you're looking at whether your goal is top 5, top 3, or of course, as the goal should be, number 1 only. But congrats, Scarface.
Yeah,
well played.
There we go. Fantastic stuff coming on through for ULF. They have had one of our strongest performances in a single day, although at the end there, they were definitely outshone by IWNRX, who have really ramped up there. I can't remember exactly what they finished on. We'll have to scrub back and take a look at those overalls at the end of it. But that was... But it was a real strong performance from IWNRX, and I was hoping that they were going to get one of the 2 chicken dinners because I actually. What
was your prediction?
Interestingly enough, I had both Regnum Carya and IWNRX, so I thought, no matter what, I'm getting a prediction right here. Right?
Yeah, I had Did I have Fenerbahce and Bra?
I can't remember.
I know I had Fenerbahce, that's for sure. I don't know who I had for my second team.
I'm just talking about in those final moments, right? I was like, one of my 2 predictions is going to win, right? Surely Shockwave can't win this. And then, actually, we go. I think I might have just lost you, though, I might be going to a solo shot. A little bit of technical issues to round out the day. Why not? It seems to be just what we do. So a solo closeout on the show today. I was looking at some of the average scores as well, continuing to think about that, and it's still sort of hovering around that sort of 50-point bubble, potentially. That 49 is looking okay, but not great for Shockwave for the most part, but we'll have to wait and see. Our highest performing team on 6 games played, of course, that remains on 6 games played from yesterday is BOARS. So it'll be interesting to see how they stack up against ULF, how they stack up against IWNRX coming into tomorrow's matches. I think that will be an interesting thing to observe, as well as when you remove some of the teams that we've been so used to seeing, right? We're talking about Falcons. Oh, he's back. Just as I get onto my own solo little camp. Just as I feel like I'm getting my deserved respect, He's back. He's back again. It's Sandstorm. He's coarse, he's rough, he gets everywhere.
Okay, I was just giving you the opportunity to continue going on with your point, but apparently you didn't want to, which makes me
it's all
feel
good. You're back,
sus that
and
there
that's more
was no
important.
point.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! No!
Yeah,
I've always got a point.
suspect. I mean, that's true. You got a point there. You did get a point there.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been quite all right. Have we had a look at the overall? We have had a look at the overall leaderboard once we're done. Where did IWNRX end up on that leaderboard actually?
IWNRX. I can't remember exactly what the scoreline was, but they did have a very, very strong day. I think they may have even surpassed the record set for one day by Fenerbahçe. I'm not sure. It will certainly be close. Either way, you guys will have seen it. You can scrub back. You can check in later as well. And tomorrow we'll be back with the final day of league stages here at the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me has been Sandstorm, and we are so ready for this final day. Will it be enough for Shockwave to stay in? We'll see you guys there.